Chapter 978. Female literature, an enormous and terrifying pressure rapidly expanded. Such an unforeseen event was completed in an instant. Su Yan, who had previously held the absolute advantage, immediately felt an enormous pressure at this moment. That terrifying power that seemed to have materialized caused him to be somewhat alarmed. The berserk power rose at this moment. That power that soared into the sky was both strange and terrifying at this moment. This was a naked power. It wasn't wind or lightning, nor was it frost. Its existence was solely for the sake of destroying everything. This berserk power swept over, destroying everything in its path. This was the will of the King of Destruction. This was the ability that the King of Destruction had bestowed upon these two. After all, they had entered the territory of the Blood River King. It was impossible for the King of Destruction not to prepare an escape route for them. The strength of these two blue-faced Shura was indeed terrifying, but compared to the Blood River King, they were nothing. Not to mention the Blood River King, even if the number one warrior under the Blood River King made a move, they would not be able to withstand it. In order to prevent his two subordinates from dying, he had specially prepared such a method. However, the King of Destruction probably never dreamed that when his will of destruction was activated, it would not be facing the Blood River King, but Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's black light domain was constantly trembling. Clearly, he was unable to resist this power. At this moment, he simply did not have the strength to face a king. However, at this moment, the God-Slayer Sword's voice suddenly sounded. The will of the Shura King? Good stuff. Su Yan could clearly hear a trace of excitement in his voice. The Shura King was a terrifying existence. However, in his eyes, it was merely a good thing. Of course, considering the valiant history of the God-Slayer Sword, it was not excessive for him to say such words. At this time, the shadow of the God-Slayer Sword suddenly spread out, and then a power directly formed a huge domain at this time. The area that had been turned into powder was completely surrounded by this terrifying shadow. Brat, fighting against the will of a king is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You better cherish it. I've already isolated myself from the surroundings. Whether it's that so-called bullshit Blood River King that's spying on us, or the owner of this will, there's no way for them to sense this place, let alone enter. Therefore, you can fight without worry. However, I won't help you. If you're not strong enough and get killed, I won't help you. Right at this moment, the Blood River King who was watching from afar was alarmed. He once again sensed that tyrannical and terrifying power. After that power appeared, his perception actually lost its function. Su Yan, Carlet, and Arthur's who were clearly still in his perception before had unexpectedly disappeared from his perception. The Blood River King's consciousness spread out, but he was no longer able to detect their location. What a terrifying method. I actually couldn't sense it at all. It seems that my guess was correct. How dangerous. If I had really made a move that day, I'm afraid that I would have died prematurely. The Blood River King was even more certain that there was a terrifying existence behind Su Yan. It might even be an existence on the level of Emperor Shura. King of Destruction, I'm afraid that this will of yours won't be able to return. Good, very good. At this time, he was naturally incomparably happy. One must know that even for a king like him, a strand of will was extremely precious. If one strand was lost, it would directly affect the strength of the main body. The strength of the King of Destruction was originally above him. However, if this clone was lost, although it would not be a fatal blow to him, it would still affect him. As the King of Destruction's enemy, the Blood River King was naturally happy. Moreover, if the situation was ideal enough, the arrogant King of Destruction would completely enrage this person. Then, perhaps today would be the day of his death. Since that person had already concealed everything, it was obvious that he did not want anyone to discover what was going on. The Blood River King very tactfully gave up the idea of perceiving the specific situation, and then returned his consciousness to the Blood River. And in another place, the space there was flickering like water waves that were constantly changing. It was a Shura cave in the Shura realm. This place was connected to the Wuji realm. Not long ago, the Shura king had used this place to open the passage between the two realms. However, it was a pity that his operation failed in the end. At this time, the King of Destruction was sitting there quietly. He closed his eyes and pondered, like an old monk. It was hard to imagine that the King of Destruction, who was known for his destructive power, would be so calm. It was at this moment that he suddenly frowned. Then, he opened his eyes abruptly. In an instant, a light flashed, and an extremely terrifying light spread into the distance. The surrounding space began to fluctuate as if waves had suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the sea. My consciousness has been isolated. He was somewhat in disbelief. This consciousness was used to deal with the Blood River King, so its power was not weak. It was already able to last for some time in front of the Blood River King before his real body arrived. However, this time was different. His consciousness had just burst out, and he had not even sensed the specific location of his consciousness before it was directly isolated. It was not destroyed, but isolated. It was as if his consciousness was no longer in the Shura realm. The King of Destruction was extremely confident in his strength. Although the Blood River King was not weak, he definitely could not do this. This was something that the King of Destruction firmly believed in. Could it be that intruder? Impossible. Even if he wasn't killed by the Shura realm's will, it's impossible for him to use all of his strength in this world. Moreover, he's just a guy who isn't even a venerable one. The King of Destruction fell into deep thought. No matter what, I'll know when I see it. The King of Destruction snorted coldly. In the next moment, his body disappeared on the spot. Countless spaces fluctuated, and terrifying ripples spread out. The King of Destruction's destination was Blood River City. No matter what, this matter was definitely related to Blood River City. Therefore, he would know after asking. At this moment, within the mysterious barrier, Su Yan gripped the sword in his hand tightly as he faced the terrifying will. King's will? Alright, then come at me. I want to give it a try too. At this moment, facing this terrifying will, he directly launched an attack. Since he had chosen to fight, he had to take the initiative in his own hands. At this moment, Su Yan was in an absolutely excited state. The new power gave him greater confidence. This was a strange feeling, but it also made him feel incomparably excited. Su Yan's speed was very fast. At this moment, he turned into a ray of light and swept forward. The King of Destruction's will was not focused on this place. Instead, it was observing its surroundings. Everything here was too special. The existence of the invisible wall had directly cut off the connection between him and his main body. Even if the Blood River King borrowed the power of the Blood River, it would be difficult for him to do this. At this moment, Arthurs and Carlet directly called out, "Great King, this kid is strange. I think he's that otherworldly demon. Please be careful." At this moment, they were full of fear and even fear towards Su Yan. Even if the King of Destruction's will was standing here at this time, they still felt that the King of Destruction might lose. This was simply ridiculous. The King of Destruction's will did not respond to them. After all, a will was just a will and not the main body. This will was originally here to fight, so it was naturally impossible for it to have too many thoughts. At this moment, Su Yan directly slashed down with his sword. When the sword fell, that powerful and unfamiliar power appeared once again. At this time, the black sword light kept exploding at this time like lightning. When this power was in front of the King of Destruction, the King of Destruction's will finally paid attention to it. Interesting. In an instant, the King of Destruction directly punched out. His attack was so simple and domineering. There was no terrifying explosion, nor was there a powerful aura that could destroy the world. It was just a punch. When the punch met Su Yan's black light shadow, it immediately burst out with endless power. The powerful power turned into ripples and spread out. Of course, the King of Destruction won this attack. After taking this attack, Su Yan's body was pushed back several meters. He had to rely on the scorching sun sword to forcibly stop his body. However, at this time, Su Yan's body was really terrifying. After such a blow, although he looked ugly, he did not suffer much damage. Instead, the two auras in his body moved faster and began to fuse with each other. Again. This feeling made him happy. Of course, the punch from the King of Destruction's will had also caused him to feel fear. Such pure destructive power was truly frightening. If it weren't for the fact that the third power he had just formed was not weak and was very high-end in nature, he would have been seriously injured and wouldn't even be able to get up. After this confrontation, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more excited. He directly used the Godslayer sword technique. The powerful sword technique continuously slashed down, and the terrifying light kept shuttling back and forth. Humph, you want to defeat me? Dream on. At this time, the King of Destruction seemed to have finally been angered by Su Yan. He once again threw a punch, and a halo appeared. The faint halo directly moved forward and suddenly collided with Su Yan's body. Faster than Su Yan. This time, Su Yan was actually unable to achieve anything. Hee, kid, you've always regarded speed as your advantage, but it seems that it's still not enough. Chapter 979. Female literature. Yes, even in the previous world, Su Yan's most terrifying aspect was his speed. That was why he was invincible. In the battle against the blue-faced Azuras, it was his frightening speed that ensured that he was able to beat them to a pulp. But at this moment, Su Yan's speed was completely suppressed, without the slightest bit of luck. If it weren't for the fact that his power had just undergone a qualitative change and filled his body with a brand new power, Su Yan would have been in a lot of trouble. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze became incomparably solemn. As expected of the King of Destruction. Even though it was only a wisp of his will here, it was already so terrifying. Su Yan spat out the blood at the corner of his mouth, then calmed himself down again. But strangely, this time, the King of Destruction's will was indifferent and didn't follow up with another attack. If the King of Destruction attacked at this time, Su Yan would definitely be dealt a huge blow. Even if he wouldn't be killed directly, the injuries he would suffer would be even more severe. As expected, it's a power I've never seen before. Very good. The King of Destruction's voice sounded. He had already seen that the power in Su Yan's body was extraordinary, and it was because of this that he didn't attack directly. Otherwise, if he attacked at this time, it would be enough to cause more severe damage to Su Yan. But he didn't, because he disdained to do so. He was the King of Destruction, and also the King of Battle. You locked me in this space, so it seems that you want to fight with this will clone of mine. Come, then. But if that's all you have, then I'm really disappointed. So, at this time, you have to use all your power. The aura of destruction became even more profound at this time, and the terrifying power became even more violent. In this sealed world, the power was rapidly expanding, almost reaching an inconceivable critical point. Su Yan could feel the depth of this power. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. In this place, he could fight without any scruples. Fighting with such a powerhouse was exactly what he wanted. Su Yan needed to become stronger. Since that was the case, he would not back down in the slightest no matter what. His power began to roll down like clouds and mist. His aura continued to expand at this moment. The light was so terrifying that the black shadow actually appeared a little dazzling at this moment. The power of the two met in an instant, and the powerful aura was so magnificent at this moment. Another frontal attack. This time, Su Yan was still defeated, but he wasn't as miserable as last time. He even managed to launch a small counterattack. The intense pain spread throughout his body, but his fighting spirit soared even higher. To Su Yan, pain was no longer a form of resistance. Instead, it was the driving force that kept him moving forward. Only when he deeply felt this pain would he be able to clearly know that he was still alive. Only then would he be able to prevent himself from giving up. At this moment, his power surged again. At this moment, the circulation of the power of the zenith became even faster. The three hearts kept beating rapidly at this moment, and the interpretation of the king's inheritance imprint also reached the fastest speed. In this way, the power of Shura and Su Yan's own power continued to merge. His aura became stronger again, and for a moment, he was actually able to compete with the aura of the King of Destruction. At this time, the two blue-faced Shura were extremely shocked. What kind of monster was this Su Yan? Damn it! Why didn't the great Azura god kill this foreign invader? Why is he still able to display such a powerful and terrifying strength here? What a terrifying human! This was the same thought that resonated in their hearts. As a Shura, and a powerful blue-faced Shura at that, they actually asked such a question at this time. In fact, at this time, they were already shaken. At least, it was no longer consistent with the will of the King of Destruction. A Shura should never be afraid, and the battle should always be fought to the end. If a Shura was already afraid, then he was no longer scary. This was the true essence of Shura. Now, they were officially born with such fear, which was why they complained to fate. But in fact, they couldn't be blamed for this, because everything about Su Yan was really difficult for them to understand. Of course, it was only their faith that had been shaken. They were still far from having their faith completely crumbled. After all, the will of the King of Destruction was still here. Although Su Yan's aura had skyrocketed at this time, it was only comparable to the King's aura, and he couldn't suppress it. At this time, Su Yan's power was so terrifying that the extremely intense light had risen to the extreme at this moment. At this time, the battle between the two had already begun. Their auras were constantly eroding each other, wanting to completely defeat the other. At this moment, Su Yan's power surged like a hurricane. At this time, the world had already collapsed. That power that was close to annihilation was actually so terrifying at this moment. At this time, the powerful power that was like thunder rolled. In Su Yan's eyes, a strong bolt of lightning directly reincarnated at this time. The boundary between the sky and the earth also disappeared at this moment. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Su Yan's body and the will of the King of Destruction moved at almost the same time. At this moment, the existence of space was meaningless. In just a moment, the power of the two people had already collided. The terrifying impact of the power almost became the most real suppression. The violent power was like the crazy impact of two seas. That extremely strong power surged crazily at this time. Under the continuous attacks of the two people, a long river of power appeared. Suddenly, Su Yan found that his power had reached a new level. Every time he attacked, there would be waves of dragon roars being released. Such a terrifying sound was like the impact of countless powers between heaven and earth. The world surged, and the wind and thunder moved. The sword Qi was boundless and destroyed everything. The battle between the two people had become a battle of wills. And in the midst of the battle, Su Yan's aura also continuously rose little by little. This was really a crazy battle. Such a battle had long surpassed a kind of realm. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan gradually gained the upper hand. In fact, at this time, Su Yan was already very miserable. The power of the King of Destruction was really domineering and boundless. The power of his fist was running wildly in Su Yan's body, trying to destroy Su Yan's body. However, the power of the Exalted in Su Yan's body was of an even higher level. That powerful destructive power brought unimaginable pain to Su Yan, but it could not really hurt Su Yan's core. This was because the power of the Exalted was devouring. The power of destruction was also a kind of power of Shura. After it entered Su Yan's body, the power of the Exalted began to analyze it and transform it into a new kind of power. Therefore, Su Yan gradually began to understand the characteristics of this power. Of course, it would take a long time for Su Yan to grasp this power. Right now, he could only understand it. Even so, this was already very impressive. This kind of Su Yan was almost in an invincible position. Moreover, there was a very important factor at this time, and that was the will of the King of Destruction. He was only a clone. Back then, the King of Destruction had given this clone to two of his subordinates in the hope that this clone would be able to withstand the power of the King of Blood River for a period of time so that he could rush over in time. Therefore, the power of the clone was ultimately limited. In the beginning, the power of the clone was the strongest, but as time passed, this power began to gradually weaken. At that moment, the Wu clone of the King of Destruction once again threw out a punch. Su Yan was once again sent flying. He looked extremely miserable. However, this time, the Wu clone of the King of Destruction no longer made any moves. You can actually devour my power. Interesting, but this is the end of our battle. I think I've already taken action. It's really rare for a guy like you to be able to reach this step. Unfortunately, you are destined to die. The voice of the King of Destruction's clone began to become faintly discernible. His body began to sway constantly, and an extremely terrifying power trembled at this moment. This power seemed to be starting to become illusory at this moment. This king's clone will not become a stepping stone for you. In fact, when you fought with this king and wanted to understand this king's power so that you could improve yourself, wasn't this king doing the same? However, there is a terrifying existence behind you that makes me afraid. So, let's end it here. At this moment, the terrifying power contained in the King of Destructions will directly erupted at this moment. Self-destruction. This guy actually wanted to self-destruct his own body. Such a terrifying and powerful power continued to skyrocket at this moment, and the terrifying radiance was so dazzling at this moment. King! Carlot and Arthurs both cried out in grief. Their king had actually been defeated. Although it was only a clone, it was still the power of the King of Destruction. In their hearts, the King of Destruction was an invincible existence among the kings of Shura. Even if it was only a clone, it should still be invincible. However, no one paid attention to the grief of the two. The King of Destruction's clone was their last resort. At this time, since this clone had failed, there was no reason for them to be spared. Su Yan would not let them continue to live. The King of Destruction's clone obviously knew this, so he made such a decision at this moment. He wanted to use the power of his clone's destruction to break through this barrier. Chapter 980. Female literature. As long as this barrier was broken, even if only a trace of his aura leaked out, it would be enough. His main body would definitely be able to detect it immediately and sense this place. This was his goal. Unfortunately, although his plan was good, it was difficult to realize it. You actually want to self-destruct in my sword prison? Haha, what a joke. A cold voice rang out. The mockery was so blatant. A stream of power appeared. It was a stream of sword chi. At this moment, this stream of sword chi transformed into a small pagoda and directly suppressed the body of the King of Destruction's Wu clone. That extremely terrifying power crushed over at this moment, and the consciousness of the King of Destruction's Wu clone actually faded bit by bit. Damn it, you actually want to erase this king's consciousness. What a powerful power. At this moment, the King of Destruction's Wu clone was very calm, but in fact, he was extremely unwilling to accept this. They actually wanted to obliterate his will. How sorrowful was that? In this way, the information he had received earlier would not be able to be transmitted to his main body. The death of the two blue-faced Shura, Carlot and Arthurs, was already a huge loss. With this Wu clone, the King of Destruction's losses this time would be unimaginable. The saddest thing was that at this point, the King of Destruction did not even know who his enemy was. However, there was one thing that he was right about. At this moment, the King of Destruction's main body had already begun to move. At this moment, the sky outside Blood River City suddenly changed. At this moment, the scorching sun of the Shura realm was directly covered. At this moment, a terrifying power descended and directly charged toward Blood River City. It was at this moment that Rusty's face turned pale. However, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately sacrificed his life force and then began to summon the power of Blood River City. At the same time, he roared, "King of Destruction, are you going to violate the agreement between you and my lord and directly attack?" He had already activated all the power of Blood River City. The terrifying power was several times stronger than when he had stopped Su Yan from self-destructing his king's mark. However, at this moment, he was no longer as majestic as before. Instead, he was trembling non-stop. This was because he was facing a true king. Moreover, it was a peak existence among kings, the king of destruction. Long-winded. The king of destruction let out a cold snort, and a seal silently descended. The seal slowly descended, but the red light released by the power of Blood River City was unable to withstand a single blow, and all of it was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. This was the might of the Blood River King. In front of a true king, even if all of Blood River City's strength was sucked dry, it would not be enough. If this palm strike were to land, it was unknown whether Blood River City would be completely destroyed, but Rusty would definitely die. At this time, many of the Shura in Blood River City had already felt the changes in the city. At this time, their hearts were filled with unease. The wrath of a king was definitely not something that small fries like them could bear. Stay close to Na Xiu. At this time, Aina roared. He knew that Na Xiu would definitely step forward at this time. However, under such majesty, what could a mere Na Xiu do? Other than seeking his own death, there was no other outcome. At this time, he was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to directly kill the King of Destruction and the Blood River King. However, he was still too weak. Right now, he was not even a blue mask Shura. At this time, the bright red light above Blood River City suddenly became thicker. The water of the Blood Red River actually flowed in reverse at this moment. King of Destruction, how dare you provoke me like this? The Blood River King finally appeared at this time. After his power joined, the light of Blood River City suddenly became more than 10 times brighter. The powerful force forcibly blocked the palm in the air. Blood River, it's been a long time since I fought with you. It's a good time to fight. As soon as his voice fell, he directly activated his own power. The confrontation between the two kings began at this time. You've gone too far. The Blood River King was furious. He knew that the King of Destruction would go berserk. However, he did not expect that this guy would actually dare to act so recklessly. He did not put him in his eyes at all. The King of Destruction simply deserved to die. At this time, terrifying power flickered unceasingly. It was as if the void was connected. The confrontation between the two directly condensed into a terrifying storm. So what? Since you have the ability to scheme against me, you'll naturally have to bear my fury. He spoke very straightforwardly. At the same time, he was also extremely domineering. The King of Destruction had always been like this. If he said that he wanted to fight, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? At this time, the Blood River King was also angered. Since he wanted to fight, then he might as well fight properly. The blood-red light continued to change. In the end, it turned into a human figure. He stood directly in front of the King of Destruction. Blood sky burning curse. The blood-red river was like a part of his body. At this time, that terrifying power was unceasingly burning. In an instant, it formed an extremely unique domain. Within that domain, a terrifying aura was unceasingly rising. The battle between the two kings caused everyone to tremble in fear. No one dared to move. In an instant, the two kings disappeared from where they were. The enormous amount of energy was still there, but the two of them had disappeared. In fact, it was not that the two of them had disappeared. Rather, at this moment, they had entered an unimaginable state. There were so many Shura in Blood River City, but how many of them were qualified to watch the battle between the two of them? At this time, it seemed as if time had stopped. It was as if every breath was a long period of spring and autumn. Finally, a terrifying force was annihilated without a sound. Then, the two figures appeared again. Blood River, it seems that hiding in the blood-red river every day is beneficial. During this period of time, your strength has improved quite a bit. The King of Destruction's figure appeared again. He looked down at the Blood River King condescendingly. At this time, the blood once again condensed into the Blood River King's figure. Destruction, there will be a day when I will kill you. The Blood River King said resentfully. In the end, he had lost in this confrontation. His opponent's strength was powerful and terrifying. The Blood River King believed that he had improved quite a bit during this period of time. However, he had still lost in this confrontation. Of course, this was only a short confrontation. The so-called victory or defeat would only be decided by 1 or 2 moves. In fact, it did not affect the outcome. The King of Destruction's strength was above the Blood River King's to begin with. The Blood River King was also aware of this. The two of them were both Shura kings. They would definitely not casually fight to the death. Unless they found an opportunity to kill their opponent in a single strike, they would definitely not risk their lives. Let's wait until that day comes. Now, tell me, who was it that attacked? The King of Destruction asked coldly. The Blood River King chuckled. He immediately said, I saw that the will of your clone has completely disappeared. Huh, this is truly a joyous matter. At this moment, the Blood River King was rejoicing in the Blood River King's misfortune. To the Azura King, the loss of a will avatar was more than enough to cause her heart to ache. Cut the crap and tell me. Otherwise, I will flatten your Blood River city. The King of Destruction's voice rumbled like thunder. Flatten the Blood River city? Try it if you have the ability. The Blood River King did not back down. Both of them were Shura kings. Although he was slightly weaker, this was his home ground. If they really fought, he would not be afraid. As for the Blood River city, if the two kings fought with all their strength, it would definitely be destroyed. But, would he really care? No, absolutely not. At his level, how could he care about such a small city? Although he had spent a lot of effort to build the Blood River city, he would not hesitate to abandon it when it was time to do so. At his level, anyone below the king level was just an ant. However, he was also very clear that this was not the time to fight to the death. The King of Destruction would not fight to the death with him today, and the Blood River King did not want to fight to the death with the King of Destruction today. Alright, King of Destruction, I can only tell you that your will clone will not be able to come back. Your two blue-faced Shura kings will not be able to survive either. However, this has nothing to do with me, so I did not do anything. Of course, if you insist on making things difficult for yourself and want to fight to the death, I will fulfill your wish. The Blood River King was very clear that he was the one who had nothing to fear now. Although the King of Destruction was strong, he was not a fool. He knew very well that if he did not grasp the situation well at this time, he might be in danger of dying. After all, someone who could destroy his will clone without letting him know what had happened was definitely an extremely powerful existence. At this moment, judging from the Blood River King's appearance, this guy obviously knew something, but he was unwilling to say it. Blood River, my patience is limited. If I really can't afford to provoke the other party, then I don't mind tearing down your Blood River city so that I can vent the hatred in my heart. The King of Destruction's power surged at this moment, and a powerful aura kept surging. This terrifying power had already shown his determination. The Blood River King's expression changed abruptly. According to his thinking, this guy would not casually make a move before figuring out the truth of the matter. However, the King of Destruction was the King of Destruction. He was never someone who could be easily predicted. Since he had made up his mind to make a move, he would not be polite. However, at this moment, in a distant place, the boundary created by the Godslayer sword suddenly disappeared. Su Yan appeared out of thin air. The two kings naturally noticed this unforeseen event. At this moment, the King of Destruction did not think too much and immediately rushed in the direction of Su Yan. Chapter 981. Female Literature. At this time, Blood River King no longer hesitated. At this moment, he also increased his speed to the extreme and then rushed in the direction of Su Yan. Blood River City, which was like a storm a moment ago, suddenly became deserted. The Shura in the city felt both fear and relief. Only Aina became angrier and sadder at this time, because after this time, Naroy's life became shorter. If he had enough strength now, he would definitely kill both of these kings. Naroy could naturally see Aina's thoughts. He just said, Aina, don't hate anyone. You want to become stronger. This is a matter of course, but you have to know that the reason you want to become stronger is definitely not because of me, but because of yourself. Aina gritted his teeth and did not speak. Na Rui continued, well, I'm not going to die now. Let's talk about this later. For now, let's wait and see. That day is coming. You have to seize the time and make yourself stronger. No matter what world you are in, only by becoming stronger can you do what you want to do. Su Yan once again devoured the power of two blue-faced Shura. At this time, he felt as if his whole body was about to explode. At the last moment, the will doppelganger of the King of Destruction wanted to self-destruct and then break the boundary. Unfortunately, the power of the Godslayer sword was too strong. It was like a god, suppressing the power that was about to explode. Moreover, it directly absorbed this power. Su Yan had an illusion that in this Shura world, the Godslayer sword was a real god. When the king's will doppelganger died, the two blue-faced Shura were naturally not spared. In the end, the blue-faced Shura was naturally devoured by Su Yan. After obtaining the power of the two blue-faced Shura, Su Yan's aura directly soared. In fact, if Su Yan could directly devour that will doppelganger, he would benefit even more. After all, the will clone of a king was merely an inheritance imprint. After he devoured it, he had already obtained many benefits that increased his strength. If he could devour this living will clone and analyze it, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Unfortunately, this was the Godslayer sword's prey. The Godslayer sword had no intention of sharing its prey with Su Yan. Although there was some regret in his heart, Su Yan didn't care. He knew what it meant to be content with what he had. In fact, he was already very satisfied with devouring these two blue-faced Shura again. Such two powerful blue-faced Shura had already made Su Yan's strength reach an unprecedented level. He even felt that all he lacked now was an opportunity. As long as he could find this opportunity, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. At this time, his strength had already reached a level that defied the natural order. Below the Venerable Realm, no, even below the Tao Master, he could already compete with anyone, whether it was in the Shura realm or the Wuji realm. But what about his true realm? He had yet to break through to the Venerable Realm. Right now, he was still at the level of 10 dragons. This world seemed to confirm the saying that 9 was the limit. Everything that reached 9 was the limit. However, he had broken this predestined fate. The power of the Tai Supreme in Su Yan's body was like a huge furnace, constantly digesting the powerful power of the Shura. It was at this moment that Su Yan sensed something and immediately looked in front of him. Where his gaze fell, he immediately found an extremely terrifying majestic force constantly rushing into the sky. Under the impact of this terrifying force, it caused some distortions in the air. How frightening was such a terrifying pressure? What a powerful force! Has the King of Shura arrived? The King of Destruction has really come. This force was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the Blood River King at all. Of course, the attribute of this force seemed to be completely different from the Blood River King's, so it was definitely not the Blood River King. At this time, the one who had come here was naturally the King of Destruction. After all, one of the King of Destruction's will clones had just been destroyed. If it was in the past, Su Yan would definitely panic at this time. This was because he didn't have the power to face a king. Even the chance of escaping was slim. However, it was different now. The Godslayer sword had already recovered. He already vaguely knew that the Godslayer sword would not let him die so easily. It still had something to ask of him. As long as it had something to ask of him, it would protect him. Of course, Su Yan knew that entrusting his life to someone else wasn't a good choice. However, he also understood that there were times when he had no other choice. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary actions. On this point, Su Yan was still very clear about it. For him, the most important thing now was to survive. Only by staying alive could he do more things. For example, now. The King of Destruction arrived in an instant. Back in the Shura cave, Su Yan had once glanced at him from afar. At that time, the King of Destruction and Yan Shao had faced each other from afar. He and Yan Xiao were existences on the same level. However, Su Yan knew very well that if Yan Xiao were to fight him to the death, he would probably not be able to defeat him. The King of Destruction had already cultivated his destructive aura to an extremely powerful level. The Tao of Destruction was originally domineering to a limitless extent. Ordinary origins or Tao laws couldn't be compared to him at all. Among the Tao masters that Su Yan knew, perhaps only a powerful figure like Xue Xingxuan could be compared to the King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan had already reverted to the appearance of the green-faced Shura. However, he was different from before. The color of the Shura had become darker, as if it would transform at any time. This wasn't a deliberate disguise. It was a change that occurred when the power of the Shura had reached a certain level. The King of Destruction stopped a few dozen meters away from him and stared straight at Su Yan. He didn't say anything. All of a sudden, he had already punched out. It was a powerful and terrifying punch. Su Yan only felt that a hurricane had suddenly appeared in front of him. The hurricane surged forward, and the terrifying power was like a mountain range collapsing at this time. The terror was unimaginable, and the terrifying aura was incomparable. Everything froze at this time. The endless brilliance between heaven and earth began to disappear. This was the fist of destruction. The King of Destruction didn't seem to want to waste any words with Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Even the Blood River King would find it difficult to withstand such a punch, let alone Su Yan. The King of Destruction is actually going all out. It seems that he really doesn't know how to spell the word death. However, this is good. He can test the strength of that mysterious person. The Blood River King stood in the distance. At this time, he was naturally happy. He was also filled with all kinds of complicated emotions toward such a mysterious person who suddenly appeared here. At least, he was the absolute ruler of this land. Other than the King of Destruction, who was nearby and gave him a headache, he didn't have to worry about anyone else. However, things were different now. Such a powerful existence had suddenly appeared, so he had to consider many things. For example, whether this existence had other intentions or whether he wanted to unify all of them. As a powerful king, he had to consider these things. Of course, in addition to the crisis, he also felt that he was lucky. If such a powerful existence was hidden in the body of a small Shura, did that mean that he had already fallen? It was just that an inheritance had been left in this kid's body. If that was really the case, then he would have a chance. He would seize that inheritance. For the Shura king, there was no greater opportunity than this. If this inheritance was really left behind by a Shura great emperor, then he would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. He couldn't help but be tempted. In fact, at the beginning, he had indeed wanted to make a move regardless of the consequences. However, he had always been an extremely cunning person. He knew very well that if the means left behind by this person were powerful enough, then he wouldn't be able to seize the treasure. He might even be in danger of being killed. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he had to make a new choice at this time. In fact, this time, Arthur's and Carlet were able to capture Su Yan's two maids because of him. That place was within the Blood River Tower, a place that he had personally built. Without his permission, even the Blue Shura Great Emperor couldn't act presumptuously in there. Carlet and Arthur's thought that they had used a spy, and no one would know about it. However, they didn't know that it was a chess piece that the Blood River King had deliberately set up. His purpose was to lure the two of them over. Unfortunately, the two of them thought that they had found a flaw and could lure Su Yan out to capture him. However, they didn't know that they had become someone else's chess piece. Of course, the two of them had already entered the Yellow Springs, so there was no point in talking about this anymore. At this time, what he was doing outside of the destruction was what the Blood River King wanted to do but didn't dare to do. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in front of the storm. This was a storm that was strong enough to crush him. In the face of this storm, his strength was still weak. The gap between their realms was too great. Although his combat strength was already heaven-defying, it still couldn't make up for the gap between their realms. At this time, the Godslayer Sword's voice sounded softly, "You're really fearless, aren't you?" However, you need to know that there's a price to pay for my help. Chapter 982. Girl Literature, Su Yan said, Taishang Sword Soul, 15 minutes. He meant to let the Godslayer sword figure out the Taishang Sword Soul for 15 minutes. The Godslayer sword said, no, that's too little. 1 day. Let me feel the sword soul for 1 day. The existence of the Taishang sword soul was a fatal attraction to the Godslayer sword. It was already an extremely high-level existence, and it was the most lethal weapon that had killed gods. However, he wanted to make himself stronger. It didn't know what kind of power had attacked it back then, but it had reached its current state. It meant that it wasn't perfect and strong enough back then. Just like the evil sword Cold Jade wanted to become stronger, it wanted to become stronger too. Su Yan was silent, as if he was waiting for death. The Godslayer sword cursed in a low voice, you damn brat, 1 hour. Otherwise, I'll watch you die. Su Yan said, okay, 1 hour it is. The Godslayer sword was helpless. It was asking for help now. It had thought of taking the Taishang sword soul away. After all, as an evil sword, it had no conscience. It was a pity that the Taishang sword soul existed in a special way. It was a powerful and terrifying existence, but it had a special connection with Su Yan's soul. As long as Su Yan's soul was destroyed, the Taishang sword soul would also dissipate. It was because of this that the Godslayer sword had taken action several times to protect Su Yan. At this time, the terrifying storm of destruction was approaching. The Godslayer sword's power suddenly surged. Since I'm going to take action, I'll be a good person to the end. Brat, feel my power. At this time, the Godslayer sword's power suddenly focused. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt as if his body was burning. An extremely ferocious will penetrated his entire body. Although it wasn't the first time he had experienced the power of the Godslayer sword, he was still shocked. In the face of such a powerful and terrifying power, he had a feeling of being at a loss. It was worthy of being a power that had once killed gods. Even at this time, this power couldn't be compared to back then, but it was still so terrifying. The power of the King of Destruction was already extremely terrifying, but the moment the Godslayer sword's power blasted out, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes anymore. Because the Godslayer sword's power was stronger than his. The power entered Su Yan's body, and then Su Yan directly punched out. Fist against fist. The King of Destruction's terrifying storm had already condensed to an extremely tyrannical degree. However, at this moment, before Su Yan, he actually came to a halt. Because of the appearance of a small radiance, the storm was unable to move forward at all. At this moment, the terrifying radiance was trembling non-stop. The power was too terrifying. The King of Destruction's expression changed. The moment he saw Su Yan, he already knew that Su Yan wasn't a simple person. At least in his long life, there had never been a green-faced Shura who could reach such a level. Even he couldn't do it back then. But if that was all there was to it, it definitely wouldn't be able to survive his will clone, let alone kill it. Therefore, he immediately judged that there was a powerful existence behind Su Yan. The King of Destruction and the Blood River King had completely different personalities. The Blood River King would never make a move before knowing the opponent's background. He liked the feeling of being in control of everything. Only when everything was in his hands would he make a move. However, the King of Destruction was different. No matter what, strength was the most important thing. If this guy was just pretending to be mysterious and relied on an unknown trick to destroy his will clone, then the King of Destruction would directly kill this guy and let him know the consequences of offending him. However, if there was a real super expert here, even if he was strong enough, so what if he submitted to him? The King of Destruction wouldn't be able to resist being able to serve a super expert as long as that existence was strong enough. At this time, Su Yan's aura suddenly changed the moment he made a move. That extremely terrifying power blocked the King of Destruction's sword. That terrifying power was actually only a little bit, and it looked so small. However, the power that erupted from him was so terrifying that it made people tremble uncontrollably. The power erupted and spiraled, and the terrifying god of destruction's sword had reached an indescribable level. At this time, Su Yan took another step forward. This small step immediately broke the temporary balance. At this time, Su Yan no longer paid attention to the king of destruction's terrifying power. What he was doing now was to feel that power. The power of the Godslayer sword was incomparably domineering. It was one of the few pinnacle powers in this world. Being able to feel such power was definitely a great opportunity for him. Su Yan didn't want to miss out on such an opportunity. The Godslayer sword naturally discovered Su Yan's actions, but he didn't say anything. He and Su Yan had been together for a long time, so he naturally knew Su Yan's personality like the back of his hand. Moreover, if at this time, Su Yan only cared about pleasure and killed randomly, that would be ridiculous. At this time, his power was so strong that the violent and terrifying aura was constantly rioting. Su Yan was not only learning how to control it, but also learning how to integrate his power better. Su Yan's body itself was a huge berserk. The power of the great devil dragon, the power of the great devil heavenly lord, the power of the Buddha, and now the power of the devil god's heart. Which one of these powers wasn't violent? They were once at the pinnacle of existence. They were the pinnacle figures of a world, or even many worlds. Su Yan being able to gain their favor was a great fortune, but in fact, it was also a great danger. If he couldn't control this power well, then he might be crushed in the next moment and die completely. Su Yan felt that the Godslayer sword was a power of a higher level than theirs. Therefore, he constantly wanted to master the power of the Godslayer sword. As long as he completely mastered the power of the Godslayer sword, then Su Yan might be able to completely tame the powers in his body. As long as he could do this, then he would be able to reach a new peak. Only Su Yan himself knew that the road he had to walk was too long and too far. Becoming a venerable was something he had to do, but he wanted to live and live a better life. Tao Master, Sovereign Master, and even Sacred Master. This was his goal. For most people, this was something that they didn't even dare to think about. However, for him, this was a step that he had to take. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of any opportunity. At this moment, he punched out again. This time, the power of the terrifying storm was weakened. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with an indescribable light as he stared straight ahead. His aura was constantly trembling because the powerful suppression of the Godslayer sword's aura made him feel like he couldn't breathe. This time, his power was fully increased, and that terrifying power had really risen to an endless level. Lord of Destruction frowned. He punched out, wanting to see the existence behind Su Yan. However, at this moment, he was met with such a scene. Of course, he knew that this was because of the existence behind Su Yan, a mere green-faced Shura, who could withstand his power. However, he was unwilling to give up until he saw that powerful existence. He snorted coldly and said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." At this moment, he continued to punch out. Unknowingly, his aura rose again, breaking through his original limit. At this moment, even the Blood River King was shocked. Lord of Destruction was even crazier than him. The strength that the brat called Su Yan had unleashed at this moment was clearly a terrifying strength that could fight against a king like him. Therefore, at this moment, for the sake of stability, he should not continue to close in on him. After all, if it had been Blood River King himself, he would have chosen to swallow the humiliation even if he had lost a clone. However, the more the Lord of Destruction acted like this, the happier he was. At this moment, Lord of Destruction was continuously closing in on Su Yan. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Su Yan in close combat. Shura were originally good at close combat because Shura grew up in such a harsh environment. Their physical bodies were so strong that even demons couldn't compare to them. In the history of the battle between the Wuji world and the Shura, many powerful venerables and even Dao venerables were tortured to death by Shura's extremely strong physical body. As the top Shura king, Lord of Destruction's physical body was even more terrifying. He continuously launched the War of the Two Worlds, feeling the changes in the laws of the two worlds. At the same time, he continuously used the power of space to wash his body, strengthening his physical body. He was so crazy that the Blood River King had even deduced that the strength of this guy's physical body was enough to catch up to an emperor. An emperor's physical body was strong because of the transformation of the laws, but this guy forcefully tempered himself. At this moment, he suddenly became expectant. At this moment, the power Su Yan displayed was indeed powerful. That powerful existence had instilled his power into Su Yan's body, allowing him to have such terrifying power that was enough to fight against the Lord of Destruction. But what about the physical body? One had to know that the physical body was the foundation. He could withstand powerful energy and increase his combat strength in an instant, but if he wanted to change his physical body, it was equivalent to changing his essence. That was an extremely complicated matter, and the amount of energy it would consume was almost unimaginable. Therefore, many powerhouses had to be nurtured from a young age. This was fate. At this moment, Lord Shura's tactic was actually a form of coercion. If that mysterious existence still didn't want to show up at this time, then even if Su Yan had a powerful strength to protect his body, it would still be incomparably dangerous. As long as Lord of Destruction found a slight opening, he would be able to directly bombard Su Yan's body, causing a destructive blow to Su Yan. Chapter 983. Female Literature. Ha ha ha, this Shura isn't that stupid after all, is he? Boy, I can use my powerful sword chi to change your body in an instant, turning your body into a sword body of gods. Your body will be filled with powerful Godslayer sword chi. This way, you'll be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Dealing with this guy will be a piece of cake. Moreover, I only need you to open the revered sword soul to me for one day. At this critical juncture, the Godslayer sword immediately began to raise the price. His goal had always been clear, and that was the revered sword soul. He needed to understand the power of the revered sword soul and then combine it with himself to make himself perfect. In this world, nothing was perfect. However, the pursuit of perfection was the eternal choice of many people. He was like this, not for anything else, but because perfection was the strongest. The heavens couldn't be destroyed, and the earth couldn't be buried. This was the true freedom. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care at all. His eyes were shining with excitement. Not only did the physical fight with the Shura King not make him feel any fear, but it also made him excited. This was Su Yan's mentality at this moment. Su Yan was a complete madman, and this was reflected incisively and vividly at this moment. At this moment, the Godslayer sword obviously also noticed this. At this moment, even it couldn't help but curse, "Damn, he's really a madman." At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared and then charged directly at the King of Destruction. With the support of the Godslayer sword's powerful power, his aura was indeed exuberant to the extreme. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction's eyes moved. He didn't expect this kid to dare to take the initiative to charge at this time. Very good. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Su Yan dared to do this made him somewhat admire him. At least this Su Yan wasn't a sinister person like the Blood River King. This was good. Come on, let's fight like an Azura. He pounced towards Su Yan like a ferocious tiger hunting for its prey. Damn, he's not Shura, the Godslayer sword couldn't help but complain. But now, it seemed that Su Yan was becoming more and more like Shura. Could it be that this kid is actually a Shura who accidentally turned into a human, and now he's trying to set things right? The powerful god-killing sword had no interest in such a battle at all. He had once killed a powerful god. Such a battle was just a small matter to him. However, after sleeping for so many years, he was indeed very bored. In that case, he would just treat this as a big show. At this time, Su Yan's power went berserk. That terrifying power was raised to the extreme at this time. It was as if a round of moonlight flickered at this time. That powerful and terrifying power kept changing at this time. Under the pressure of the King of Destruction's powerful power, Su Yan's aura began to be mobilized at this time. His 3 hearts kept beating, and a powerful force filled his body. Boom! The first collision. The fists of the two collided head-on. Su Yan clearly felt the terrifying power of the Shura King of Destruction. That power was so powerful that it could destroy everything. Even with his strength, he couldn't withstand it at this moment. Although Su Yan was in the form of a green-faced Azura, the toughness of his body was not restricted. It was still terrifying and extraordinary. However, after this punch, the skin on his fist was instantly peeled off, revealing the eerie white bones inside. At this moment, that terrifying aura kept going berserk. At this moment, everything between the sky and the earth seemed to have become silent. The only thing that existed was that eternal and inextinguishable light. Such power was simply too terrifying. That violent power was constantly changing at this moment. That was a terrifying power. Even King of Blood River felt like he was boiling at this time. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by him. In his opinion, such a way of fighting was simply stupid. Fighting against such a powerful being, he only cared about brute force. This was courting death. Sure enough, only a green-faced Shura with insufficient combat experience could do this. He clearly had an incomparable power lent to him by that lord. In the previous battle, he had already proved that his power was enough to defeat the King of Destruction. However, he chose to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He directly fought the King of Destruction with his physical body. This was stupid. After such a blow, Su Yan was not sent flying. With the power of the god-slaying king wrapped around him, his energy was not inferior to that guy's. It was just that his physical body was still not comparable to the powerful Shura king's. His flesh was shaved off, and even his bones were loosened a little. Su Yan's bones had become different from those of ordinary people. His bones were like glass and white jade, exuding an indescribable beauty. Of course, that was not just for show. It was because his physical body had reached a point where it could condense laws. His strength was simply too terrifying, which was why he was able to reach his current state. Su Yan looked straight ahead. Although the pain was constantly tearing at his nerves, he did not even frown. After this punch, the King of Destruction did not move forward. His gaze fell on Su Yan, and then he said, "No wonder you were valued by that senior. Just your spirit alone is enough to make me value you. You are a qualified Shura. However, I came here today to see that senior. How about you ask that senior to come out?" This time, he wanted to see what kind of person was behind the killing of his doppelganger. At this time, Su Yan took a deep breath again and said, "Simple. Defeat me." 4 words. However, they conveyed Su Yan's intention incisively and vividly. Do you want to see him? Simple. Just defeat me. As long as you defeat me, you will naturally be able to see him. Su Yan was not lying about this. As long as the King of Destruction killed him, the Godslayer's sword would naturally appear. Of course, this was not very likely. Perhaps the Godslayer's sword would have already appeared before he made a move. Ha ha ha, good, good. You are really admirable. Now, I no longer doubt that you are a kid who entered this place by luck. Even if you are, it doesn't matter. Because I have already acknowledged you. Defeat you? Then, here I come. At this time, he strode forward. His speed was extremely fast. His entire body was like a shooting star. In just an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. Just like before, he threw a punch. What a terrifying aura and terrifying power. Su Yan raised his fist as well. The last collision had caused his flesh to be shaved off and his bones to be damaged. However, when he attacked this time, the damage to his bones had healed, and even his flesh had started to grow back. This was why he was so freakish. After all, Su Yan's body had been baptized by lightning, so there was practically no need for him to hesitate at all when facing such formidable strength. The strength of such strength was simply indescribable. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was changing incessantly. His aura was leaping incessantly as well. After another collision, the King of Destruction's strength directly entered Su Yan's body. The terrifying destructive force immediately started to corrode Su Yan's body. However, Su Yan didn't care at all at this moment. At this moment, the only thought in his heart was to blast his strength out with all his might. The sound of wind and thunder could actually be heard from this punch. His strength was struggling with all his might, and the outcome of this punch was decided once again. Su Yan was still defeated miserably. After suffering such a punch, Su Yan had become extremely miserable, and his injuries were even more serious than the previous punch. However, at this moment, he didn't show any fear at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. This was because he had already felt that under the pressure of such power, the power in his body was showing signs of fusing. To him, pain was nothing at all. What he was afraid of was that no matter how hard he worked, he wouldn't be able to improve. He was afraid that he would shrink back out of fear. At this moment, his power flickered, and he was actually preparing to attack again. Even the King of Destruction was moved at this moment. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was able to reach where he was today. Since he was young, he had been crazy. Every time he fought, he would fight with his life on the line, even if he was facing an enemy who was stronger than him. He seemed to see his younger self in Su Yan again. At this moment, he suddenly realized that after becoming a king, although he still dared to fight, he still lacked the craziness. At this moment, Su Yan launched his third attack. The King of Destruction didn't hesitate. The best response to such an opponent was to defeat him with all his strength. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly realized that a layer of skin had broken on the tip of his finger. A small layer of skin was simply insignificant, and he didn't even feel it. However, at this moment, he was already shocked. One had to know how terrifying his physical body was. Even if he were to fight directly with the Blood River King, the Blood River King wouldn't be able to quickly cause him any harm at the beginning. However, Su Yan had done it, even if it was just an insignificant layer of skin. Alright, if that's the case, let's do it again. At this moment, he forgot everything. He only told himself that he would fight Su Yan as a king. Shura shatter, all things perish. The King of Destruction was undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence. The Blood River King was already strong enough by relying on the majesty of the Blood River. However, when facing the King of Destruction, he was still timid and didn't dare to go all out. This showed how terrifying the King of Destruction was. Chapter 984. Female Literature. At this moment, he truly regarded Su Yan as an opponent. The pressure on Su Yan immediately increased. At this moment, he was enduring an extremely terrifying pressure. Originally, he was already barely able to withstand such power, but now, it was even heavier. Every punch seemed to bear the weight of Mount Tai. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. The berserk power continued to batter his body, causing him to be baptized by the power of destruction. This Shura's power of destruction is considered powerful. The power of destruction is one of the heaviest and most terrifying powers in the world. It has unimaginable power, and the power is simply terrifying to the extreme. If you continue to bear it, even if your body is different from ordinary people, your life will be in danger. How about it? Don't struggle anymore. The Godslayer sword spoke again at this moment. Obviously, he wanted Su Yan to beg him. The existence of the regal sword soul was very mysterious. Even the Godslayer sword would need an unknown amount of time to completely analyze the regal sword soul. An hour was too short for him. This was a good opportunity to extort Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan almost didn't hear his words at this time. He was now focusing all his attention on the confrontation. The Blood River King's guess was right. The Godslayer sword's power blocked most of the attacks, but he couldn't block the attacks that came from pure power. Su Yan's body was still constantly injured. However, at this moment, Su Yan seemed to have completely ignored the pain in his body. He didn't use his power to defend his body. Instead, he constantly forced himself to release the power in his body. At this moment, he was using all his willpower to attack. This was an extremely crazy move, but it was also very normal. He knew very well that he was in a disadvantageous position. If he still thought about how to defend at this time, there was no better way than to rely on the power of the Godslayer sword. Of course, this was not the key point. The key point was that if he did this, he would lose an opportunity to become more powerful. Su Yan didn't care about winning or losing. He only cared about becoming stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he improve and break through all the shackles. At this moment, under the intense crisis, the great power in his body had been directly integrated. The terrifying aura was constantly changing at this moment. These powers were originally independent in Su Yan's body. However, at this moment of life and death, they were stimulated. It didn't matter if these powers had their own will or not, they had to be like this at this moment. This was because Su Yan was their main body. Parasitic body. If Su Yan died, then perhaps all of their plans would be for naught. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan was so reckless. The Buddha's heart shone with a golden brilliance at this moment. The Buddha's heart's sea of consciousness began to tremble. The other two hearts also erupted with power, as if they were competing with each other. The three hearts beat even more intensely. Originally, the strange mask on Su Yan's face would appear. However, in this place, Su Yan was able to suppress the power of the mask. Furthermore, he was currently supported by the power of Azura. After these powers fused, a strange change occurred again. At this time, the streams of power were constantly condensing and fusing, and the extremely powerful and terrifying power was raised to the extreme at this time. Destroy. At this moment, Su Yan also blasted out with a punch. The King of Destruction's myriad shattering fist was terrifying to the extreme. Such a power kept changing at this moment. At this moment, there were signs of a destructive power. King of Destruction was taken aback. He had never imagined that Su Yan's power would undergo such a drastic change. This kind of change in power was simply unparalleled. His power kept flickering at this moment, almost to the point of being infinite. Good boy, you can actually comprehend so much in your sea of consciousness. Even the King of Destruction couldn't help but admire Su Yan. Su Yan was fighting against his sea of consciousness, and he was in an absolute disadvantage. He was hovering between life and death, yet he could still comprehend so much. This was simply heaven-defying. Su Yan's power kept changing at this moment, as if it was trying to break free from the King of Destruction's punch. Your power is not bad, but it's a pity that you are still too weak. The King of Destruction was definitely not the kind of person who would show mercy to Su Yan just because he had unlimited potential. Since he had already made up his mind to fight, he naturally wanted to defeat Su Yan directly. He slightly increased his power. For him, it was just a slight pressure, but for Su Yan, it was extremely heavy. As soon as that burst of power erupted, it was immediately suppressed and forced back. Such a change in power was simply terrifying. At this time, the endless radiance of power displayed an unparalleled power. Everything became so terrifying at this moment. He found that even the sky above his head had been shattered by the King of Destruction's punch. Although the King of Destruction was powerful, he was only a Shura king after all. Naturally, he couldn't shatter the sky. The reason for this was that the power of the King of Destruction's punch had reached the point where it could affect the mind. This kind of punch was the most terrifying. Its power was already high and unparalleled, but it could still affect the mind and make all the willpower sink. Such a change was enough to bury countless experts. Compared to the external pressure, the real terrifying attack came from the mind. Although a person's limbs were intact and very healthy, if his heart died, he would become depressed and even directly walk towards death. At this moment, Su Yan felt the spiritual pressure that was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than the current pressure. However, Su Yan had suffered the torture of life and death. After experiencing countless ups and downs, his mind had become incomparably strong. His willpower would never waver because of these illusions. Kill! He roared furiously. His powerful and violent strength soared to the extreme at this moment. He was clearly at an absolute disadvantage, but at this moment, he actually withstood it. Although he hadn't reached the point where he could counterattack, the power of the King of Destruction couldn't suppress him any further. At this moment, his power was constantly trembling. Obviously, it had reached a critical point and seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Putting aside that mysterious and powerful figure, this kid is also a genius. Perhaps even Aina can't compare to him. The competition between Blood River King and King of Destruction had never stopped. Originally, in the competition of talents, Blood River King was also in an absolute disadvantage. However, Aina had appeared in his camp and swept away all the green-faced Shura who was below King of Destruction. This gave him a lot of face. As long as such a person didn't die, he might become another king in the future. Aina was already a genius, but at this moment, it seemed that Su Yan wasn't inferior to Aina. In fact, he might even be superior. Although he didn't participate in the battle, he had fought with King of Destruction before. He knew how terrifying this guy's 10,000 elephants shattering fist was. His body seems to be completely collapsing. At this moment, cracks had already appeared on Su Yan's green-faced Shura's body. Those cracks were spreading, and blood was flowing out from them. Your body is already collapsing. Once your body collapses, you'll die. Don't struggle anymore. Let me help you kill this guy with a single punch. What do you think? To the Godslayer sword, this was a good opportunity for him. The more difficult it was for Su Yan, the greater his bargaining chip would be. When one was on the verge of life and death, one's willpower would often be at its weakest. However, to his anger, Su Yan didn't have any intention of saying anything. Even at this moment, you're still able to bitterly hold on. You're pretty powerful. Unfortunately, if this is all you've got, you'll still die. At this moment, the King of Destruction's fist grew a bit heavier. Su Yan's world had turned completely dark. At this moment, his sense of helplessness had been severed. At this moment, Su Yan was only fighting with his willpower. If this were to continue, he would die. However, Su Yan knew that he absolutely couldn't give up. The reason for that was because giving up meant failure. Su Yan knew that he had reached an extremely crucial point. How could I possibly give up? All of your power, mobilize all of it. Motherfucker, if you don't want to die with your daddy, then unleash all of your power. He was shouting and screaming in his heart. It was as if he was a monster, as if he was a ferocious beast. Right at this moment, a sound was heard. It was the sound of his flesh exploding. He was continuously calling for power, increasing his power to the limit. Unfortunately, this sort of increase was already at its limit. Thus, his body began to collapse. You failed. Brat, why are you still hesitating at a time like this? The Godslayer sword wanted to grasp this final opportunity. After all, Su Yan's body was already collapsing. At this moment, he was already standing on the verge of death. However, Su Yan still didn't respond. It was as if this body was no longer his. Damn it, you bastard. Consider your daddy to be afraid of you. At this moment, he finally decided that even if Su Yan didn't request anything from him, he would still channel his power into Su Yan's body to help him strengthen and even transform. Chapter 985. Female literature. After all, if Su Yan's physical body really died, there would be very serious consequences. However, just as he was about to mobilize his power, Su Yan directly shouted in his mind, "Get out of my way." At this moment, Su Yan rejected the powerful power of the Godslayer sword. Almost at the same time, his arm was shattered, and his body was cracked. He was already in a miserable state. What's going on? At this point, that person still hasn't made a move. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? That the existence of that power is fake? Or perhaps the inheritance is real, but the power left behind might not be that strong? At this time, the Blood River King's thoughts moved again. After all, according to his understanding, the powerful Great Emperor Shura should have made a move to help Su Yan at this time. However, he still didn't do anything. Had he decided to abandon Su Yan, or was he simply unable to do so despite having the will? If it was the latter, then he would have to make a move. After all, this was something related to Great Emperor Shura. He wouldn't let it go no matter what. Senior, since you are unwilling to come out and meet me, I will destroy him completely. The King of Destruction opened his mouth at this time. Then, his powerful power finally covered everything. The light of destruction had completely enveloped Su Yan. The power of the light of annihilation was terrifying. Everything that came into contact with this ray of light was turned into dust in an instant. From this, one could see just how powerful the power was. Annihilation, stop right there. At this time, the Blood River King suddenly made a move. Naturally, he didn't want to save Su Yan. The real reason he made a move was because he believed that he had obtained the inheritance of Great Emperor Shura. A red light directly rose into the sky like a terrifying blood sword. Such a powerful power was simply indescribable at this time. The terror of that power was almost unimaginable. The role that the Blood River Monarch wanted to play was obviously not honorable. Not only did he want to obtain the inheritance, but he also wanted to severely injure the Destruction Monarch. Even if he couldn't kill the King of Destruction, he still had to injure the King of Destruction. Only then could he truly obtain the inheritance. Otherwise, the King of Destruction would always be a threat. Of course, it would be best if he could kill the King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan's strength had risen to an extremely terrifying level. His strength was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's power was constantly wavering, and as time passed, his aura became weaker and weaker, like a candle that was about to be extinguished. At this moment, it was already a battle between two kings. The power of these two kings was too strong for him. Moreover, he was already a leaf in the wind. Naturally, no one paid any attention to him. King of Destruction said directly, "Blood River, I knew you wouldn't stay put. Are you trying to take advantage of this situation? You're thinking too much. Since you've already made your move, I'll kill you as well." At this time, the Destruction Monarch's gaze shifted. At this time, the Destruction Monarch was absolutely terrifying. His eyes were shining with the purest and most terrifying light of destruction. When the blood-red light rushed towards him, he didn't pause at all and directly punched out. At this time, his strength erupted to an invincible level. At this time, the two kings finally clashed again. "Destruction Monarch, you want to kill someone in front of me? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Since your will wants to fight with me, I'll fulfill your wish." In an instant, the blood-red light shone brightly, and the sound of swooshing filled the entire sky. Under such power, everything became silent. "Humph, what a joke. Hypocrite. But it doesn't matter. It's just a battle. Do you think you can take advantage of this situation?" At this moment, the Destruction Monarch blasted out the manifestation of Shura's fist technique again. The terrifying power of destruction directly collided with the power of the Blood River. The Destruction Monarch had always been incomparably domineering. If he wanted to fight, he wouldn't have any fear. However, after becoming a king, his indomitable aura seemed to have weakened a little. However, when he was fighting with Su Yan just now, the fearless madness of Su Yan awakened him. Only now did he suddenly realize that after becoming a king, because he knew more and possessed more, he had unknowingly become a little fearful and fearful. Although in the eyes of others, he was still that fearless and decisive Azura king, only he knew that he had changed. He had become timid and fearful. He had become fearful. He had become fearful. This was definitely not the style of the Destruction Monarch. Therefore, at this time, he didn't care about anything. Since this guy wanted to fight, he would fulfill his wish. Now, he wanted to find the indomitable and powerful him from back then. Therefore, when he attacked, he didn't hesitate at all. When this punch blasted out, it was almost as if it would destroy and sweep away everything. At this time, the Blood River King was shocked. The Destruction Monarch had actually taken a desperate stance at this time. Although he knew that the King of Destruction had always been like this, he had never been as reckless as he was now. He was willing to follow the King of Destruction through life and death. Was the Destruction Monarch crazy? He didn't know that the Destruction Monarch had suddenly understood his true intentions, which was why he was so desperate. At first, the Blood River King didn't understand. However, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Damn it. Could it be that this guy has also discovered the inheritance of great Emperor Shura? Is that why he's so desperate to compete with me? Now, it seemed that this was the most likely thing. When he thought of this, his heart immediately beat faster. That was the inheritance of a great emperor. It was an extremely important thing. He absolutely couldn't let it fall into the hands of this guy. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be suppressed to the point of suffocation. After all, this guy was already very powerful. If he also obtained such a terrifying inheritance, the Blood River King wouldn't even have a chance to survive. When he thought of this, he already knew that this was the time for him to go all out. At this time, his strength directly increased at this time. His powerful aura constantly flowed at this time. That terrifying power seemed to be very violent at this time. The power of the Blood River, protect me. Although he was already far away from the Blood River City, as long as he was still within a certain range, his power would be able to resonate with the Blood River. This was the most powerful and terrifying part of him. At this time, the surging Blood River seemed to have heard his call. It directly rolled up endless waves and flew towards him. In an instant, his strength increased. Humph, Blood River, this is more like it. At this time, the Destruction Monarch didn't show any fear. Instead, he tried his best to increase his strength to the extreme. His aura changed, and his strength became even more powerful to an incomparably terrifying extent. The battle between the two kings directly began. The Destruction Monarch strode forward in large strides, showing endless majesty. At the beginning, the Blood River King wanted to test the waters, but at this time, a life and death battle was about to begin. At this time, between the powerful auras of the two, suddenly, an aura began to rise. Compared to the auras of the two kings, this sudden appearance of power was naturally not worth mentioning. But to be able to increase one's aura under such a terrifying aura was already an extremely amazing thing. What, he's not dead yet? This was almost the same thought of the two kings. They naturally felt that this was Su Yan's aura. Previously, Su Yan was clearly surrounded by a powerful destructive force, and that hidden expert didn't seem to have made a move to protect him. Under such circumstances, Su Yan should be dead for sure. His body should have directly broken and shattered. But at this time, Su Yan, who should have disappeared, his aura rose again, and his strength was displayed at this time. At this time, Su Yan strode forward and said directly, "I'm just lucky that I'm not dead yet." At this time, his voice was full of vigor, and a strong sense of confidence permeated from his words. At this time, the two kings realized that Su Yan had undergone a huge change. His skin had turned blue. Blue-faced Shura. In other words, under the terrifying destructive force, not only did Su Yan not die, but he directly broke through and reached the level of the blue-faced Shura. Moreover, he seemed to be a little different from the other Shura. There was a tattoo on his skin, but this tattoo was too faint, so it couldn't be seen clearly. At this time, Su Yan directly looked up to the sky and roared. This was because he clearly knew that he had finally made a breakthrough. He was no longer the 10 dragons, but a venerable. He had finally reached the level of a venerable that he had always dreamed of, and the manifestation in the Shura realm was the blue-faced venerable. At this time, the King of Destruction abandoned the Blood River King and directly suppressed Su Yan. Good boy, you can actually break through like this. I want to see who is protecting you. However, at this time, an extremely terrifying force erupted. The moment that force appeared, even a terrifying existence like the King of Destruction was suppressed to the ground in an instant. Of course, the Blood River King in the distance was the same. Noisy and annoying. The Godslayer sword was in a bad mood. This was originally an opportunity to force Su Yan, but he didn't expect Su Yan to break through under such circumstances. This made him feel extremely depressed. Therefore, he didn't hold back against the King of Destruction at this moment. After such a blow, the two kings looked at each other. Chapter 986. Girls' literature. In terms of the power of this attack, neither of the two Azura kings could withstand it. From this, it could be seen that if that Azura king wanted to kill them, they would already be dead. In fact, the Godslayer sword did have the intention to kill the two Shura kings. However, in the end, it still held back its strength. For him, killing two Shura kings at the level of Tao Master would take a lot of effort. If he really did kill them, it would be a big loss. Not only would he not get any benefits, but he would also waste his strength. Therefore, he only slapped the two big shots away. That was all. Su Yan, you promised me an hour. You can't go back on your word, he said directly. An hour was better than nothing. The last time he came into contact with the Godslayer sword, he had already touched on some secrets. He believed that as long as he was given more time, he would be able to learn more. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Su Yan immediately communicated with the very supreme sword soul. At this time, the Godslayer sword immediately probed the very supreme sword soul with a sword intent. This action was like a thirsty man seeing his beloved woman, but the style of this picture was always so discordant. Su Yan no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he turned his attention back to the two kings. To be honest, if the Godslayer sword could directly kill the two kings and then let it devour the two living kings, his strength would be greatly improved again. However, Su Yan knew that this was not realistic. Not to mention whether the Godslayer sword was willing to help him at this time, and whether it could kill the two Shura kings. Even if it killed them, it would be difficult for Su Yan to devour their origins at this time. The two of them were so powerful that even if they died, the origins they left behind would be extremely terrifying. At this time, Su Yan really did not have the ability to devour their origins. Moreover, this was probably something that would affect the whole situation. However, aside from this, the benefits that Su Yan had obtained today were already huge enough. When they were fighting earlier, the powerful destructive power directly poured into his body, forcing him to use all his strength. At that moment, he was really in a dilemma between life and death. Even the Godslayer sword felt that he would definitely die under such a terrifying force. However, Su Yan forcefully pulled through. Moreover, in that moment of life and death, he successfully comprehended the true essence of life and death. Afterwards, he reached a state of destruction and re-establishment. In just a short while, his strength rapidly increased. He had been stuck at the 10 Dragons realm for a long time. The 10 Dragons realm was extremely powerful, and it was enough to compete with Tao Masters. Ordinary one origin Tao Masters were no match for him, and he could even defeat more powerful existences. However, it was precisely because this realm was so powerful that Su Yan had to bear a huge price to pay to break through it. While it gave Su Yan great power, it was like a strong cage that sealed Su Yan's power. Starting from the Shura grottos to entering the Shura realm, Su Yan had devoured 8 blue-faced Shura. The power of 8 blue-faced Shura was enormous and terrifying. Even if Su Yan could only devour and absorb 1/10 of this power, it was still an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, because of the strength and uniqueness of Su Yan's highest power, he could devour at least 70% of the power of a blue-faced Shura. However, even so, he still could not break through the shackles. It was obvious how difficult it was to break through this realm. Of course, this also brought Su Yan enough benefits. Under the support of such power, Su Yan's power was constantly compressed and became extremely stagnant. The same power would be like a sandstone to an ordinary expert, but Su Yan's power had reached the level of a small mountain. In other words, the density was completely different from the density in his previous world. However, the density could not be increased indefinitely, and it would eventually reach a limit. When this limit came, even if Su Yan devoured 100 or more blue-faced Shura, his strength would not increase any further. Therefore, Su Yan was so eager to improve his realm. After all, in cultivation, no matter how strong one's battle strength was, one's realm could not be ignored. No matter how strong one's battle strength was, without the support of one's realm, it would only be a moon in the well. Su Yan saw this opportunity when he was fighting outside the shattered realm. At the moment of life and death, all the power in his body was awakened. The powerful shattered realm constantly stimulated him, forcing him to become even stronger. In particular, the last shattered all creations attack was simply to kill Su Yan completely. That was King Shura's way of forcing out the hidden expert behind Su Yan. He thought that the mysterious expert could easily destroy his will clone, so his strength must be very terrifying. When he wanted to kill Su Yan directly, the mysterious expert would definitely show up. However, even in the end, he did not see that mysterious shadow. Instead, Su Yan broke the shackles under the realm of death and reached a new level. Now, Su Yan had stepped into the venerable realm. In this world, he had devoured so much power of Shura, including the inheritance of the king's mark. At this time, he had naturally become an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. At this moment, all the auras in the world had become different. For Su Yan, this was an extremely strange feeling. He saw everything in this world more clearly, and he understood it more clearly. He could feel his strength, and he could feel the changes in the power in his body. At this moment, he felt like he was about to faint. At this moment, the after-effects were immediately apparent. After all, it was not easy to walk between life and death. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would definitely not allow himself to faint at this time. This was because fainting would be handing his life over to these two powerful and terrifying kings. However, at this moment, he was fearless. This was because he believed that the powerful attack that the Godslayer sword had used to vent his anger was enough to let these two powerful kings know that he had a powerful backer. It had to be said that the Godslayer sword's attack was simply a stroke of genius. With a plop, Su Yan fell to the ground and directly fainted. His sea of consciousness began to fall silent. At this time, the Godslayer sword's powerful and terrifying pressure had already passed. However, neither the King of Blood River nor the King of Destruction had gotten up at this time. Even the King of Shura was frightened at this time. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, that power just now had far exceeded their imagination. The power of that attack was enough to easily kill them. However, for some reason, this power was restrained at the last moment. They were still wondering if that powerful and terrifying existence had some special decree, but they did not know that the only reason they were able to survive was because the Godslayer sword felt that it would be too much of a loss to kill them, so it did not kill them. This world was so cruel. Even for powerful kings like these two, their lives were so fragile. In the face of an even more powerful existence, what did the dignity of a king count for? Even the proud King of Destruction had no choice but to show respect for the strong at this time. Destruction, it's all your fault. I almost died because of you. After a long time, when he was sure that the powerful existence that had suddenly attacked him was no longer moving, the King of Blood River got up. Now, he was still afraid. The attack of love just now was really too terrifying. The sudden burst of terrifying power made him feel so small. That feeling was like an ordinary Shura facing a huge mountain falling from the sky. If the mountain had not mysteriously disappeared, he would have died at this time. This feeling was really not good, and it made him feel very uneasy. It turned out that he, who was so proud of himself, was so fragile. Ever since he became a king, he had not felt like this for a long time. At this time, the King of Destruction looked at him coldly, and then said disdainfully, "Humph, Blood River, if you weren't greedy and wanted to snatch the inheritance that you thought was yours, you wouldn't have met with this disaster. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? So, don't talk nonsense here. If you are unwilling to accept this, then let's fight to the death here." The King of Destruction was also extremely angry at this time. This time, he really suffered a big loss. Not only did he lose two powerful blue-faced Shura subordinates, but he also lost his will clone. Not only that, but he also almost died here. When he thought of the powerful force just now and how powerless he was in front of it, that feeling made him angry. In fact, he was very similar to Su Yan. He hated the feeling of powerlessness when facing the strong. He wanted to become stronger because he knew very well that only by becoming stronger could he have his own dignity. At this time, the two kings suddenly stopped talking. Their eyes fell on the unconscious Su Yan. At this time, the Blood River King suddenly said, Anyway, you are not allowed to attack Su Yan now. He is an important guest of my Blood River city." After the two kings felt such power, they naturally knew that the attack just now came from Su Yan. In other words, there was an extremely powerful existence in his body. Chapter 987. Female Literature. The Blood River King had already realized this when he entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness the last time. However, he had only taken a quick glance at that time, so he wasn't clear about all this. However, at this moment, he couldn't be any clearer. He had clearly felt that power and had almost paid the price of death for it. Why that powerful existence was in Su Yan's body was no longer important. What was important was that it really existed. Now, even if he was given a few more guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke Su Yan. If that extremely terrifying power hadn't been withdrawn and had landed directly in his body, he would have died. He had spent a lot of time and suffered a lot to be able to successfully reach this step, so he cherished everything he had now. It was because it wasn't easy to obtain that he knew how to cherish it all the more. Of course, if he were to say something undignified, it would be that he was afraid of death. This time, he was really afraid of death. However, he also saw an opportunity. If that existence in Su Yan's body could give him guidance, then he might have a chance to break through. Therefore, he now had to worship Su Yan like a bodhisattva. Of course, he knew that the King of Destruction wouldn't attack Su Yan at this time. Unless he was so stupid that he didn't care about his life and had to provoke that powerful and terrifying existence, he wouldn't dare to do so. However, he was afraid that the King of Destruction had the same idea as him. After all, being able to have a good relationship with such a powerful expert might be extremely beneficial to him. The King of Destruction sneered and said, "You're a natural slave. You'll never surpass me." The King of Destruction stood up again and bowed respectfully in the direction of Su Yan. "Thank you for not killing me, Senior." After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Not killing him. When he said those words, even his soul was trembling. Someone as powerful as him actually had to say those words today. This was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. Perhaps when he broke through to become a ruler, he would be able to protect his life under this powerful force. To become stronger, everything was fake. Only strength was the most real existence. Blood River King sneered coldly as he watched King Destruction disappear into the distance. The two of them had always been on different paths, so he didn't care about what the King of Destruction thought. What he needed to do now was to bring Su Yan back to Blood River City. At this time, Su Yan's value was too great. Putting aside the mysterious and powerful existence behind him, Su Yan himself was already very valuable. With such a powerful character protecting him, Su Yan would definitely become a king, no, even an emperor. Furthermore, he had also witnessed Su Yan's ruthlessness. This fellow had the same temperament as King of Destruction. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more so to himself. If such a character continued to grow, he wouldn't be surprised even if he became a Shura great emperor. In his opinion, Su Yan was a powerful genius destined to grow up. In the future, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying figure. Since that was the case, it was very good to be on good terms with him now. He walked in front of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had completely fallen into a coma. However, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts about Su Yan because he didn't know if the person in Su Yan's body was looking at him at this time. He said respectfully, "Senior, since little friend Su Yan has fallen into a coma, Junior Blood River will bring him back to Blood River City. After all, this is the wilderness, so there will always be danger. If there is any disrespect, please forgive me." The wilderness was always dangerous, not to mention that this was the Shura world with a harsh environment. In this land, Blood River King and King of Destruction were naturally the most powerful Shura, but they were not the top existences. There were extremely powerful demon beasts here, and there was definitely more than one that could threaten the two of them. Seeing that Su Yan didn't have any reaction, he was a little disappointed. In fact, he hoped to directly communicate with that mysterious existence. As long as there was communication, then he might have other opportunities. However, since that expert didn't speak at this time, he naturally couldn't force it. Fortunately, Su Yan was still in front of him. When Su Yan woke up, he would ask him about that expert, so he directly carried Su Yan. When he carried Su Yan's body, he frowned slightly. Because Su Yan actually made him feel a little heavy. He was the dignified Shura king, and his strength was definitely in the upper echelon among the Shura kings. However, Su Yan's body actually made him feel a little heavy. Although this feeling wasn't strong, it was enough to show how powerful and terrifying Su Yan's body was. Moreover, he also noticed the lines on the surface of Su Yan's body. He was also very unfamiliar with these lines, and he didn't even have the slightest clue about them. However, all of this made him even more curious about Su Yan. He shook his head, shook everything away, and directly soared into the sky. The most important thing now was to settle Su Yan down and wait for Su Yan to wake up. After the two kings left, the empty land became quiet again. Because of the battle, this place had long been changed beyond recognition. However, such a scene was actually very common in the Shura world. Battles in the Shura world had always been very terrifying, and such a thing was actually not rare. However, not long after they left, the empty land suddenly surged, and then a black shadow appeared. The black shadow was very huge and hazy, and it was impossible to see its real appearance. However, there was a consciousness at the bottom of the black shadow. What a powerful force! It seems that a good prey has appeared. The consciousness of the black shadow kept floating like a whirlwind, spreading to the surroundings. Everywhere that was covered by the black shadow was once again annihilated. If the two Shura kings were here, they would definitely be shocked after seeing such a scene. That was because the power was too strong, and it had surpassed them. In this generation, they were well aware of the powerful demonic beasts, but they had never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence. The Blood River King directly returned to Blood River City. Su Yan was wrapped in a bloody light and came in front of Gina Xiu. When he saw Gina Xiu's appearance, he frowned because he could see that Gina Xiu's vitality had been lost even more. Gina Xiu did not have much time left to live, and at this time, he could not even live for 10 years. 10 years, for a powerful blue-faced Shura, was a very short time. Moreover, the time here was different from the time in the infinite world. However, at this time, even if he wanted to, he was already powerless. He had already helped Gina Xiu to extend his life once. Now, unless he was willing to spend more power, there was no way he could increase Gina Xiu's strength. However, that was not worth it. In the end, in the eyes of a Shura king, there was no such thing as friendship for a blue-faced Shura. The reason why he was so vexed by Qin Nuxiu's life was because Qin Nuxiu was a very good subordinate. With his existence, his Blood River City would be able to be maintained in an orderly manner. As such, he would be able to peacefully cultivate. But now, he had just suffered a powerful blow from the Godslayer sword. Although the Godslayer sword had retracted its fatal power at the last moment, he was still injured. The stronger one was, the harder it was to be injured. However, once injured, one would have to pay a great price to recover. Gina Xiu, take good care of Su Yan. Treat him in the best way possible. Do you understand? The Blood River King directly said to Gina Xiu. Gina Xiu immediately replied, rest assured, great king. I will do my best to take good care of Su Yan. Gina Xiu was a shrewd person. Of course, he saw the state of the Blood River King at this time. It was obvious that he was injured. He was shocked. Could it be that the Blood River King and the King of Destruction really fought to the death? He was actually injured. This really surprised him. He knew that at this point, the Shura King would generally not fight to the death. However, he also knew what he was allowed to know and what he was not allowed to inquire about. At this time, since the Blood River King did not say anything, he naturally would not ask anymore. At the same time, he also found that Su Yan's skin color had changed. At this time, he was already a blue-faced Shura. How fast was this? When Su Yan first entered the city, he seemed to have just become a blue-faced Shura. At that time, there were still many ignorant existences who wanted to make a move on Su Yan. In the end, Su Yan directly used the Shura fire to intimidate them. He even did not hesitate to kill the Bear Face's son. Well, I'm going to return to the Blood River to cultivate in seclusion. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me. Also, you can rest assured that the King of Destruction won't come looking for trouble for a while. As for your life, the next time the Shura cave opens, I will think of a way to get the pills from that world to extend your life. The world that the Blood River King was talking about was naturally the Wuji world. The Shura world was too cruel and the environment was very harsh. Therefore, the Shura who lived here were almost all generally strong. However, it was also because of this that it was difficult for them to have other skills besides fighting, such as alchemy. Alchemy was very popular in the Wuji world where Su Yan lived. Almost every sect had their own unique pills. Among the top 10 most powerful sects in the 9 regions, there was a sect called the Profound Pill Sect. It was established with a superb alchemy technique. Chapter 988. Female literature. Not only could powerful pills heal injuries, but they could also break through realms and extend one's life. The reason why the Shura liked to enter the Wuji world so much was because they were attracted by it. If they could plunder powerful weapons and precious pills, it would be a good thing for them. Of course, if they could completely invade that world and connect the two, it would be for the best. This was an instinctive struggle for survival. Thank you for your concern, Great King. However, I am very satisfied that Na Xiu was able to live until now. Na Xiu said directly. The Blood River King did not waste any more words and left Blood River City. Na Xiu was not only outstanding, but he also knew when to advance and retreat. This was what he admired about him. At this time, he directly headed towards the Blood River. The surging Blood River contained extremely terrifying power and was the foundation of his cultivation. Therefore, the Blood River King's real residence was actually in the Blood River. With the help of the Blood River's water, he could heal his injuries faster. This Blood River contained a huge amount of power, but it was also very dangerous. However, it was also very dangerous. Only a small branch of the river flowed through the Blood River City, and it could not be considered as magnificent. If he could feel the power at the upper reaches of the Blood River, his strength would definitely be able to increase further. However, that would need to be done bit by bit. Speaking of which, his strength was still too weak. The King of Destruction would feel angry because of his lack of strength. Naturally, he also felt it, but it was not as strong as the Blood River King's. Not long after, he finally sank into the Blood River. As soon as he entered the Blood River, the water of the Blood River established a little connection with him, and the power directly gathered towards his body. In the end, I'm still too weak. The place where he could stay now was not the depths of the Blood River, but a more shallow place. If he could go deeper, he would be able to receive a stronger baptism. However, the deeper he went, the stronger the power of the Blood River would be. Even if he was already a powerful king, he still could not withstand it. In fact, in this world, the Blood River King was definitely not the only one who used the Blood River as a foundation to cultivate. In the depths of the Shura world, there are people who have mastered the Shura Blood River technique. In the legends, there was even a Shura the Great who used the Blood River as his foundation. However, it was extremely difficult for an abbot to use the river of blood to enter the Tao. It was unknown how many people had sacrificed their lives for this. Su Yan once again began to hibernate in that rusty manner. This time, his slumber was very deep, to the point that he had lost all awareness of his surroundings. At this time, if someone attacked him, then he would definitely die. At this time, the person who came to take care of Su Yan was Ellen. As for Linda, she was already dead. The one who killed her was not Carlot or Arthur's, but Ellen. She killed Linda with her own hands. In fact, the reason was very simple. Linda was not a reliable person. Her existence was a loophole. They could survive this time, but what about the next time? She couldn't guarantee it. Ellen had already seen that Su Yan, the demon from beyond, was actually a soft-hearted person. Although he never showed mercy when killing Shura, he was still very good to his own people. After all, Linda had been with him for a while, so Su Yan might not do anything. Perhaps it was more likely that she would be left to her own devices. Therefore, Ellen simply killed Linda directly. This was indeed very shameful, but this was the Shura world. At this time, she dismissed the other servants in the manor, and then left herself to take care of Su Yan. In Aganda town, she was a retainer, and also a plaything. Although she had some status in front of others, it was only in the eyes of the most ordinary townsfolk. In Aganda town, she was just a servant. But now, although she was only Su Yan's slave, her status was very different. At this time, even the town lord treated her with courtesy. She knew clearly that this was all because of Su Yan, so she cherished it all the more. Everyone had their own ambitions. Ellen was no exception. She wanted to become more powerful, and she wanted to have a higher status. In the past, she could only think about these things. She wanted to put in more effort and then become Karl Aganda's consort. Maybe that was the limit. But now, she saw a new hope. Through this short period of time together, she already knew that this master of hers was not a stingy person. As long as he became stronger, he might not be stingy with her improvement. Just like last time, he helped her improve her aptitude. Over the past few days, her cultivation had become faster. In just a few days, her cultivation had improved a lot. At this time, she felt that she even saw the hope of becoming a green-faced Shura. Green-faced Shura. At that time, even Karl Aganda was so enthusiastic about this realm, and his people were not qualified to yearn for this realm. But now, not only could she look forward to it, she even felt that she could reach this realm soon. After seeing hope, ambition would also be awakened. No matter which world it was, perhaps all creatures were like this. This was their instinct. At this time, Su Yan had become a green-faced Shura, and Ellen was even more enthusiastic. The Shura was a creature that worshipped the strong. In fact, whether Su Yan was an invader or not had much to do with her. During the time she was in contact with Su Yan, the will of the Shura realm could not affect her, which made her mind more transparent. In fact, when they first saw Su Yan, their first reaction was to kill Su Yan because of the influence of the will of the Shura realm. They lived in the Shura realm, and the will of the heavens naturally had a certain influence on them. Perhaps no one realized that the weaker a person was, the more they would be influenced by the will of the heavens. But when she stayed with Su Yan, it was as if there was a shielded area around Su Yan. Without this imperceptible influence, her own mind would be released. She looked at Su Yan with worship, yearning, and a trace of awe, as well as a trace of desire to possess. Her hand gently stroked Su Yan's face. It was also a woman's nature to worship the strong opposite sex. At this moment, she suddenly retracted her hand. Even though she had managed to escape in time, she could still feel pain coming from her palm. Unknowingly, Su Yan's skin had become scalding hot. That power made her apprehensive. At this moment, Su Yan's body changed again, and a soft light appeared. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this scene. Because at this time, the soft light outside Su Yan's body began to slowly change. In the end, the gentle light actually turned into threads of light. Su Yan's body gently floated, and the silk threads began to wrap around the surface of Su Yan's body little by little. Ellen was at a loss at this time. Her strength was indeed not strong, and she had not even reached the level of a green-faced Shura. She yearned for the strong, so whenever she had the chance, she would study the transformation process of those strong. But in all the records she had read, there was no description related to this. At this time, she calmed herself down. She knew that Su Yan was not a person of this world, so many things could not be calculated with common sense. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little relieved that she had made the right decision to chase away those unnecessary people. The city lord seemed to value Su Yan very much. At this time, he would definitely not disturb Su Yan. But at this time, she still had to guard Su Yan and not let other people come in. At this time, Su Yan was in the process of transformation. After he broke through the 10 dragons realm, Shura's strength increased first, and then he became a green-faced Shura. But Shura's strength was definitely not his origin, and it was only a kind of strength on the surface. The real strength began to transform and increase at this time. The silk threads became thicker and thicker, and in the end, it formed a huge cocoon, and Su Yan was in this cocoon. The emergence of the cocoon sealed all the energy inside, protecting Su Yan, and at the same time, no energy leaked out. Seeing that Su Yan did not make any more noise at this time, Ellen's heart was relieved. Then she guarded the door to prevent other accidents from happening. At this time, Aina returned. There were many wounds on his body, and on his abdomen, there was even a piece of flesh missing. It could be seen that he had gone through an extremely fierce battle. Although he was only a green-faced Shura, he was recognized by everyone as a genius. His fighting strength was so strong that even a green-faced Shura would be afraid of him. But at this time, he was so miserable. It could be seen how fierce the battle he had experienced was. Looking at him like this, Nana directly asked, "You went to the abyss of demon beasts?" The abyss of demon beasts was a huge abyss nearby. There were many powerful demon beasts living there, and in the depths of it, there were powerful demon beasts that could compete with or even kill a Shura king. In order to earn Shura money, ordinary Shura would go into the abyss of demon beasts to hunt demon beasts to complete the task. Of course, more than 99% of people did not dare to go deep, and only hunted those demon beasts in the outermost periphery. However, even so, the death rate there was still very high. Chapter 989. Female literature. Yes, if I want to become stronger, I can only fight more fiercely, Aina said directly. After the King of Destruction left, he was very angry, but he couldn't do anything. Strength. The root of all this was still the gap in strength. If his strength was terrifying enough, why would he care about these things? So at this time, he simply ignored everything else and directly entered the abyss of demon beasts to hunt. Aina had always been a radical, so he killed all the way into the abyss of demon beasts. As a result, he encountered a powerful demon tiger, which was a terrible demon beast that could kill a blue-faced Shura. After a series of life and death battles, he finally escaped. Tan Rui sighed and suddenly said, "Aina, you are very outstanding, but you have to remember, don't lose your heart. However, wandering between life and death can indeed improve your strength. By the way, Su Yan has become a blue-faced Shura." Tan Rui told the news to Aina. Aina would know the news sooner or later. There was not much difference between earlier and later. Hearing Tan Rui's words, Aina was very surprised. So fast. Yes, Su Yan's speed of improvement was too fast. It should be known that he was also a genius, but he had been in the blue-faced Shura for a long time. Of course, it was not that he couldn't improve, but because he suppressed his own realm so that he could become stronger when he became a blue-faced Shura. To a certain extent, cultivation was very similar to building a house. That is, the more solid the foundation, the greater the achievements that could be achieved. If you did everything in a hurry, then you would be stuck in a rut, unable to move forward half a step. In his opinion, since Su Yan was a genius like him, then he would most likely suppress his cultivation like him until he reached a very perfect level, then he would break through to the blue-faced Shura. But at this time, Su Yan had become a blue-faced Shura. At this time, Nana Rui said, "You should understand that Su Yan is not the same as you. Otherwise, the king would not value him so much." Aina said, "Indeed, I can see it too. But since he has become a blue mask Shura, I have to hurry up." At this time, Jenna Rui said, "There's no need for that. You don't need to compare yourself with him. You just need to make yourself stronger. Alright, you don't have to say anything more. I naturally have my own plans. The Shura caves are about to open again. I heard that this time, the Shura caves will be bigger than the previous ones. The Shura cave that the King of Destruction presided over is nothing compared to this. Am I right?" Rusty heaved a sigh. He didn't want to tell Aina this news, but Aina still found out. When the Shura grotto opened, the passage between the two worlds would be opened as well. According to Aina's personality, he would definitely want to enter and fight. Everyone felt that the strength of the cultivators in that world could not be compared to that of Shura, so they all wanted to enter and take advantage of it. However, Nana Rui had personally experienced it. He knew that there were also super powerhouses in the Wuji world. Even among those of the same realm, there were extremely terrifying powerhouses. Entering that world was not a good thing. This time, the Shura Grotto was presided over by the king, so its scale was naturally huge. Moreover, the lowest threshold to enter this place was the blue-faced Shura. If one had not become a blue-faced Shura, no matter how heaven-defying one's combat strength was, one would not be allowed to enter. This was because it was no different from courting death. The suppression of the laws was enough to kill one directly. Hyena, wait for the next time. You haven't accumulated enough. Advancing now won't benefit you much in the future, Rusty said directly. At this time, Hyena said, Nana Roy, since I was young, I have regarded you as my father, so I won't let you die like this. I know you don't have much time left, so I can't wait any longer. These few days, I will enter the abyss of monsters and find a way to improve myself. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The two powers in Su Yan's body began to entangle, and then began to evolve into a third power. After breaking through to the 10 dragons, his power began to transform again, and gradually began to form a third power. That power was Su Yan's new starting point. Under the condensation of the Grand Supreme Power, everything gradually merged, causing Su Yan's strength to increase rapidly without him knowing. At this time, the Godslayer's sword had already retreated from the Grand Supreme Sword Soul's senses. Although it was only half an hour, he still had some gains, but it wasn't too great. At this time, his will felt Su Yan's transformation, and he couldn't help but say, this kid is really lucky to be able to merge these powers. Hee, I'm looking forward to seeing how far this kid can go. Fate is really a fun thing. The word fate was too mysterious and unfathomable. Su Yan's body carried too many things. The Buddha's inheritance, the power of the great devil dragon's heart, the power of the demon god's heart, and the great devil sky lord's fingerbone. No matter which one it was extremely terrifying. The demon god's heart itself was a terrifying thing. Moreover, the one who inserted the demon god's heart into Su Yan's body was the master of the divine devil island. These people chose to link their fates with Su Yan's. It was like playing chess, and they began to arrange in advance. However, at this time, although the chess pieces had been arranged, no one could tell who would be the final winner in the end. In the huge cocoon, the blue color of Su Yan's flesh gradually disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. That little bit of power began to increase, and in the end, it finally became an extremely condensed power. His corporeal body was actually like jade. And the bones and blood in his body were even more so. This was a thorough transformation, and Su Yan's strength at this time became even more powerful. Another 10 days passed, and the entire Blood River City was extraordinarily calm. Blood River City was the most lively place in this area. It was under the protection of the Blood River King, so many Shura people came here to recuperate and also to trade. But in these few days, Blood River City was very calm. The flow of people was still very high, but not many people dared to make a racket in the city. Maybe it was because the king's battle a few days ago gave them too much pressure. These ordinary Shura people, they were the lowest people in the Shura world, struggling on the boundary between life and death. Ellen was still guarding outside the door. In the past few days, Gina Roy came to visit every day, but was blocked by her. She didn't want Gina Roy to see Su Yan's appearance at this time. At this time, Gina Roy came again. This was the 4th time he came here. Miss Ellen, brother Su Yan hasn't woken up yet? Gina Roy looked quite anxious. Ellen said, City Lord, my master has indeed not woken up. I have no choice. She had answered this question many times, and even at this time, she was a little guilty. However, the fact that a city lord was so polite to her made her feel very satisfied. If that's the case, then forget it. Gina Roy sighed, and then finally decided not to continue to wait. But just as he turned around, Su Yan's voice suddenly came. City Lord, why are you looking for me? Is there anything urgent? This voice appeared a bit abruptly, but it made Gina Roy happy. He no longer said any other polite nonsense, and went straight to the point. Mr. Su Yan, I want to ask you to save Aina. It turned out that after that day, Aina once again went to the demon beast abyss. Only in the past, Aina would always pass on his own safety every once in a while, but this time, 4 or 5 days had passed, but there was no news from Aina. Gina Roy knew Aina's personality, so he was afraid that he would take a risk in order to achieve his goal as soon as possible. But since it was a risky move, naturally the risk was great. At this time, the only thing he could feel was that Aina was not dead, but now whether he was good or bad, and what kind of trouble he was in, he couldn't feel. So at this time, the best way was to enter the demon beast abyss. But, with his current situation, how could he enter there? Now, he had established a mysterious connection with the Blood River City. In the Blood River City, he could display a powerful strength, but if he left the Blood River City, not only would his strength be greatly weakened, even his vitality would be affected. In such a situation, he could only ask the other Shura to help. After all, the place where Aina could go, those Shura simply couldn't reach. But, when those blue Shura heard that it was the depths of the demon beast abyss, they almost immediately refused. Although Aina was the city lord, but after all, he couldn't force those blue Shura to die. The strength of those blue Shura was indeed not strong enough. In the entire Blood River City, there were only a few blue Shura who could go deep into the demon beast abyss, and that bare mask would certainly not help him. Aina's death, for him, was a great advantage. The other few were also wise to protect themselves, so Gina Roy could only rely on Su Yan. But Su Yan really did not wake up these days. Fortunately, these days he could still feel Aina's vitality, but today, Aina's vitality seemed to be weak, so he could not wait. Today, if Su Yan did not appear, then he would have to go deep into the demon beast abyss to find out what happened. Chapter 990. Female Literature, The Abyss of Demon Beasts. Su Yan suddenly remembered the blood-fire lizard that he had encountered at the very beginning. This was the only powerful demon beast that he had seen in this world. At that time, he had already discovered that the demon beasts in these two worlds were different. The demon beasts in this world seemed to be more violent. Their strength was also more powerful. However, the level of the blood-fire lizard was too low. At that time, he could easily kill it, not to mention the current him. Of course, these days in the Blood River City, he had indeed heard a lot of Shura talking about the abyss of demon beasts. After all, in the Blood River City, 50% of the people relied on the demon beasts to make a living. The abyss of demon beasts gathered a large number of demon beasts, and those Shura hunters made a living by hunting demon beasts. However, this hunting was not one-sided. Many demon beasts also used the Shura as food. It was a competition for survival. Of course, the demon beasts in the abyss of demon beasts would sometimes come out to hunt. The Blood River City had been attacked several times by the tide of demon beasts. If the defense of the Blood River City was not strong, it would have been trampled by those damn demon beasts. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful those demon beasts were. Aina wanted to enter the abyss of demon beasts to improve himself, and then enter the Blue Mask Shura. Before that, Rusty was already worried that he would encounter danger. But according to Aina's temperament, since he had already made up his mind, then he would definitely do it, so Rusty did not stop him. Now, such a situation had occurred. Aina must have once again entered the abyss of demon beasts. After Su Yan knew everything, he said, "City Lord, rest assured, this matter will be left to me. I will do my best to bring Aina back." Regarding Aina, Su Yan had an indescribable feeling. He always felt that this guy would be his enemy in the future. In fact, the best way was to take advantage of the fact that he had not yet grown up and directly kill him. However, Su Yan couldn't be so cold-blooded. In the end, he couldn't do it. After all, Aina was pretty good to him. He would leave the future matters for the future. If he killed his friends because of some premonition, then he, Su Yan, would not be Su Yan. Perhaps the two of them would become enemies in the future, but at least for now, they were still friends. "City Lord, have someone take me to the abyss of demonic beasts." I will go look for Aina. Seeing that Su Yan had finally agreed, Roy immediately let out a long sigh of relief. If Su Yan did not come out or did not agree, then he would have to recklessly enter the demon beast abyss himself. After all, Su Yan was an esteemed guest that the Blood River King had personally instructed him to treat well. Since the Blood River King had said so, it meant that in the Blood River King's eyes, Su Yan's importance had already surpassed his own. Therefore, if Su Yan did not agree, he would definitely not dare to have any reluctance. In fact, his request for Su Yan to enter the demon beast abyss was actually somewhat against the will of the Blood River King. However, this was just a borderline ball. After all, Su Yan himself had agreed to it. At this time, Su Yan had already become a blue Shura. Although Roy did not know what kind of level he had reached, but he was already so powerful when he was still a blue Shura. Even when facing a powerhouse like the Bear Mask, he was still able to withstand it. At this time, he must be even more terrifying. At least compared to when he left the Blood River City, he was much stronger. Entering the abyss of demonic beasts was the best choice. Well, I will immediately send someone to take you there. He immediately turned around and left. Su Yan turned his head to look at Ellen and then said, Ellen, my strength has been improved. Now I will teach you something. During my absence, you should comprehend it well and step into the blue Shura as soon as possible. At this time, Ellen suddenly knelt down, and then said, Master, I have killed Linda. Su Yan was startled, then he sighed, and then said, It's been hard on you. I don't blame you for this matter. He had also realized that Linda was just afraid of His Majesty. She was really not a reliable person. But after all, she had already relied on him, so Su Yan kept her. Now that Ellen had been killed, so it was just as it was. After all, she was a Shura, and not a human like him. The way of thinking of the two sides was different. At this time, Su Yan directly pointed at her. Then, a ray of light entered Ellen's mind. Since he could imitate a Shura, he was naturally clear about Shura's body. What he taught Ellen was the cultivation method that he had recently concluded. It was the result of combining the strengths of the two worlds. In this way, Ellen's strength could be improved. Ellen was indescribably happy. This was the shortcut to success. After Su Yan was done with this, he left. The abyss of demonic beasts. Putting aside the matter of Aina, in fact, Su Yan himself also wanted to go to the abyss of demonic beasts to take a look. Now that he had broken the shackles, he had become a venerable. But he himself was clear that his venerable was not the same as ordinary venerables. He was not complete. Ordinary venerables, after breaking through, would face the test of heaven and earth, the baptism of lightning, and awaken their own law origin. The venerable's realm was divided according to the origin, which meant the origin. But at this time, he was in the Shura realm, so the Wuji realm's origin was naturally unable to support his body. Therefore, the limit of his strength could be increased again, but in a short time, he could not obtain his own origin. However, Su Yan was not without any other way. At this time, he was also working hard with his own methods. One of them was to treat the king's mark as the origin, and then use it to cultivate. However, this was still not enough. He needed more source energy and energy. Naturally, he could not openly kill more blue-faced Shura. It was too overbearing and would arouse public anger. But those powerful demonic beasts would be a good choice. It was said that there were powerful demonic beasts here that could threaten the Shura king. Now that he had become a blue-faced Shura, or half a venerable, his strength was stronger than before, so he wanted to try and see what level he could reach now. Although he could not defeat the powerful demonic beasts at the level of the Shura king, he could challenge and kill demonic beasts at the level of the martial Shura realm to strengthen himself. The one who brought Su Yan here was a blue-faced Shura. This Shura was actually a genius, and his strength was not bad. It was a pity that in front of Aina, any genius would pale in comparison. That was why this person was not well known. It was obvious that he came here often, so he was very familiar with the surrounding environment. However, he was familiar with the periphery, and could not enter. Lord Su Yan, I can only bring you here because I am not familiar with the inside at all. If I follow you, I will very likely become a burden to you. The blue-faced Shura said respectfully and helplessly. Su Yan said, well, it is good enough that you can bring me here. I will go on my own from now on. You can leave first, but remember to be careful. At this time, Su Yan began to take a look at this place. Compared to the outside world, this place was indeed more dangerous because the miasma here was thicker. The blue-faced Shura was already at his limit. If he went further, the miasma here would hurt him. In fact, the miasma here had already begun to affect the blue-faced Shura. If the blue-faced Shura was not strong enough, he would not be able to withstand it at this time. And from this, one could see that Aina was not ordinary. At least, he was still a blue-faced Shura at the moment, but he directly went in. Although he might be in danger at this time, at least he was not dead yet. The blue-faced Shura had already retreated. Su Yan then walked inside without consulting anyone. This place seemed to be a boundary. When Su Yan stepped into this place, he could clearly feel that there was something watching him in the dark. However, even Su Yan's divine sense was actually unable to determine exactly what was spying on them in the dark. He could only determine the location of that thing. Su Yan could tell that it was not that thing was so powerful that it exceeded the range of his spiritual consciousness. That thing was able to do so because of its talent. This was an extremely terrifying talent. Even in front of him, it was able to hide. It was naturally very bad to be watched by such a thing, so Su Yan did not intend to let it go. At this moment, he directly attacked, and the sword chi immediately burst out. The sword chi passed through at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, it had already arrived in front of that thing hidden in the dark. However, at this moment, that thing turned into a black light and shot out at an angle. It actually dodged Su Yan's first sword light. Humph, where do you think you are going? Stay here. Su Yan's big hand slapped out, and a powerful Shura power immediately appeared. The black light that was moving rapidly suddenly stopped at this time. At this time, it was still struggling, but unfortunately, Su Yan's power was too strong. Under this power, it could not escape at all. It's actually a small bat. Strange. Su Yan frowned, and then he dragged the thing in front of him. This small bat was very small, and it was no different from the ordinary bats in his world. However, this small thing contained a lot of energy. What was even more terrifying was that this little thing's teeth were glowing with a green light. It was obviously highly poisonous. If one was bitten, it would not feel good. Su Yan didn't even need to try to estimate how strong the poison was. If the green-faced Azura that had led him here was bitten, there was no way he could survive. Chapter 991. Female literature. Even the blue-faced Shura would not have been able to withstand this attack. At this moment, Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and his eyes were focused on one point. He saw something different in the small bat's stomach. It was because of this thing that this little guy had such terrifying lethality. Su Yan's eyes moved, and in the end, his power burst out, and a flame appeared directly at this moment. It was the purest Shura flame. Under the burning of the Shura flame, the small bat first trembled, then his entire body immediately stopped, and his life faded away. Then, his body rolled, and in the end, he turned into dust. However, two things in his body did not disappear because of this, and one of them was his two poisonous fangs. The two fangs were so small that they were not even the size of a fingernail, but under the burning of the Shura flame, he was still safe and sound, which showed how terrifying this flame was. The other thing was the core of his stomach, which was a small crystal. When everything was incinerated, the small crystal looked like a black gem. The power contained in it was naturally not comparable to the real blue-faced Shura, but it was definitely not to be underestimated. However, it was not that easy to devour this power. There was an aura constantly rotating in it, and this aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was highly toxic. The poison in the bat's two fangs came from here. The fact that the poison could still remain under the burning of the hellfire showed that it was not simple. Su Yan carefully removed the poison and put it away. Such a strong poison might be able to save his life at a critical moment. After all, no one knew what would happen in the future. At this time, he began to sense Aina's location. Since Rusty had let Su Yan enter this place, he naturally would not let him look around like a headless fly. Instead, he gave him a crystal, which could be used to sense Aina's aura. The only drawback was that there was a distance limit. Su Yan took out the crystal and began to sense his location. At this moment, the crystal began to vibrate gently. However, the vibration was so weak that it was almost impossible for Su Yan to use it to determine the direction. Fortunately, there was a reaction, which meant that he was still alive. Su Yan walked forward. This place was filled with dense weeds and thorns. A place like this was filled with danger. That little bat from before was already so terrifying. In such a place, it was very likely that there were even more terrifying existences. Although Su Yan's strength had improved, and the improvement might not be small, he would not be so foolish as to get carried away. In this world, he was still an insignificant existence. Since this place was said to be able to hunt down the Shura king, it would not be strange if he died here. He could not rely on the Godslayer sword all the time. Weeds and thorns were dangerous because they could come to life at any time and give Su Yan a fatal blow. Therefore, Su Yan's body was shrouded in a layer of Shura fire. Su Yan's method of controlling the fire was very delicate. Under his control, the fire was like a windbreaker that wrapped around him. He walked little by little, looking for a new route in this thorny place. Of course, he was also paying attention to the changes of the crystal in his hand. At this moment, a sense of danger suddenly appeared. Su Yan didn't even think as he directly soared into the sky. Because his perception told him that this sense of danger came from underground. The moment Su Yan soared into the sky, the ground beneath his feet immediately exploded. That was a huge earth dragon. His entire body was glossy and emitted a disgusting radiance. And on his head, there was an extremely ugly mouthpart. Around the mouthpart, there were densely packed blade-like teeth. If one were to be touched by this terrifying blade, then even Su Yan's body would be scarred. This earth dragon had been lying in ambush underground all this time, and there were almost no signs of life. If Su Yan had not sensed it at the moment it moved, Su Yan probably would not have noticed it at all. Speaking of danger, this was really a dangerous place. If he was careless, he would be in danger of losing his life in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed, and he directly activated the power of Shura. Then, he directly punched out. The power of Shura was the purest power of destruction, which he had learned from the King of Destruction. When he fought with the King of Destruction, the powerful power of destruction directly rushed into Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's body to suffer extremely terrible torture. However, this was not without benefits. The power of the exalted in Su Yan's body devoured the power of destruction and analyzed it, helping Su Yan to understand a new kind of power. Of course, he could not master this power in an instant, but he could simulate it. At this moment, when he used this power, it was actually extremely pure. It was just that because of the power, he could not be as domineering as the King of Destruction, who could destroy everything. But this kind of power was more than suitable to kill the earth dragon in front of him. The power suddenly came, and the earth dragon still wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was not fast enough. Su Yan's fist immediately smashed the earth dragon's body. Half of the earth dragon's body was smashed, but it was far from over. After half of its body was destroyed, the earth dragon still wanted to escape into the ground. This kind of disgusting creature had extremely strong vitality. Even in its current state, it could still continue to live peacefully. However, it was a pity that Su Yan would definitely not let him live since he had already reached this stage. The biggest characteristic of the power of destruction was its endless destruction. Unless there was a stronger power to suppress it, this power would run through the body and destroy everything. As soon as half of its body entered the ground, the power of destruction had already erupted. The terrifying aura moved and immediately blew up the earth dragon completely. After killing this guy who launched a sneak attack, Su Yan did not feel proud at all because he knew that now was far from the time. At this moment, he immediately began to go deeper. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. The death of the earth dragon was too loud and would definitely attract attention. In this place, the powerful monsters were all hunters. What was more terrifying was that you did not know how the hunters here would appear. Therefore, taking away this place was almost equivalent to courting death. The reason why Aina could go deep into this place was not because he could push all the way, but because he could rely on a unique method to avoid the attacks of the powerful monsters here. It was a unique and ancient method passed down by Aina's ancestors from generation to generation. For Su Yan to be able to walk around here, his biggest reliance was his powerful divine sense. At this time, Su Yan was going deeper and deeper. His eyes became deeper and deeper. The brilliance seemed to be able to see through everything in the sky. He had already evaded the detection of at least 23 predators. The density of the creatures here was indeed shocking. Although most of these predators were not in Su Yan's eyes. But Su Yan still did not choose to come in contact with them because he did not want to force those powerful existences out. Just as Su Yan was looking around, Aina appeared next to a cold pool. This cold pool was called the Dragon Pool. According to legend, a very rare dragon once appeared here. The reason why this place became a cold pool was also because of this dragon. The reason why Aina desperately tried to enter this place was because of this cold pool. Around this cold pool, there was an extremely rich Shura aura, more intense than anywhere else. Here, he could absorb more pure and powerful power to condense the body of the blue-faced Shura. Aina was arrogant. He did not want to become an ordinary blue-faced Shura. Instead, he wanted to become a super powerful existence. After all, the blue-faced Shura was just a starting point for him. His body was emitting a black light. It was by relying on this black light that he could enter this place. This was the assimilation light passed down by his family. In other words, under the protection of this light, he could assimilate with the surrounding environment in a short time. Even those monsters with sensitive senses would not be able to easily distinguish him. In this way, he could easily pass through the monster's territory. As for his luck, the last time he came in, he met a powerful demon tiger that could kill the blue-faced Shura. That demon tiger seemed to have an innate skill like the Eye of Truth, which could directly see his location. Because of this, Aina had no choice but to retreat last time. He originally thought that after he returned, that damn tiger should have returned to its territory. Who would have thought that this time, he would be attacked by that demon tiger again? Fortunately, he was incomparably smart and had already made preparations in advance. After suffering a loss last time, he specially paid a huge price to buy a treasure. That treasure could emit a powerful aura, which then turned into the pressure of a Shura king. Under this powerful pressure, the demon tiger immediately retreated, and Aina took advantage of this opportunity to enter the depths. However, later on, his assimilation light seemed to be affected, so he was attacked several times. At this time, Aina was gasping for breath. At this time, his mind relaxed a little because he knew that he was a little safer here. There was the aura left behind by the legendary dragon, so no other monsters dared to enter this place. This was recorded by an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. Chapter 992. Female literature. Although he was seriously injured at this time, he was still very happy at this time. At least he finally made it here. Feeling the aura that was constantly emerging in this place, he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. The pain he suffered didn't matter anymore. At least he was still alive. As for the rest, he would think about it later. At this time, he directly closed his eyes. Rays of light began to revolve around his body. Such power was a little shocking. His power was flickering. This was his body absorbing the cold Shura's aura. He suppressed his realm to the limit. At this time, he didn't know how many difficulties he had experienced. His absorption of the Shura's aura had reached a terrifying level. If he wanted to become a blue mask Shura, he didn't need to spend much strength at all. However, the difficult thing was to become the strongest blue mask Shura. He wanted to stabilize the Shura king, so he had to be the strongest. At this time, his power was condensing little by little. His aura was constantly changing. At this moment, his power turned into endless brilliance. Feeling such a powerful Shura's aura, he felt a kind of satisfaction in his heart. It's begun. It's time to transform. At this time, his heart was burning. Becoming a blue mask Shura meant that his power would enter a new level. At that time, he would become even more powerful. The demon tiger from before dared to chase him. When he became a blue mask Shura, he would directly pull out the tendons of the demon tiger and skin it. Only then would he be able to eliminate the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Aina's aura was constantly rising. He was so focused that he didn't notice that at this time, the cold ponds suddenly began to ripple. These ripples weren't obvious. They were like faint ripples of water. Such ripples were even filled with an indescribable beauty. However, under this beauty, there was a great danger. Su Yan once again avoided the patrols of several hunting beasts. At this time, he suddenly frowned, because at this time, the crystal in his hand had a reaction. This crystal could sense Aina's aura. Such a reaction meant that Aina was nearby. At the very least, he had appeared here before. Su Yan immediately followed the direction of the crystal. In fact, he had spent a lot of energy to go in a big circle around this area. Only when he reached this place did the crystal have such a reaction. At this time, the crystal's reaction became even more intense. Unfortunately, Su Yan's divine thought could not detect anyone in the surroundings. Even demonic beasts were rare. Su Yan didn't understand what he meant, but he still continued forward. Suddenly, he stopped because he found a pool of blood. At this time, he was sure that Aina had indeed appeared in this place, and that the vibration of the crystal had originated from this place. Judging from the degree of the blood, Aina had suffered serious injuries in this place. As long as there was blood, he could roughly lock onto Aina's location. Compared to finding a needle in a haystack, this was much better. However, at this time, Su Yan's heart felt a sense of danger again. Su Yan was very familiar with this feeling. He had been targeted by a powerful hunter. Su Yan's divine thought was very sharp at this time. He could clearly sense the strength of this danger. At this time, the sound of wind whistling suddenly came from the weeds and brambles. This sound of wind was chilling. In this sound of wind, there was also the sound of light footsteps. Su Yan didn't escape this time. Instead, he stared ahead. At this point, he had naturally discovered this hunter. It was a huge demon tiger. It was a huge demon tiger with blue fur. On the top of the demon tiger's head, the Tiger King tattoo was so conspicuous and terrifying. Such power made Su Yan feel a little apprehensive. There was no doubt that this kind of power was terrifying. This was a blue-faced Shura-level demon beast. After walking in the depths of the demon beast abyss for so long, this was the first time that Su Yan had seen a demon beast of this level. Of course, this was the corresponding demon beast after the translation of the Shura language. In fact, it was more accurate to say that they were all Shura beasts. In their bodies, there was an extremely strong and violent Shura aura. The power was simply frightening. That terrifying power was filled with an extremely violent aura. Their powerful strength was simply unimaginable. At this moment, they were incomparably terrifying. That terrifying deterrent power was deeply rooted in people's hearts. They were more powerful than half of the blue-faced Shura beasts. This was what Su Yan felt from their bodies. This was a terrifying monster. At this time, the power of their bodies was constantly trembling. This is the terrifying demon tiger that Aina encountered before that Nana Xiao mentioned. Since Su Yan came here to save Aina, Nana Xiao would naturally explain everything to Su Yan. The strength of this demon tiger was indeed terrifying. If it was the previous Su Yan, under the situation that he did not use his original strength, he would only be able to escape. However, at this time, there was no need for that because the current him was strong to a new level. Although time is tight now, your appearance has pointed out a path for me. It's a good opportunity to test my current strength. According to Su Yan's judgment, such a demon beast must have a certain level of intelligence. When Aina entered this place this time, he would definitely encounter it again. However, Aina must have been prepared, which was why he was able to escape. Now, if Su Yan wanted to know the specific whereabouts of Aina, he could go through this demon tiger. After all, relying on the crystal's perception was not very reliable. The information he got was not accurate. Ao. The demon tiger roared at this time and directly attacked Su Yan. It seemed like it only jumped lightly, but in the next moment, it was already in front of Su Yan. Such speed was really terrifying. The speed of Carlot and Arthur's back then was not as fast as this. At this time, Su Yan did not take half a step back. Instead, he took a step forward and directly blasted out a force. The moment that force appeared, it directly suppressed the front. The powerful aura had already overturned the opponent in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan once again took a step forward. Within his eyes, a ferocious radiance flashed. Get down. After he finished speaking, he exerted more force with his palm. The Shura demon tiger's forehead was pressed down by Su Yan's palm. Just as it was about to retaliate, it did not expect an extremely terrifying force to directly appear. Its huge body was actually forcibly pressed down. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, its entire body sank directly into the ground. At this time, Su Yan had no intention of letting it go. He took another step forward and sat directly on the Shura demon tiger's body. At this time, he was exactly the same as when Wusong was fighting the tiger. However, Wusong was an ordinary warrior and only dealt with an ordinary tiger. At this time, however, he was sitting on a Shura demon tiger. The Shura demon tiger's strength was extremely terrifying, but at this time, it was suppressed by Su Yan and could no longer move. It was so angry that it directly threw itself, trying to break free. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give it a chance. Under the suppression of such a powerful force, its body could not move. After being resurrected from the dead last time, Su Yan's body had been condensed again. The double impact of the destructive force and his original strength had strengthened his body to an extremely powerful level. At this moment, he was comparable to a god. When the Shura demon tiger saw that its powerful strength was unable to break free from Su Yan's suppression, it immediately roared in a low voice. At this time, an extremely powerful gale suddenly appeared. At this time, the terrifying hurricane constantly changed at this time. An incomparably terrifying aura reached its peak at this time, and its body began to expand at this time. Originally, other than his fur, his appearance was not much different from an ordinary wild tiger. However, at this moment, his body had expanded by more than 10 times. Su Yan was just right to suppress it, but at this time, his entire body could not press down on the top of its head at all. The terrifying huge Shura demon tiger just shook its head, and Su Yan immediately felt a huge force trying to throw him away. Humph, beast, how dare you be so presumptuous? At this moment, Su Yan was already angry. The more the Shura demon tiger wanted to throw him away, the more he refused to let go. At this time, Su Yan suddenly turned his palm into a claw, and then directly pierced the huge Shura demon tiger's skin and flesh. In an instant, his palm had already pierced through the Shura demon tiger's fur defense. Su Yan's palm could only be said to be small compared to the Shura demon tiger's body. However, at this time, the Shura demon tiger could not bear it and let out a loud scream. Obviously, this attack caused great pain to it. In fact, this was inevitable because when Su Yan pierced the demon tiger's skin, the destructive force also directly entered its body. The impact of such power naturally caused the demon tiger to be in extreme pain. At this time, the Shura demon tiger's eyes suddenly burst with light, an array of blue light appeared. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar sounded between heaven and earth, and a terrifying majesty was displayed at this time. The strong wind and the strong grass were directly turned into fine powder, and even the huge trees that had existed for who knows how long directly fell at this time. Chapter 993. Female literature. The moment this power appeared, it was simply unbearable, and the heavens and earth were annihilated. Such a violent power could only be described with the word terrifying. Even Su Yan was blown away by this sudden powerful force. The moment he was blown away, he used both of his hands to block in front of his chest. In the end, he managed to block more than half of this terrifying power. What's going on? How could this demon tiger become so powerful? Su Yan was shocked because at this moment, this demon tiger's aura actually increased by more than 3 times in an instant. Such a terrifying aura was almost comparable to martial Shura's. At this moment, he paused in mid-air and looked towards the gigantic demonic tiger. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger was shrouded in a light shadow. That light shadow was also a huge Shura demon tiger. Although it was a bit hazy, the aura it emitted was terrifying and powerful. It was like a natural king, coldly watching everything in this world. Su Yan was shocked. He didn't expect to meet such a terrifying existence at this time. But in the next moment, he already understood. Ancestor's spirit. This is the Shura demon tiger's ancestor's spirit. He summoned it, which is why his power increased so much. At this moment, Su Yan was very alarmed. No wonder the big Shura of Blood River City were so afraid of this place. The Shura demon beasts here were a bit too powerful. Aina was lucky to be able to escape from this Shura demon tiger's claws. Good, this demon tiger's spirit, I want it. The Shura demon tiger's ancestor's spirit should be a terrifying king-level existence. That's why it was able to protect its descendants after its death. Facing such a terrifying existence, all the demon beasts in the surroundings fled. Such a terrifying giant demon tiger was an existence they couldn't face. In front of it, they were only prey. At this moment, only Su Yan and the huge Shura demon tiger were left facing each other. However, Su Yan didn't have any intention of retreating. His aura also increased at this moment, and then the scorching sun sword appeared. He was very clear that facing such a terrifying existence, just relying on the Shura's strength wouldn't be enough. Moreover, there was no need for him to hide in this place. The scorching sun sword appeared, and a new power slowly moved around it. This power made the huge Shura demon tiger uneasy. A man and a tiger, just like that. Right at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared, and was transmitted to Su Yan. Shura, you dare to invade my territory? You're courting death. Su Yan was slightly stunned at first. This demon tiger was actually able to make such a sound. However, he quickly dismissed the shock in his heart. It wasn't strange for such a powerful demon tiger to be able to send out a thought. At this moment, Su Yan waved his sword, and a ray of sword chi suddenly turned into a ray of light that flew towards the demon tiger. Su Yan's sword light was extremely fast. In just an instant, it had already arrived in front of the Shura demon tiger. The terrifying aura that erupted from that berserk power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was increasing crazily, and the demon tiger also suddenly clawed down. The berserk tiger aura and the demon claw seal appeared, and that powerful force immediately exploded. The terrifying aura directly rose at this moment, and in the midst of the berserk power fluctuations, Su Yan directly stepped forward. At this moment, he turned into the most otherworldly existence. His speed was so fast. Cold light of the sword. Su Yan's cold light of the sword was already in the midst of the huge fluctuations. At this moment, the power of the cold light of the sword was extremely terrifying. The tiger obviously didn't expect that the Shura would dare to directly pass through such a terrifying collision of energy. The sword immediately slashed into his huge body. Such power fell on its body. Even if its defensive power was several times stronger at this time, it was still incomparably painful from this sword strike. That terrifying pain continued to provoke it. Su Yan would not give it a chance to breathe. This Shura demon tiger had become so huge, and although it had given him an advantage in terms of strength, its speed had also slowed down. Perhaps in the face of an ordinary opponent, such a change would almost be fierce, but its opponent was Su Yan. Su Yan activated the regal sword flight. At the same time, his dragon chi flashed, and dragon wings appeared. At this moment, his dragon wings changed again. He originally had 3 pairs of dragon wings. However, at this moment, they became a pair again. However, the power contained in these dragon wings could be said to be incomparably terrifying. The dragon wings flapped, and they could easily cut the air directly. Such speed was simply unimaginable. After several consecutive times, that demon tiger's powerful defense was finally broken, and blood immediately fell. The Shura demon tiger roared, and at this moment, its body changed again. Evidently, at this moment, it had realized that its huge body would not be able to bring it any advantage in this small Shura. Instead, it would become its weakness. At this time, it could not continue to maintain it. At this time, it had already summoned its ancestor's spirit soul. Under its ancestor's spirit soul, its strength would become incomparably powerful. After his body had shrunk, his speed had indeed increased in an instant. Then, the two of them immediately engaged in an extremely intense collision. At this moment, the intense battle between the two sides escalated. At this moment, Su Yan only felt indescribably carefree. He began to calm his mind, and at this moment, his aura began to slowly stabilize. After becoming a blue mask Shura, this was the first time he truly felt the terrifying power in his body. Unknowingly, his strength had become even more powerful, and his speed had become even more terrifying. The more Su Yan fought, the braver he became, but the Shura demon tiger was more and more surprised. It had already killed many Shura, and among them, there were even blue mask Shura. It was just that it had recently discovered that it was so unlucky. Not long ago, it encountered a blue mask Shura. In its opinion, a mere blue mask Shura should not be able to escape from its hands. However, this guy had escaped from its hands twice in a row. Letting its prey escape, and twice in a row, was simply an insult to it. At this moment, it encountered a blue mask Shura that could actually force it to this point. At this moment, the Tiger King's spirit soul's power gradually increased, and the terrifying aura began to surge. The Tiger King's majesty at this moment became even more powerful. Su Yan naturally felt the pressure coming from the demon tiger, but at this moment, Su Yan was still fighting bravely, and had no intention of stopping at all. Su Yan's fighting style was displayed once again. After another 15 minutes, several marks appeared on Su Yan's body, all of which were the masterpiece of the demon tiger. However, at this time, the demon tiger's body was in an even more miserable state. Countless wounds had already appeared on its body. Not to mention itself, even the Tiger King's spirit soul had dimmed a little at this time. That was a gift from its ancestors. Not only could it protect it, but it could also allow it to continue to grow until it became the Tiger King again. However, at this time, the Tiger King's spirit soul seemed to have been injured. There was a terrifying power in this human sword chi. Every time it came into contact with the Tiger King's sword chi, that terrifying power would invade and begin to eat away at its body. To the Tiger King, this was simply the cruelest blow. Shura, you and I have no enmity between us. I can let you leave my territory. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger transmitted its thoughts again. At this moment, it was already feeling afraid. Su Yan's reckless fighting style, as well as his extremely domineering aura, made it fearful. Although it seemed that they were evenly matched at this time, it was clear in its heart that if this continued, it was afraid that it would lose its life. Since it couldn't win, it naturally couldn't continue to fight to the death. Therefore, at this time, it wanted to make peace. However, it wanted to make peace, but Su Yan didn't want to. You're courting death. At this moment, when the Shura demon tiger transmitted its thoughts, an extremely slight flaw appeared. Su Yan had experienced countless battles, so how could he not grasp this flaw? Rumble of thunder. At this moment, Su Yan directly sent out an extremely powerful bolt of lightning. The moment this bolt of lightning appeared, the bolt of lightning immediately surged forward, and this rolling bolt of lightning rumbled continuously at this moment. The terrifying aura had already reached a state of limitless. Lightning was the most domineering power. Su Yan cultivated the lightning technique, but very rarely used it. Firstly, this lightning technique wasn't his original cultivation. Therefore, although it was very powerful, it wasn't as smooth as using sword qi. Secondly, it was because the lightning technique was simply too terrifying. When the lightning technique was used, although it could cause enormous damage to the enemy, it would also have a slight recoil effect on the user. Therefore, Su Yan didn't like to use this lightning technique. However, the lightning technique was extremely domineering, and its power was unquestionable. The Tiger King's spirit that the Shura demon tiger had summoned was indeed powerful. According to Su Yan's speculation, when this Tiger King was alive, it was definitely more powerful than the owner of the king's inheritance mark that he had just obtained. In fact, it was more than just a little bit stronger. Unfortunately, it was only a king-level existence in the end. It couldn't withstand time. Even if it used this method to merge its power with the bloodline of its descendants, it was still beginning to weaken. Chapter 994. Girls' Literature. Su Yan had fought with the Shura demon tiger earlier because he wanted to feel his own strength. Secondly, he wanted to analyze the characteristics of the Tiger King's strength. Although the Shura demon tiger had already developed intelligence and could even communicate with Su Yan through its thoughts, it was still too weak. However, it had only followed its instincts to hunt and kill its prey until now. Although it had been fighting non-stop, how could it compare to Su Yan? At this point, Su Yan had already figured out its strength. Naturally, this guy had no chance of winning. At this moment, Su Yan had unleashed his strongest lightning power. No matter where it was, the power of the soul belonged to the power of the yin. On the other hand, lightning was the power of the yang. When the two met, it was a natural counter to each other. The demon tiger thought that Su Yan was at the end of his rope, so it asked Su Yan to retreat. It wanted to kill Su Yan with a sneak attack when Su Yan wasn't paying attention. When the lightning power appeared, the power of the Tiger King's spirit immediately began to stir. Whether it was the Shura world or the Wuji world, the division of yin and yang was the Tao of heaven and earth. This was the greatest principle of this world. When the lightning power appeared, the Shura demon tiger immediately let out a roar of fear. It felt that its Tiger King's seal, which had always been invincible, began to tremble at this moment. At this moment, it knew that it was about to lose. Once it lost, it would have to pay a huge price, death. No matter what, it didn't want to die. Therefore, at this moment, the Shura demon tiger immediately turned around and tried to escape. Although if he were to escape at this time, he would have to endure a blow from Su Yan, which would cause him to be heavily injured, but at this time, he couldn't care so much. It had to be said that his current appearance really did have a bit of the appearance of a brave warrior cutting off his wrist. Unfortunately, it had already come to this. How could Su Yan allow him to continue escaping? It's too late to leave now. A wave of energy appeared at this moment, and a violent and terrifying roar rang out. It was the roar of a dragon. After the thunder, it was the sound of a dragon's roar. Su Yan's power had long been combined together, reaching a level of mastery. At this moment, he released his dragon chi. The dragon aura and the lightning fused and immediately turned into a lightning dragon that coiled around the Shura demon tiger. At this time, Su Yan had completely taken out all of his trump cards. The Tiger King's spirit soul seemed to have sensed the threat of death and suddenly released an extremely terrifying aura. It was a power that far exceeded his current level. Obviously, after he sensed danger, he wanted to release all of his energy in one go. This would form the most powerful attack. Of course, it was powerful, but after this attack, everything would dissipate. He would no longer be able to bring good fortune to his descendants. However, since Su Yan had already come into contact with the Shura's king's mark, he was naturally aware of this. He had been on guard from the very beginning. Soul-suppressing seal, four corners seal, appear. At this time, 2 consecutive roars were heard, and the 2 seals that existed in his sea of consciousness immediately appeared. This was the most precious treasure of the Stupa sect. The soul-suppressing seal suppressed the soul and was extremely powerful. After the 4 corners seal absorbed the power of the black tortoise, it became even more powerful. At that time, the white-boned black tortoise tried to cause trouble and was directly killed by Su Yan, who then turned it into the power of the origin. Although the Four Corners seal lost its spirituality, it made Su Yan more proficient in using it. The two seals exploded at the same time. The soul-suppressing seal directly suppressed the Shura Tiger King's spirit soul, making it unable to fully unleash its power. The Four Corners seal formed a special boundary, isolating it from the surroundings. Thunder Dragon, devour. At this moment, Su Yan no longer held back. He went straight for the Shura Tiger King's spirit soul. As for the Shura Demon Tiger, after the Four Corners seal appeared, it was immediately suppressed and could not even struggle. At this point, you still want to resist stubbornly? Don't think too much. Obediently become a tonic for my soul seal. Dragon and tiger unite, dragon soars, tiger roars. At this time, Su Yan's powerful sea of consciousness burst out. The green lotus swayed, and the bright moon suppressed it. The powerful force immediately suppressed it completely. When the power of the sea of consciousness was activated, the Tiger King's spirit soul was finally unable to struggle. The thunder dragon slowly coiled around it, and for a moment, the dragon tiger's roars were endless. Time passed slowly. In just a moment, the seal was directly suppressed. The two powers finally completely merged into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. The Shura demon tiger crawled on the ground and trembled. Its ancestor's spirit soul was actually devoured by the Shura in front of it. This made it extremely frightened. The demon beast abyss was incomparably terrifying. There were killings here at any time. This was not only for the Shura, but also for the demon beasts here. He could run rampant in this place because of his high-grade bloodline and powerful strength. More importantly, it was because of his ancestor's spirit soul. In the past, there were even more powerful demon beasts that wanted to devour him. He relied on this spirit soul to escape and even counterattack. But today, his spirit soul was directly devoured by Su Yan. He should have been full of hatred for Su Yan, but when Su Yan's gaze fell on him, all the hatred disappeared. At this time, the only thing left was fear. Yes, at this time, he was already afraid. To him, Su Yan was simply a demon-like existence. Tell me, where did Aina go? At this time, Su Yan's eyes widened. Aina's appearance immediately appeared in the Shura demon tiger's mind. At this time, the Shura demon tiger did not dare to be presumptuous. He kept moving his claws and then said what he knew. It's very likely that he went to the dragon's cold pond. Great master, don't kill me. I am willing to be your servant. At this time, he immediately began to beg for mercy. Su Yan had even taken care of his ancestor's spirit soul. It was naturally not difficult for him to deal with him. In fact, his begging did have an effect. Su Yan originally wanted to kill him directly. After hearing his begging, his heart suddenly softened. Then, he said, okay, then you will be my mount. This was the Tiger King's spirit soul that he had refined begging for mercy. Moreover, he was now a blue Shura. Even if he devoured this Shura demon tiger, it would not be of much benefit to Su Yan. It was better to keep him alive. He was not familiar with this place. Although he had a strong divine sense, with this big guy leading the way, he could save a lot of effort. Su Yan directly sent a puppet seal into the demon tiger's mind. After the demon tiger confirmed that Su Yan would not kill him, he finally calmed down. Master, the dragon's cold pond is actually very dangerous. Even stronger demon beasts are not willing to provoke it. Are we really going? The Shura demon tiger's strength was not weak. At least when he had the Tiger King's spirit soul, he was incomparably strong. Ordinary blue Shura could only become food in front of him. However, at this time, the Tiger King felt fear. This was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. Su Yan frowned slightly. To be honest, he and Aina were only acquaintances. In fact, he wanted to kill him in the depths of his heart. Naturally, he would not risk his life for Aina. However, Su Yan had not reached the point where he would not dare to go after hearing about danger. Su Yan had a spirit of adventure in his bones. He would not avoid the so-called danger. Instead, he wanted to know more about it. At this time, he immediately made a decision and said, "No, I must go to this place. Just bring me there." Su Yan immediately made a decision. The Shura demon tiger, who had already become a slave, naturally had no right to speak. He could only droop his head and squat in front of Su Yan. Originally, he was an extremely arrogant overlord. Those stupid blue-faced Shura who wanted to hunt him had already become his food. But today, he had to carry a blue-faced Shura. He felt that he had lost too much face. However, at this time, his life and death were already in the hands of others. At this time, he did not care so much. Su Yan said, "No need, just lead the way." When the Shura demon tiger heard this, he immediately turned from sadness to joy. For him, carrying a Shura on his back was a shameful thing. But now that the Shura took the initiative to give up, it could not be better. At this time, he directly went forward. His speed was very fast. Because of the previous battle, there were no creatures in this place that dared to stay, so they walked very fast. However, the Shura demon tiger gradually slowed down. Obviously, he felt a lot of pressure. This place was already out of his territory, and there were already other powerful monsters in this place. The Shura demon tiger had already lost his Tiger King's spirit soul, but at this time, he was followed by the powerful Su Yan, so he was not afraid. However, he also knew what Su Yan wanted to do at this time, so he would not take the initiative to provoke those powerful monsters. In fact, in his opinion, it would be best if those monsters found Su Yan and directly jumped out. Whether Su Yan killed them or they killed Su Yan, it was all what he wanted to see. However, just as this thought appeared, Su Yan sneered, "It seems that you have a lot of thoughts." This sentence was calm, but it scared him. Chapter 995. Female Literature. At this moment, he finally understood how powerful the seed that Su Yan planted in his mind was. His thoughts could actually be so clearly perceived by Su Yan. This was simply not letting a tiger live. However, at this moment, he also knew that silence was the best answer. Thus, he directly walked forward. Gradually, the surrounding cold air deepened. Su Yan could clearly feel the chill, as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. And the surroundings gradually changed. The surrounding plants were completely different from the previous place. At this moment, Su Yan directly strode forward. And the demon tiger was actually already anxious in its heart. The dragon's cold pond is in front. Are we really going to continue forward? Shura demon tiger asked again. At this moment, Su Yan said, "The dragon's cold pond." "In that case, there's a dragon in the cold pond?" Shura demon tiger said, "I don't know. In this generation, almost no monster dares to enter. In my memory, there's an innate fear of this place. As for whether there's a dragon now, I don't know." Shura demon tiger was helpless. Monsters like them had many things that came from their innate inheritance. This was the strength of demonic beasts, and it was also one of their instincts. Su Yan sighed. He knew that since it was such an inheritance, it would definitely not be aimless. However, at this time, since he had already made up his mind, he would not care so much about so many things. Su Yan directly walked forward and completely entered. In fact, just now, he had already discovered that the spiritual energy here was completely different from other places. The spiritual energy in this place was terrifyingly rich, and the power in it had an indescribable depth. At this time, he finally understood why Aina came here. He wanted to become a more powerful Shura. Then, when he broke through this realm, he would naturally become different by absorbing the high level of Shura here. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to awaken some innate abilities. When Shura's cultivation level gradually increased, there was a certain chance of awakening his innate abilities. It was just like Wang Baichuan's cold state when he was in the dragon realm. Once this state was awakened, it would play a huge role in battle, and could even decide life and death. This is an interesting place. At this time, Su Yan was interested in this place. He did not care about this place and directly walked forward. As soon as he entered, Su Yan's powerful devouring ability was immediately displayed. Countless auras directly gathered towards Su Yan's body. It felt like a giant whale swallowing water. The Shura demon tiger immediately felt the change in Su Yan. At this time, even the Shura demon tiger was secretly shocked. After entering this place, he also did his best to devour the aura here. Although he was afraid of this place, he was very clear that this was indeed a good place to cultivate. If this place could become his territory, then his strength would increase even faster. However, if even his ancestor was so fearful of this place, then he wouldn't dare to approach it. He believed that it was not only him, but many monsters with powerful inheritances were also like this. However, at this time, since he had already stepped into this area, he did not care so much. First, he would devour the aura here. The Shura demon tiger actually had a unique advantage. Compared to ordinary Shura, these monsters' ability to devour Shura's aura was stronger. Therefore, generally speaking, Shura monsters of the same level were often much stronger than Shura monsters of the same level. But now, the Shura demon tiger's devouring speed was more than one level lower than Su Yan's. Such a powerful force caused him to feel extreme fear in his heart. His master was simply a monster. If he knew this, he would not have jumped out at that time. He was afraid that he would have gone crazy from hunger. Aina continued to condense his aura. He did not know if it was an illusion, but at this time, he felt that his speed of absorbing aura was getting faster and faster. The cold and powerful Shura's aura was constantly gathering towards his body. In the end, the Shura's aura seemed to be flying towards his body. Aina had never heard of such a strange situation. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but for him at this time, this was a good thing. The faster and more of these auras came, the more powerful he would become when he advanced. In order to become stronger, taking risks was a must. Thinking of this, he immediately threw all his worries away and began to focus his attention, then began to condense his power. At this time, his body's color had begun to gradually change. The power in it was constantly rotating, and there was a power that was constantly changing. At this time, a faint light appeared in his lower abdomen. The light turned into a strange shape, and the light it emitted surrounded Aina's body. If Su Yan was here, he would find that it was actually an inheritance mark. The power of this mark was more powerful than the mark Su Yan obtained before. Of course, compared to the imprint that Su Yan had obtained, this imprint was even more profound. Every time it released its power, it seemed to be only a little bit or two. Inheritance marks. Only powerhouses above the Azura King level were able to condense their own laws of strength. Aina also had an imprint of inheritance, and it was a high-level imprint. Aina's talent was outstanding, but it was definitely not a coincidence that he could be so heaven-defying. This mark was passed down by his ancestor. However, it was really difficult to awaken this mark. Aina's father did not even awaken this inheritance mark. Aina had never told anyone about this, not even to Yui. The inheritance mark was the most fundamental secret of Ashura. No matter who it was, he would not tell anyone. After the inheritance mark was awakened, Yui gradually had an impression of his ancestor. His ancestor was not the Shura king, but the more powerful Shura emperor. It was also because of this that it was even more difficult for him to awaken his power. Therefore, when he found out that Su Yan had the king's inheritance mark, he did not pay much attention to it. He came to this place because, on the one hand, he wanted to devour the rich and powerful Shura aura here. On the other hand, he wanted to awaken this inheritance mark as much as possible. At this moment, it was simply the right time, place, and people for him. The boundless Azura aura circled around his body, causing his aura to rise continuously. To him, this was an extremely wonderful feeling. At this time, his energy was gathering faster and faster, and his aura was skyrocketing at this time. Su Yan, who was outside the cold pool, suddenly felt the change in the icy Shura's aura. He did not need to think too much to immediately deduce that this was because of Aina. Has the impact started? At this time, Su Yan did not stay any longer and went straight inside. At this time, the Shura demon tiger could only bitterly follow Su Yan into the pool. The surroundings of the cold pond were so strange and cold, making it feel very uncomfortable. Su Yan ran while feeling the changes in the aura. Su Yan knew Aina's ability very well. After all, he had fought with Aina before. At that time, even if Aina had a final hidden move, Su Yan already knew his approximate strength. Even if his strength had increased rapidly during this period of time, the speed at which he devoured aura should not be so fast. However, at this time, the aura here was changing at such a speed. Something's wrong. There seems to be a mysterious existence gathering the aura. He wants to help Aina. There was no free lunch in this world. This was the principle that Su Yan pursued from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this change was definitely not a good thing. However, at this time, Su Yan was getting more and more curious. At the same time, he liked this place even more. His ability to devour the aura here had reached an extreme level. It was as if he was fighting with that mysterious existence and sharing the aura. The operation of the very supreme power was faster by a bit. At this time, the God-Slayer sword transmitted its will. There seems to be something interesting here. Su Yan, boy, don't worry. I will protect you. Let's go take a look. After arriving in the Shura world, the God-Slayer sword seemed to have become unusually active. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that the God-Slayer sword's power seemed to be gradually increasing here. This increase was faster than in the infinite world. The God-Slayer sword and the Shura world must have some kind of connection. Su Yan was very sure of this, but he didn't ask. When the time came, he would find out. After going a little deeper, the icy cold aura in this place had reached a terrifying level. The Shura demon tiger began to tremble. It had to be known that even without the Tiger King's spirit soul, its strength was enough to easily kill an ordinary blue-faced Shura. Its defensive power was also incomparably strong. The defensive power of its fur was incomparably terrifying. Naturally, it was not afraid of cold or heat. However, at this time, it was actually trembling. From this, it was obvious that the cold aura here had reached an extremely high level. Oh my God, the tiger is freezing to death. I'm going to become an ice tiger. It kept crying in its heart. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly emitted an aura. After that aura entered the tiger's body, it immediately swam through the tiger's body. The bone-chilling aura that he had felt before was now disappearing bit by bit. Chapter 996. Female Literature. Oh my God, what is this aura? It feels like my strength is going to increase. This was the first time that the Shura demon tiger felt that following Su Yan was not a bad idea. The aura that Su Yan injected into his body not only dissipated the cold aura, but it also showed signs of a breakthrough in his strength. For monsters, other than relying on the power of inheritance, the biggest way to cultivate was to hunt and kill. The higher the level and the stronger the prey that they consumed, the stronger their own strength would become. Other than that, there was no better way. However, at this time, Su Yan's aura actually increased his strength. This was unprecedented. Without the threat of the cold, his body immediately shook. "Awoo, you damned dragon, Grandpa Tiger is coming. Grandpa Tiger wants to eat a frozen dragon." The Shura demon tiger immediately went inside happily. Su Yan. This Shura demon tiger seemed to be a little chinibu. However, this was not the time to care about this. Su Yan's divine telekinesis had already sensed Aina's existence. At the same time, he had also discovered the imprint on Aina's body. It's the Emperor's inheritance imprint, TSK TSK TSK. The God-Slayer sword's voice sounded. This surprised Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength had increased greatly at this time, he still did not have the confidence to defeat a Shura king. However, at this time, the Emperor's inheritance imprint appeared on Aina's body. At this time, he even had the intention to kill and steal the treasure. However, until now, he and Aina were still friends. Su Yan would not treat his friend like this. At this time, the Emperor's imprint shone brightly. Countless Shura's aura directly condensed, and then directly poured into Aina's body. Aina's skin began to change, and his aura skyrocketed. The ground he was on was directly destroyed layer by layer. At this time, Aina finally began to break through. The terrifying energy gathering surprised Su Yan. This level of strength was almost comparable to a powerhouse like Jianghu. One had to know that Aina had just begun to break through. Jianghu was already a veteran powerhouse. After becoming a blue-faced Shura, he could become so powerful because he had already devoured 8 blue-faced Shura and gathered all the power of these Shura into his body. However, at this time, Aina was truly relying on his talent power. Just based on the cultivation of the Shura, Su Yan was inferior to Aina. At this moment, Aina suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yan. At this time, Shura's to Shura's Shura to Shura was Shura's Shura. At this time, Su Yan's eyes also became cold. Aina had developed killing intent towards him. Although he didn't know why, it was real. However, a moment later, Aina's killing intent disappeared without a trace. Moreover, from his expression, it seemed that he didn't know that he had developed killing intent. This Shura's will seems to want to kill the two of us, hee. This was naturally the will of the God-Slayer sword. Hearing his words, Su Yan immediately understood that Aina should have entered a state of emptiness. At that time, the will of heaven descended and directly entered Aina's body. Although Su Yan had isolated himself from the will of heaven under the power of the exalted. However, that was only a temporary isolation. In fact, the will of heaven had already remembered Su Yan. Moreover, this memory was very deep. The moment the heavens will seize the opportunity, the power of the heavens would descend immediately and kill Su Yan. However, when Aina's consciousness returned, this inexplicable will of heaven immediately dissipated. Su Yan had thought this through, but Aina clearly didn't know this. He saw Su Yan and immediately felt warmth in his heart. He immediately guessed that Su Yan was here to find him. This place was so dangerous, but Su Yan still came here. This was a friendship. Aina remembered this in his heart. Moreover, Su Yan had already seen his own legacy mark. Legacy marks were extremely powerful and precious. Even the king of Shura would be tempted by one. If it was any other blue-faced Shura, perhaps they would have already taken it by now. However, Su Yan didn't. Focus and attack well. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded. Now was the crucial moment to attack the blue-faced Shura. The most taboo thing to do now was to be distracted. If he continued like this, he might even be seriously injured. Aina was naturally aware of this. He once again focused his mind. At this moment, the powerful force formed a light curtain that completely surrounded him. When the light curtain reached its peak, all the power was directly absorbed by him. At this moment, Aina's aura rose again. At this moment, his skin had completely turned into a deep blue color. His aura also stabilized. The king's mark emitted a gentle light and drilled into Aina's body. At this moment, Aina had finally become the blue-faced Shura of his dreams. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. Su Yan didn't doubt that at this moment, Aina could directly defeat the bare face. Moreover, under the situation where he didn't use any other power, he could fight with him. It seemed that he were really born to be enemies. However, facing such an enemy, Su Yan didn't fear. He only looked forward to it. Not daring to face the enemy was cowardice and cowardice. How could a cowardly person become a true powerhouse? Of course, this also depended on the specific situation. If Aina and himself were enemies, then at this time, Su Yan would definitely directly kill him. But at least for now, Aina was his friend. Su Yan was happy for him that he could become a blue-faced Shura. Fate was really too unpredictable. He didn't need to directly kill a friend for some unknown feeling. At this time, Su Yan's expression suddenly changed. Because at this time, he finally realized that something was wrong. This strange feeling had existed before, but just now, Aina's sudden killing intent had diverted Su Yan's attention. At this time, that feeling of danger made him pay attention again. It was the person behind the scenes who controlled the change in the ice-cold Shura's aura. At this time, the ripples of the cold pond became incomparably mysterious. It was clearly a gentle sound of water, but at this time, it became so ear-piercing. "Aina, get out of the way!" Su Yan immediately shouted. However, at practically the instant his voice left his mouth, a burst of power suddenly appeared from the cold pond. The moment that power appeared, the cold pond water rushed straight to the sky. Then, the water rushed directly towards Aina. At this time, Aina had just become a blue-faced Shura. He was restraining his mind so that he could carefully experience his new strength and state. But he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. However, he was also a powerful person who had experienced countless battles. At this time, his fighting instincts saved him. The moment Su Yan's voice sounded, he had already moved horizontally to the left. This time, he had used up all of his strength, and his speed was much faster than any of the previous times. Almost in an instant, he had already returned to his original place. Because his speed was too fast, and he obviously couldn't control his current state very well, he even directly hit the mountain rock. His speed was so fast that the power of the collision was naturally terrifying. Such an attack should have been able to shatter a normal boulder into pieces. But at this time, Aina's body was in pain, but he didn't have any problem dodging. But at this time, Aina didn't care about this. At this time, he was really scared and broke out in cold sweat. At the place where he was originally standing, there was now an ice pillar. If he didn't escape in time at that time, he might have been the one on the ice pillar. That power appeared so suddenly and so terrifyingly. Even after becoming the blue mask Shura, he still felt an incomparable feeling. Awu, awu. At this time, the Shura demon tiger immediately roared. It was a kind of angry roar. The strange thing was that at this time, the Shura demon tiger was clearly very scared, but after this aura appeared, it became incomparably angry. At this moment, a large amount of fog immediately emerged from the cold pool. The fog spread, and in an instant, it had already enveloped the entire surroundings. At this time, Su Yan frowned. The moment the fog appeared, his divine thought was actually blocked, and his perception ability was reduced by at least 1/3. This was not a good sign. "Don't be noisy." Su Yan directly transmitted his will to the Shura demon tiger. Then, he forcibly suppressed the Shura demon tiger's anger. At this time, he had already devoured the Tiger King's spirit soul, and at this time, he could somewhat guess the situation. Back then, the fall of this powerful Tiger King was most likely related to the mysterious existence of this cold pool. "Come out, why hide? Anyway, we can't get out now, right?" Su Yan directly transmitted his will. When the icy mist rose, the entrance to this place was already shrouded in it. The ice fog spread everywhere, and directly filled the entire valley. At this time, this place had already turned into an ice prison. Chapter 997. Female literature. Now, Su Yan, Aina, and the Shura demon tiger had become turtles in a jar. All of this was done by the master of this mysterious cold pool. It seemed that this dragon really existed. Smart. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. And what was even more creepy was that the location of this voice was actually behind Su Yan. The moment the voice sounded, a claw had already appeared directly, grabbing towards Su Yan's body. It appeared so strangely and silently, and at the same time, it immediately launched an attack the moment it appeared. Such a method was simply terrifying. Su Yan. At this time, Aina saw the huge claw directly pass through Su Yan's body, and he immediately became extremely angry. At least, Su Yan came here to look for him, and after seeing his inheritance imprint, he did not move at all. This had already won his approval. Originally, he was so polite to Su Yan. It was only because Su Yan could fight with him, and at the same time, it was also because of Rusty. Aina was very proud, and he was also a lonely person. And Su Yan had gained his approval. In other words, at this moment, he had already regarded Su Yan as a friend. A lonely person, after having a friend, would naturally cherish it very much. At this time, his friend died in front of him, how could he not be angry? However, the next moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because after the claw passed through Su Yan's body directly dissipated. It was as if a mirror had been broken. That was not Su Yan's real body. This guy, his strength has actually become this frightening. When he had fought against Su Yan earlier, Su Yan did not possess such an ability. At that time, if Su Yan was able to use such a strange method, then in the Blood River Tower, he might have already lost. From this, it could be seen that after Su Yan became a blue mask Shura, not only did his strength increase, but his methods also increased. But at this time, it seemed that this was a good thing. Oh. You actually dodged my attack, you Shura are quite interesting. The voice sounded again, but this time, its body did not move. Through the fog, Su Yan and Aina finally saw this guy clearly. This was a standing creature. Its entire body was pitch black, and there were 2 horns on its head. There was also a long tail on its back, and the tip of the tail was a long needle. It was suffused with a cold light, and one could tell with a single glance that it was an extremely terrifying thing. The moment this strange thing appeared, it brought great pressure to Su Yan and Aina. One had to know that at this time, they were already Blue Mask Shura, and both of them were at the top of the Blue Mask Shura. If the 2 of them joined forces, they could even challenge the Martial Shura. But in front of this huge guy, the 2 of them did not feel the slightest sense of security. This was really a terrifying thing. You were the one who was condensing the cold air before. Let's focus on Aina. What are you? Are you that dragon? Su Yan asked directly. Yes, if I want to make food more delicious, then I can only fatten it up. Although it will make me a little tired, it can't be helped. That strange thing opened and closed its parrot-like mouth, and actually spoke the Shura language. For a monster like the Shura demon tiger, although it could communicate with Su Yan, it did so by transmitting its will. But this guy could directly speak the Shura language, it was obviously a higher-level existence. With a light flick of its tail, it directly smashed a rock into powder. Su Yan and Aina's pupils shrank. Aina had just experienced the horror of these rocks. He did not break the rocks when he slammed into them, but this guy, with just a light flick of its tail, did it to this extent. What kind of terrifying power was this? Whether it was Su Yan or Aina, both of them were shocked. But whether it was Su Yan or Aina, they did not have any fear. At any time, a scared Shura was destined to fail. This was the same for everyone. The stronger the person, the more fearless they were. At this time, the monster's gaze suddenly fell on the Shura demon tiger. Oh. So it's the descendant of that stupid tiger. TSK. That's great. At this time, it suddenly laughed, its smile was so evil. From this sentence, it seemed that the Tiger King from back then was related to this guy. At this time, the Shura Tiger King was completely furious. Even if Su Yan's will was suppressing it, it could no longer control itself at this time. It almost wanted to rush up and bite at this guy in an instant. However, Su Yan was clear that if this guy went up at this time, he would definitely die without a doubt. This strange and mysterious existence was very likely to be a dragon. It was really powerful. Not to mention the demon tiger at this time, even if he could gather all the power of the Tiger King's spirit, he would not be a match for this guy. I'm going to kill it. At this time, the weakness of a monster was revealed. Even if it was so powerful, the Shura demon tiger still could not control its emotions. When its killing intent rose, it immediately wanted to fight with its opponent, even if it had to die together with it. But at this time, Su Yan would not let it do so. He suddenly said, "In that case, you are that dragon. I really didn't expect that a dragon would look like this." Strictly speaking, this was indeed the first time he saw a dragon. No matter where in the mythology, as long as the word dragon was related, it would be a synonym for power. The human race's cultivation had a saying that they wanted to become as powerful as a dragon. Once upon a time, dragons were the main characters of the world. At that time, Su Yan went to Dragon Island. At that time, even the powerful Godslayer sword suffered a great loss on Dragon Island. Although the Godslayer sword later killed a dragon king, it was also injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying those dragons were. Moreover, that was only the dragon king. If it was the legendary dragon god, then it would be even more terrifying. Not to mention other things, the great demonic dragon was already one of the most powerful existences in the world, but according to legend, its fall was caused by the dragon god. This caused the powerful great demonic dragon to fall directly and fall into a dead silence. At this time, Su Yan was sure that although this dragon looked very strange, it must have the bloodline of a true dragon. Because the dragon blood in Su Yan's body reacted. The great demonic dragon had a natural hostility towards the dragons. This was an instinct, so much so that even if Su Yan's dragon blood was slowly cultivated, it still brought out this hatred. However, Su Yan was not a beast, and his willpower was very strong, so he was not affected by this will. At this time, Su Yan coldly stared at the dragon. Although his words were mocking, he did not dare to be careless at this time. The dragon had already proven its strength, and Su Yan did not forget the sneak attack just now. If he had not been careful at the beginning and directly launched a skill similar to Kyoka Suigetsu as a precaution, he did not think that he would have been able to avoid such a terrible blow. This guy was not only powerful, but his speed was also terrifying, and in this fog, he seemed to be able to move freely. When he was talking, he unconsciously linked his power with Shura, Demon Tiger, and Hyena. Only in this way could he spread his divine will to the greatest extent possible. Originally, to restrain such a strange and elusive movement, divine sense was the best way, but this fog suppressed divine sense. This greatly reduced the range of divine sense. At this time, Su Yan could only do this. Humph, are you trying to stall for time? You Shura are interesting, you give me a very special feeling. I originally thought that this guy with the inheritance of the emperor would be the most delicious food, but now it seems that your appearance has given me a new surprise. At this time, his eyes fell on Su Yan's face without any scruples, as if he wanted to directly devour Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan ignored his words. He was secretly controlling his power, and at the same time, communicating with the God-Slayer sword. Senior God-Slayer, what kind of creature is this? Is it really a dragon? Although he had never seen a dragon before, he had after all dealt with the dragon clan, and he always felt that this guy in front of him was neither fish nor fowl. If this was a dragon, then it was a bit too unreliable. At this time, the God-Slayer sword said, "Dragon? If you must say that, it's possible because he was indeed a dragon, but now, he's not." Su Yan's brows furrowed. He did not really understand what this sentence meant. At this time, the God-Slayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. "Kid, as a senior, I'll give you a good explanation. Have you noticed his tail?" Su Yan naturally noticed that tail that was emitting a cold light. How could he not notice it? This strange and terrifying fellow, the part that gave Su Yan the most pressure was its tail. This tail seems to be very powerful, and its lethality is terrifying. Su Yan said. "Ha ha ha, is that so? Isn't your divine sense very strong? Then take a closer look." Su Yan did as he was told, and his divine sense directly focused on the tail. Suddenly, Su Yan's expression changed. Chapter 998. Female Literature. He discovered that at the tip of the tail, there was actually a small, invisible hole, and around the hole were densely packed tiny bumps. This thing gave Su Yan a very strange and dangerous feeling. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword continued to transmit its thoughts. "Let me tell you, that's this guy's real mouth. Why do I say that he can also be considered a dragon? It's because the blood of a dragon is flowing in his body, and he has the innate magic of a dragon, but he's not a dragon himself. He's a devouring worm." A devouring worm. Su Yan had never heard of this term, but he could tell that the God-Slayer sword was not friendly to this creature. That's right, that's a devouring worm. It appeared at the end of ancient times and was hated by many powerful creatures. In the end, almost all of them joined forces to extinguish the devouring worm. I really didn't expect that such a creature would still exist, and that you would encounter it. Hee, you're really a child of destiny. Su Yan continued, Senior, please enlighten me. Just how terrifying is this devouring bug? How could it make so many powerful clans in ancient times join forces to deal with it and destroy it? In the world he came from, human history was a history of development. At least, that was the case according to human research. From the earliest primitive civilization to the last few advanced technological civilizations. However, this was definitely not the case in this world. In this world, until now, civilization had regressed a lot. The word ancient often meant that they were powerful. The powerful races of ancient times were extremely powerful, and some of them were even more terrifying. If those existences were to be resurrected, Su Yan did not even dare to believe that humans would still be alive at this time. In that extremely terrifying era, all the powerful races hated the devouring worm, and in the end, they joined forces to eliminate it. How terrifying would that be? Devouring worms, as the name suggests, are terrifying creatures that rely on devouring to strengthen themselves. They devour not only to obtain energy, but also to obtain all of their abilities. This includes their bloodline talents. Therefore, very few people know what a devouring worm looks like. When they devour a true dragon, they become a true dragon. When they devour humans, they become humans. When they devour both creatures at the same time, they will evolve. It can be said that such creatures are even more terrifying than demons. Their existence is born to be enemies with this world and this world. Hearing this, even Su Yan, who had always been bold, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This devouring worm was actually so terrifying. If it devoured a dragon, they would become a true dragon. If it devoured a black tortoise, they would become a black tortoise. If their numbers were large enough, wouldn't they be able to devour the entire world? With such a heaven-defying and terrifying existence, it was no wonder that the powerful races of the ancient times would band together. The one in front of you is a devouring worm. Originally, there should have been a dragon here. Unfortunately, he has now become the devouring worm's food. Moreover, this devouring worm must have planned to devour a dragon. Many powerful monsters have died in its mouth, which is why it has evolved into such a ghastly appearance. The Tiger King that you just devoured must have been its prey, which is why it is so angry at it. At this moment, Su Yan was really alarmed. Such a monster's existence was a sin. It was the most terrifying thing in the world. Su Yan took a deep breath and his gaze fell on the creature. The devouring worm had not made a move until now. At this moment, Su Yan realized that the surrounding cold air had become stronger. At this moment, he understood that the devouring worm was waiting for an opportunity. The stronger the cold air became, the more suitable it would be for its battle. If it continued to reach its peak, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Su Yan and Aina. Aina, get ready to attack. This monster is very scary and very dangerous. We must be careful, especially its tail. It's best not to give it a chance. Su Yan was naturally very cautious after learning about the danger of this thing from the Godslayer sword. However, Aina did not know how scary this thing was, which was why Su Yan warned him. Otherwise, if Aina acted rashly without knowing, it was very likely that this thing would seize the opportunity. If that happened, it would be terrible. Okay, I understand. Aina nodded. He could see that Su Yan must have known something. However, to be able to make Su Yan treat it so seriously, the thing in front of them must be extremely terrifying. Use the Shura fire. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he had already made his move. A flame rose. The blazing flame appeared silently next to the devouring worm. Shura fire had always been known for being overbearing. In the Shura world, those who could use Shura fire to its extreme were all top-notch powerhouses. Among them, the most famous one was the Flame Emperor, whose origin was Shura fire. Back then, the Shura Great Emperor was almost invincible, and there were few who could match him. However, it was said that the Shura Great Emperor left this world later on, and his whereabouts were unknown. Of course, to be able to leave this world freely, only such a powerful great emperor would have such means. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to increase. The Shura fire was refined, and directly shrouded the devouring worm. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. "Damn it, be careful behind you." He immediately noticed that the thing his power shrouded was actually a fake. This damn thing actually used a similar method as he did before. This damn thing really deserved to die. His power suddenly moved, and then the flames directly shrouded Aina and the Shura demon tiger. The Shura fire also turned into a shield at this moment. Boom! Almost at this moment, a terrifying wave of air exploded. At this moment, an azure cold air appeared. Sure enough, the devouring worm took advantage of this moment to launch a sneak attack. If it wasn't for Su Yan's quick reaction, they would have already been hit by the attack. Damn it, die, blade of reincarnation. At this moment, Aina directly made his move. This was a powerful power that he awakened after becoming a blue-faced Shura. However, after such a short period of time, it was naturally impossible for him to control this power well. Even so, when this power was used, it was still terrifying. When he thought that this guy actually treated him as food, his heart was incomparably furious. At this moment, he naturally would not show any mercy. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger also used all its strength and directly spat out a terrifying light. The powerful force tumbled at this time, directly colliding with the cold wave. When the three forces collided, an extremely terrifying rebound force came, and Su Yan, Aina, and the Shura demon tiger were directly sent flying. This terrifying devouring worm was fighting 1 against 3 without any effort at all. At this moment, the devouring worm was coldly looking at the three. Hee, not bad. To be able to have such power and reaction, it is a pleasant surprise. However, the more it is like this, the more I am happy because this means that this time the food will be more delicious. At this moment, it let out an extremely strange laugh. To be treated as food by a guy, this was naturally something that would make people angry. At this moment, Aina turned around again, and his Shura fire directly erupted. Although his attainments in Shura fire were not as good as Su Yan's, in reality, his flame power was also very powerful. The two Shura fire burned at the same time, immediately dissipating the surrounding fog. The Shura Tiger King once again spat out a destructive light beam, and directly flew towards the devouring worm. The devouring worm let out a disdainful sound, and with a turn of its tail, the devouring worm's breath was directly destroyed. The three of you are no match for me. If a Shura king were to come here, then he would have the qualifications to threaten me. However, the three of you are still far from that, so you should obediently become my food. As soon as its voice fell, it fiercely stomped on the ground, and immediately, icicles immediately flew forward. That terrifying and frightening power was so suffocating. The two icicles seemed to have a life of their own, and turned into monsters that wanted to devour the lives of the three. Shura Berserk Blade. At this moment, Aina once again urged his power. His power turned into an extremely terrifying blade light, and then, it fiercely slashed towards the attack. At this moment, Su Yan also made his move. He once again grabbed, and a spear appeared. It was the spear that he had taken from the Aganda family. This spear was very terrifying, and it had an extremely terrifying destructive power. At this moment, he directly injected his power into it. The infusion of the power of destruction caused the spear to tremble directly. Spear of destruction, go. At this moment, the Shura Tiger King also erupted his power. If it were any other existence, the Tiger King would have already wanted to escape at this time. However, this devouring worm was the only one he would not choose to escape. This was because at this time, the hatred buried in his bloodline was. In his inheritance, his ancestors were extremely afraid of this devouring worm, so the Shura demon tiger instinctively did not want to get close to this place. However, after seeing this guy, the boundless hatred instantly erupted at this moment, and it could no longer be suppressed. Therefore, he still attacked with all his might. Chapter 999. Female literature. The power of the three once again clashed with the power of the engulfing ice. The moment the power clashed, a terrifying shockwave appeared once again. Such a shockwave was truly terrifying. The bodies of Su Yan and the others trembled at the same time. Futile, futile. But since I'm bored anyway, I'll play with you. I'll let you know what it means to be dominated by despair. Hee, only prey filled with despair will become more delicious when eaten. His voice was so disgusting. It was as if just this voice alone was filled with a huge power of attack. This voice could even attack one's soul. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger had already begun to tremble. The hatred that originated from his bloodline supported him to not retreat, but fear had slowly crept into his heart. Not to mention him, even the powerful Shura hyena, who had experienced countless battles, was gradually shrouded in fear at this moment. Bullshit. At this moment, Su Yan directly shouted angrily. When he shouted angrily, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness trembled at this moment. A mysterious wave was directly emitted at this moment. This wave was integrated into his voice. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger and hyena swayed at the same time. The feeling of fear actually dissipated a lot at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Bullshit. You don't have the ability to deal with us in one go, right?" Su Yan urged his power while saying, "If I'm not wrong, you don't want to play with us at all. You just don't have the ability to kill us quickly. Hee, you ugly bug, it seems like you're seriously injured." After Su Yan's words, the Shura demon tiger and hyena's minds shook again. The fear they had for the Shura demon tiger disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger's expression was extremely ugly. Because Su Yan was right. Damn thing, how can you tell? Just as Su Yan had said, he was indeed heavily injured. If it wasn't for this, he would have already captured Su Yan and the other two and directly devoured them. And now, he had no choice but to use psychological warriors to make Su Yan and the others feel fear. In such a powerful battle, one's mental state would, to a large extent, determine the outcome of the battle. It was like a battle between two armies. One side's momentum was like a rainbow, while the other side had no morale to speak of. Thus, the result of the battle was obvious. This was similar to subduing an enemy without fighting. He continued to convey his fear with words. There was a subtle spiritual fluctuation in his words that could penetrate people's hearts. Therefore, even a warrior like hyena, who had experienced countless battles, would fall for it. This is a hint that the devouring worm is stronger than you. Then, this fact would be directly magnified, and the fear and despair in one's heart would increase. In such a powerful battle, this trick was actually very effective. However, it was a pity that Su Yan's consciousness was too terrifying. Moreover, he had a treasure like the soul-suppressing seal, so he naturally had a strong resistance against such tricks. The green lotus and bright moon in his sea of consciousness were even more mysterious. They could even reverse the direction of this power. Therefore, the moment he opened his mouth, Su Yan had already seen through his purpose. However, he did not immediately organize it. Instead, he waited until the devouring worm's trick began to affect Shura, demon tiger, and hyena before directly exposing this trick. Of course, this was also Su Yan's intention. He was suppressing first and then raising it. After that, hyena and Shura, demon tiger's fear of the devouring worm would be greatly reduced. Unknowingly, their morale would increase. Even the anger caused by being deceived would make them work harder to fight against their enemies. So that's how it is. You despicable bastard, how dare you deceive this tiger lord? This tiger lord is going to skin you alive. At this moment, Shura, demon tiger suddenly roared. He directly burst out and charged towards the devouring worm. Shura, demon tiger's strength was displayed. In an instant, he directly transformed into his giant tiger form. Then, he slapped down with his claws. Disregarding everything else, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. A huge shadow descended and directly enveloped the devouring worm. At this moment, Su Yan also moved. In an instant, he directly turned into a stream of light. In fact, he obviously knew that Shura, demon tiger, could not resist this terrifying devouring worm. Even if he transformed into his giant tiger form and increased his strength greatly, it would still be the same. However, this was not a one-on-one battle between Shura, demon tiger, and this guy. Shura, demon tiger's attack was used to restrain this guy. At this moment, Su Yan's spear of annihilation was launched again. Hyena was not to be outdone. Shura, wild blade danced. When he used this attack again, it was obvious that Hyena's strength had increased again. At this time, his strength was so terrifying. This attack was almost 5 times stronger than before. He was constantly adapting to his strength. At this time, his strength and terror were displayed. He would become more and more courageous as he fought. Of course, it was not only him. Su Yan was the same. Hyena had devoured an extremely dense icy Shura's aura and became a powerful blue-faced Shura. However, Su Yan had devoured 7 or 8 powerful blue-faced Shura. With so much energy, how terrifying would it be? If he directly released all of it, then even martial Shura would be killed. Of course, Su Yan could not do it at this time. However, he could release this energy as much as possible at once. At the same time, he could fuse this energy with the Godslayer sword's will. Now, Su Yan had firmly remembered the sword will that the Godslayer sword had given him back then. The so-called Godslayer was to destroy the sky and decimate the earth. When this power was fused with a huge force, the power was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan did not stop there. He combined this terrifying sword with the Godslayer sword passed down by the great Devil Heaven Lord. Godslayer and Godslayer. When combined, it became Godslayer. Such power, under the same energy source, had already passed through any sword. This was Su Yan's strength and genius. When such a sword fell, the terrifying power seemed to have burned everything into nothingness. Kill! Su Yan roared. This move was similar to the hidden sword style. After the first attack, another attack followed closely behind. At this time, the devouring bug was facing the spear of destruction and the terrifying Shura's wild blade. As for the Shura demon tiger's attack, he had decided to ignore it. Nirvana is just asking for death. Dragon Nirvana Ray. Being threatened by such power, he could not afford to underestimate it at this time. In fact, the current situation had already exceeded his calculations. At this time, he thought that Hyena was alone. Therefore, when Hyena was preparing to become a blue-faced Shura, not only did he not stop Hyena, but he also tried to find a way to help Hyena. There was no need to say which was better, devouring a green-faced Shura or a blue-faced Shura. Moreover, he had absolute confidence that even if Hyena became a blue-faced Shura, he would not be able to escape from him. However, Su Yan's appearance disrupted his calculations. However, even if he was severely injured, he was confident that his strength and methods were enough to control everything. Therefore, he might as well treat Su Yan and the Shura demon tiger as food. He could see that the energy contained in Su Yan's body was not to be underestimated. If he could devour Su Yan, it would be very beneficial for him to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the Shura demon tiger's bloodline was extraordinary. It was a high-level monster. In the past, he had killed and devoured so many powerful king-level monsters. Only the Tiger King had escaped from him. This showed that the Tiger King was not ordinary. But now, he realized that he couldn't eat anymore. Among the three, the one he hated and feared the most was Su Yan. If it were not for Su Yan, he would not be in so much trouble. This guy seemed to know something about him, and many of the rhythm of the battle were disrupted by him. Unknowingly, Su Yan became the core of the three and brought him a lot of trouble. Regarding the attack at this time, his judgment was very accurate. Although the huge tiger claw fell, in terms of real lethality, it was naturally not comparable to the Spear of Destruction and Shura's Wild Blade. At this time, he would rather take the Shura Demon Tiger's attack and block the power of these two people. However, this was not the most troublesome thing. Su Yan's hidden sword style that followed closely behind was the most troublesome thing for him. Therefore, this time, he directly used the dragon's ray of destruction. This was the innate power of the dragon he had devoured. It was similar to the breath of a real dragon. The destructive power of this move was extremely terrifying, but the disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy. If he was not injured, this would not be a problem. However, the key now was that he was injured. Such an attack would be more troublesome for him. However, at this time, he could not care less. If he was hit by Su Yan's hidden sword style, he would not have a good ending. The dragon's ray of destruction was indeed terrifying. This terrifying light directly covered this power, and the terrifying power destroyed the Spear of Destruction and Shura's Wild Blade bit by bit. At the same time, it once again slashed towards Su Yan's ray of destruction. When these two powers came close to each other, terrifying fluctuations immediately appeared. The incomparably terrifying power spread out, and even the extremely hard rocks began to shatter at this time, and even evaporate at this time. At this time, that power was actually so violent. Want to defeat me? Dream on. Chapter 1000. Girls' Literature. He laughed proudly, feeling that he had already grasped victory in his hands. The dragon's ray of annihilation had cost him a huge price, but did these guys not have to pay a price for using such a terrifying attack? That was absolutely impossible. The price they paid must be even greater than his. Since that was the case, he still won in the end. Don't forget that this was the dragon's cold pond, his home ground. That was why he was the final victor. However, at that moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The tiger claw that he had ignored suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. A shadow directly unfolded at that moment, and a powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed him. The power of that attack was simply terrifying. At that moment, that power actually became so strong. The devouring bug clearly did not expect such a change to occur at that moment. How is this possible? That's right. How could this be possible? Although this demonic tiger was considered to be one of the stronger demonic beasts, how could it possibly cause any harm to Yishiwen? At that moment, not only him, but even the demon tiger himself was shocked. Although he wanted to kill the devouring bug directly, he already knew that he could not do anything to it when he launched his attack in the Sea of Consciousness. At most, he could only coordinate with the two Shura, Su Yan and Aina, to attack. But all of a sudden, his strength had grown to such an extent that it was simply astonishing. At that moment, he seemed to have seen himself being possessed by his ancestor's spirit again. No, the power of this attack was even stronger than that time. No, this is your method. The devouring bug was directly hit by the attack, and then his entire body was immediately sent flying. At that moment, even someone as strong as him vomited blood. At that moment, he already knew that this was definitely Su Yan's method. Otherwise, how could a stupid tiger manage to injure him to such an extent? Su Yan said, as expected of an ancient disaster, "You're quite smart." Just now, that was indeed Su Yan's method. In fact, it was simple to say, that was the method of hiding the sword. However, he didn't hide one sword, but two. The first one followed behind the Spear of Annihilation, while the second one merged with the tiger claw. Su Yan did not dare to underestimate this devouring worm. After all, that was a powerful existence that even the Godslayer sword called a scourge. For such a thing, no matter how careful one was, it would not be enough. It was also because of this that he had already calculated this when he unleashed his power. And the effect of this attack seemed to be unexpectedly good. The devouring worm looked at Su Yan. When it heard Su Yan mention the ancient scourge, it immediately knew that Su Yan knew about its origin. At this time, he looked at Su Yan with even more fear. "Shura, you really know a lot. Since that's the case, I will definitely kill you today." At this time, it seemed to be really angry, and smoke wafted out of its head. Such power had an extremely terrifying aura, and it was so powerful that it seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Su Yan's face became serious. The combination of his attack and the demon tiger's power was definitely very heavy. However, he did not expect that this thing would still be so lively under such circumstances. It was also fortunate that it had been severely injured. Otherwise, they would have died immediately this time. However, this attack must have been very effective. Otherwise, this guy would not be so irritable. At this time, the devouring worm's appearance changed. A thin layer of green moss-like skin appeared on its body. Although Su Yan did not know what this thing was, it was definitely not something good for it to appear at this time. Be careful. At this time, it was either you die or I die. They must not be careless at all. Otherwise, it would be a disaster of life and death. At this time, Su Yan was already on full alert. At this time, Aina and the demon tiger were also the same. Speaking of which, Aina was still quite annoyed at this time. Because at this time, he could only fight under Su Yan's guidance. He originally thought that after he became a blue-faced Shura, although he could not be said to be invincible, he was strong enough. Other than the kings and a few powerful blue-faced Shura, he did not put other existences in his eyes. However, at this time, it seemed that he was too proud and arrogant. In front of this strange creature, he was actually so weak. If it was not for Su Yan's appearance, he was afraid that he would have died in the hands of this thing. This was something that he could not tolerate. At this time, he had begun to fully activate the power of his ruler's inheritance. He knew very well that if he wanted to kill this monster, he would not be able to do it with his own strength. Thus, he could only rely on the power left behind by his ancestor. Although doing so would harm the source energy left behind by the ancestor, it was unavoidable at this point in time. Otherwise, if he were to die here today, the losses would outweigh the gains. At this time, his power was expanding bit by bit. At this time, his aura was quietly rising. In just a short moment, Aina's aura had surpassed Su Yan's. When his aura reached its peak, the devouring worm suddenly made a strange sound. Its green skin suddenly shrank and began to peel off from his body. The strength and terror of that power was simply unimaginable. A terrifying aura directly condensed. Damn it, I can't let it go on like this. At this time, Aina suddenly attacked. Although he did not know what this thing wanted to do, he knew that he could not let it go on like this. Therefore, he did not hesitate to attack at this time. At this time, his short saber directly released an extremely terrifying aura. At this time, the silver blade actually flowed with a dense light that was like blood. At this moment, he was directly in front of his opponent. Die! He roared. The extremely powerful and terrifying power immediately floated at this moment, and a terrifying light directly descended at this moment. The power that such a light flashed at this time was simply incomparable. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. At this time, the power that Aina exploded at this time had reached an endless level. However, Su Yan immediately shouted, "Aina, come back quickly." At this time, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. That was the devouring worm. The method that he used was definitely not that simple. At this moment, Aina's power was indeed incomparably powerful. However, Su Yan did not think that Aina's attack could hurt him. This was because the difference in power between the two was too great. That terrifying halo had simply reached an endless level. Hee, you want to hurt me? You'd better become my food. At this moment, the green light finally completely peeled off. At the moment when it peeled off, it actually turned into another devouring worm. Damn it. At this time, Su Yan immediately rushed forward. His divine thought was extremely powerful. Although the ice fog here would suppress his divine thought, causing his divine thought to be unable to fully unleash its power. However, in such a close range, he could still control everything. Through his divine thought, he had already discovered. The figure that reappeared was definitely not an illusion. Instead, it was real. In other words, at this time, there were two devouring worms. In the ancient times, the devouring worms were attacked by so many powerful clans before they were finally destroyed. They must have extremely terrifying abilities. Therefore, even if the devouring worm was injured, Su Yan still felt an incomparable headache. However, at this time, Aina had overestimated himself. At this time, Aina was an extremely important fighting force. If Aina died, it would be an extremely huge blow to Su Yan. If he was directly devoured, Su Yan would not even have the intention to fight. He would directly summon the Godslayer sword and kill this thing directly. However, before that, he still had to make a final effort. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power burst out from Aina's body. His blade light was so faint at first, but later on, the blade light covered the sky and the earth. The power contained in it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. This kind of power was enough to make people tremble in fear. If it was an ordinary enemy, even if it was Marshal Shura, Su Yan felt that this attack would definitely be able to severely injure him. He might even be able to kill him. However, at this time, he was facing a devouring worm. This kind of strange and terrifying creature could never be imagined with common sense. The second doppelganger that suddenly appeared was abnormally dangerous. Sure enough, at this time, the green thing suddenly let out a strange laugh. Then, it directly pounced over. That overwhelming blade light was so terrifying, but at this time, he actually turned a blind eye to it. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. Its speed was too fast. At this time, Su Yan's eyes surged with a ray of light. This was because he clearly saw that this thing actually took the damage of the blade light directly and then hugged Aina. Within Aina's range, the damage he suffered was naturally extremely great. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this saber light was. Chapter 1001. Female literature. However, the clone did not seem to care at all. From the looks of it, this thing must have its own agenda. Although Su Yan did not know what the clone's goal was, he knew that it was not a good thing, and it was definitely very dangerous. Unfortunately, Aina's aura had reached the pinnacle of perfection when she unleashed her attack. It was the most powerful power that he had ever achieved in his life. If such a feeling had to be described with a word, it would be that it was wonderful. At such a time, he would not give up. That was because it was too important for a cultivator. Only those who had experienced it before would understand how wonderful it was. On the contrary, if one had never experienced it before, they would never know. At that moment, as long as he completely slashed out that sword, he would be able to truly experience the power of that slash. Only then would he be able to remember that feeling and have a goal to pursue. Of course, he heard Su Yan's exclamation at that moment, but he was not afraid at all. He never thought that there was anything else that could make him afraid. At that moment, his power had risen to a certain point. The terror of that power had reached an endless level. Streams of aura continued to rise at that moment. That was his sword aura. At that moment, an invincible will was born in his heart. He thought that there was nothing in the world that he could not accomplish with that sword of his. At that moment, even if the person standing in front of him was a Shura king, he would still fight. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. At that moment, the green devourer worm was actually able to pass through his invincible blade. It was as if he was not afraid of that terrifying and powerful power at all. It was clear that at this time, under his terrifying and sharp blade, he was already injured, but that thing actually didn't care at all. His blade was causing tons of damage to him, but he had no intention of stopping. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to destroy himself? However, he did not have time to think too much at that moment. He would be able to end his opponent as soon as his blade landed. This was the feeling in his heart at this moment. No matter what he wanted to do, it was no longer important, because his blade could end everything. It was a powerful force that was combined with his ruler's inheritance mark. The power of the mark gave him absolute confidence. However, in the next moment, he was immediately shocked. Because at this moment, that strange thing actually hugged him. His sharp claws suddenly wrapped around his body, and so did his tail. Of course, there was an extremely terrifying saber light outside his body, so he could not really come into contact with Hyena's body. He had to pay a huge price just to maintain this posture. But for Hyena, this was an extremely dangerous signal. If this continued, he would definitely be in danger. At this moment, his body began to emit a green light. That radiance filled the air in an instant, and then Hyena's mind suddenly became a little dazed. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Hyena realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Damn it! This thing wants to self-destruct its doppelganger to cause damage. At this moment, Su Yan had already figured out what was going on. He was very familiar with this. This detestable fellow indeed wanted to use this trick to hurt Hyena. That doppelganger contained an extremely violent yet irregular power. At this moment, his power was constantly burning. That was only secondary. The most frightening thing was the faint layer of green on it. It was highly toxic. At this point, Shura's body should be very powerful. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Su Yan did not forget that when he first entered this area, a small unknown bat gave him a huge surprise. The poison was so terrifying that even Su Yan was pleasantly surprised. This devouring worm was much more terrifying than the little bat. Needless to say, the poison released by his clone was even more terrifying. At this moment, that terrifying aura finally spread out. Hyena was indeed extraordinarily talented, and he had inherited the most powerful ruler's power. However, at this moment, he was still just a blue-faced Shura. Potential and current strength could never be mixed together. If he was contaminated by this power, then even he would die without a doubt. At this time, the power in the sky immediately burned to the extreme. The speed at which the poison spread was so fast that it was hard for people to believe. But at this time, Su Yan had already taken action. Since he had made up his mind to save Hyena, he would not allow the other party to be presumptuous. Square seal. At this time, the best way Su Yan could think of was to use the square seal. It seemed that only the square seal could exert the greatest power at this time. With this attack, a powerful force suddenly shrouded Hyena. After the square seal appeared, the devouring insect seemed to have sensed something. At this time, the devouring insect did not attack again. Instead, it fled into the distance. Su Yan did not expect that this guy would be so decisive and leave just like that. However, it was obvious that it had planned everything. Su Yan could not do anything to it if it left at this time. Unless it wanted to see Hyena die in front of it. At this moment, the power of the square seal finally began to take effect. The powerful domain wrapped Hyena directly. At this time, Hyena was already contaminated by the green aura. If it were not for the protection of the ruler's inheritance imprint, he would have ended up in a miserable state. But even so, he definitely didn't feel good at this moment. If it were not for the fact that he was constantly using the saber chi to protect himself, the poison would have caused greater damage to him. However, at this time, he was already in a state of delirium. The poison was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, Hyena was already unable to withstand it. If it continued for a longer time, it would not be strange for him to lose his life. Fortunately, Su Yan's square seal appeared in time. The square seal was the power of a domain. When this power appeared, it completely suppressed the power of the poison. It was obvious that the two of them were so close, but in fact, there seemed to be a new world between them at this time. The doppelganger was furious when he sensed the change in the situation. However, at this time, he was horrified to find that he could not even move. An extremely ancient and powerful consciousness suppressed him, making him unable to move. At this time, 4 rays of light appeared above his head. The light swayed gently and finally formed a huge millstone. It was this millstone that brought everything to an end. His poison and strength were slowly being ground away by this millstone. Great Millstone of the 4 Divisions, Murder of the Black Tortoise. This was the move that the square seal had awakened after the white-boned black tortoise was completely destroyed and devoured previously. It had an extremely strong killing power. However, it was extremely difficult to perform this move. At this moment, Su Yan just so happened to be using this technique on top of him. The devouring worm was directly devoured by the square seal. After an unknown period of time, the process finally ended. At this time, Aina had already fainted. Su Yan looked at him and sighed in his heart. At this time, Aina had indeed shown that he was invincible. After this, his mind would definitely become stronger. His enemies in the future would become even more terrifying. However, the current Su Yan would not do anything to him. At this time, he actually wanted to chase after the devouring worm. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species. Moreover, when it escaped, Su Yan clearly saw extreme anger in its eyes. It was obvious that this guy would definitely not let him go. If that was the case, Su Yan was in huge trouble. However, Aina was not in a good condition at this time. Moreover, the ice fog had not dissipated yet. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to achieve his goal in a short time. Therefore, he calmed himself down. This devouring worm is extremely terrifying indeed. Such power had reached a whole new level. It's no wonder that it was a taboo existence in ancient times, Su Yan lamented to himself. At this time, the Godslayer sword's consciousness was transmitted again. Hee, you're considered lucky. What you encountered now is only a larva. Moreover, it seems to have suffered a heavenly tribulation, so its power is weak. Otherwise, do you really think you could have defeated it so easily? Su Yan naturally did not doubt the Godslayer sword's words. If that was the case, this devouring worm was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This was not a good thing. Moreover, the devouring worm's true strength has a lot to do with the creature it devours. However, have you ever thought about why this worm has been staying in this cold pool for so long? After the Godslayer sword asked this, Su Yan immediately came to a realization. That's right, this devouring worm had stayed in this place for so long. There must be a reason for it. He was injured, so naturally, he had to find a way to recover from his injuries, then find a way to make up for it, or even improve himself. Chapter 1002. Female literature. If that was the case, his last resort was not to hide here, but to kill and devour. Even if he was wary of the powerful Shura kings or the powerful king-level monsters, he would have no problem killing the blue-masked monsters. However, he had always stayed in this place, treating this place as his home. Su Yan did not think that this thing was unwilling to leave because it was homesick. If that was the case, there could only be one reason, and that was that there was something at the bottom of the lake that could help him recover, or even make him stronger. Was it that dragon? What's the use of racking your brains? If you want to know the answer, why don't you go in and take a look? At this time, the Godslayer sword urged again. Su Yan's heart moved. In fact, at this time, he also wanted to take a look at the bottom of the lake. However, Su Yan had been in contact with the Godslayer sword for so long, so he had a certain understanding of the Godslayer sword's nature. The Godslayer sword seemed to be kind, and when it talked to him, it even showed a bit of cold humor. But in fact, cold-bloodedness flowed in its bones. It was a kind of cold-bloodedness that was absolutely superior to others. Su Yan could understand this kind of mentality the best. After all living beings in this world seemed to be too weak for it. It was a powerful existence that had once slaughtered gods. Although it only existed in the body of a sword, there was no doubt that it was the most powerful and terrifying existence in this world. How could it, who was high and mighty, treat a small person as a friend? Therefore, Su Yan never dreamed that he could be its friend. At this time, Su Yan's thoughts were very simple, and that was that the Godslayer sword must have some purpose. The thing at the bottom of the lake must have made the Godslayer sword interested. At this time, the Godslayer sword saw Su Yan's soul fluctuation, so it said helplessly, Okay. Kid, you really have a lot of ideas. I'll be honest with you. There is indeed something that I am interested in this place, but that's it. You can go or not. Su Yan did not say anything else, but transmitted a thought to the Shura demon tiger. Guard here. Don't let anything come close, and don't let anything hurt Aina. If that thing comes back, immediately transmit a thought to me. In fact, Su Yan was most wary of the devouring bug. This was the devouring bug's territory, and it had been operating for a long time. In the past, the Shura demon tiger did not even dare to come close to this place. Naturally, the other demonic beasts wouldn't have the guts to enter this place. Since the thing at the bottom of the lake was so important to the devouring bug, it would not give up so easily. Previously, he was only forced to retreat. However, the devouring worm possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. Who knows, it might suddenly turn around and attack at this time. Therefore, Su Yan had to be very careful about this. Su Yan immediately unleashed his power and wrapped his body up. After that, he dived into the cold pond. The moment his body fell into the cold pond, he actually shivered. So cold. Even with the quality of his body, he still had such a feeling at this time. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the temperature of this cold pond was. He increased his power again. He did not want to be frozen into a popsicle before he could see the treasure at the bottom of the lake. When he finally did not feel cold, he immediately activated his power, and then directly dove to the bottom of the lake. The cold pool did not look big, but when he entered the water, Su Yan felt as if he had entered another world. The deeper he went, the thicker the Shura aura could be felt. It was no wonder that the devouring bug would stay here. Not to mention other things, just the powerful aura of the Shura was enough for him to enjoy. At this time, Su Yan directly opened his true sight. The true sight that he obtained from the Oriole had helped him greatly many times. Under the power of the true sight, the dark bottom of the lake became clear. Everything, even the smallest sand and stone, was clearly seen by him. All of a sudden, Su Yan was stunned. This was because he realized that at the bottom of the cold pool, there was a huge dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton was coiled at the bottom of the lake, motionless. Although only the dragon skeleton was left, the dragon aura that permeated from it was able to make the aura of the great demonic dragon in Su Yan's body react. So powerful. Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Well, it's not bad. If this bug was alive, it could be compared to the Dragon King on Dragon Island. No, maybe it's even stronger. At this time, the Godslayer sword said casually. When the Dragon King was mentioned, the Godslayer sword still seemed to be full of killing intent. He was the high and mighty Godslayer sword, but those guys dared to scheme against him. This was simply unforgivable. Of course, in his eyes, even those Dragon King were still ants. It was just that they were much stronger ants. However, that was only for him. For Su Yan, or even for ordinary Dao Masters or Shura Kings, those Dragon King were extremely terrifying and powerful existences. And this dragon bone was even stronger than them, so its origin was indeed extraordinary. It seems that the dragon's aura on the devouring bug came from this dragon bone. The Godslayer sword said. At this time, Su Yan also began to ponder. Although the devouring bug was terrifying, Su Yan didn't think that it could kill such a powerful dragon. The reason why he could have the characteristics of a dragon was probably because he was lucky. He picked up a bargain after the dragon died. That was why he could achieve so much. However, the real problem now was not the devouring bug, but why did the dragon die here? Boy, go and take a look under the dragon's corpse. At this time, the Godslayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. It must have felt something for it to say this. However, Su Yan's eyes of truth didn't feel anything. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, "Your eyes of truth is indeed extraordinary, but your strength is ultimately not strong enough, so you can't fully display its true strength. And didn't you notice that the dragon aura around the dragon's corpse hasn't dissipated? This dragon aura protected the bones and shielded everything around it. The devouring bug must have been hiding here to devour the dragon's aura at all times to make itself stronger. Unfortunately, it was neglecting the essentials. In its opinion, the dragon's corpse was the most precious thing, but it didn't know that the dragon died here because of the real treasure here. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at this time, the Godslayer's sword seemed to be a little excited. Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly went down. At this time, the Godslayer's sword transmitted its thoughts again. You don't need to have any doubts. I really did feel something good that moved even me. And don't worry, I won't take it all for myself. I'll share the benefits with you. And when you're in danger, I'll protect you. You don't have to pay anything. Su Yan was surprised that the Godslayer's sword would be so easy to talk to at this time. However, since he had already put it this way, how could he still hesitate in the slightest? He directly used the regal sword teleportation. At this time, he really realized how extraordinary this place was. After using the regal sword teleportation, his speed should have reached an extremely fast level. The bottom of the lake should be in front of him and he could reach it in the blink of an eye. But at this time, he felt that the bottom of the lake was so far away. To think that you've already crossed the 10 Dragons realm and come into contact with the secrets of space. Can't you see that this is a technique that's so close yet so far away? It looks like it's right in front of you, but it's actually so far away. Fortunately, it seems that a lot of the arrangements here have been made. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to break through. But it's also because of this that the devouring beetle can't find out. Good, good, good. It seems that you're really someone who's favored by the heavens. The Godslayer's sword was extremely excited at this time. At this moment, Su Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't I being targeted by the Shura realm's heaven's will, who wants to kill me at all times? How can I be favored by the heavens?" The Godslayer's sword seemed to be really happy today. After hearing this, it immediately said, "What do you know? Can the Shura realms will be called heaven's will? What a joke. That's just the will of the realm. The so-called heaven is high and mighty, eternal and boundless. Let alone you, no one can fathom it." After saying this, the Godslayer's sword suddenly paused. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, trust me, I won't harm you." "Humph, I'm so awesome, how can I go against a little thing like you?" "Su Yan, Godslayer's sword, does your master know that you're so awesome?" However, he immediately threw away these distracting thoughts. A treasure that could make the Godslayer's sword feel this way must be very amazing. After an unknown amount of time, the space suddenly changed again. This time, what appeared in front of Su Yan was a world of ice and snow. This was a pure white world. At this moment, Su Yan was suddenly startled. He felt that this place was very familiar. "Well, kid, don't you think this place is very familiar?" At this moment, the Godslayer's sword spoke. At first, Su Yan was only suspicious, but now that the Godslayer's sword said so, it couldn't be wrong. He must have been to a similar place before. Chapter 1003. Female literature, indeed, but I can't remember. At this time, Su Yan really couldn't remember. "Ha ha ha, you have a good memory. Don't you remember that you were almost killed by a sword?" When the Godslayer's sword said this, Su Yan's body shook. Yes, at this time, he finally remembered. Indeed, he was almost killed by a sword. Evil sword Cold Jade. That was the world created by the evil sword Cold Jade. At this time, it seemed that these two worlds were not only similar, they were the same. How could he forget such an existence? Well, it seems that you remember the fear of being controlled by an evil sword. Not bad, not bad. This old man seemed to be very happy. But what was there to be happy about? Su Yan couldn't help but want to complain. But to be honest, Su Yan was really miserable at that time. In front of the evil sword Cold Jade, he was so small. If he hadn't released the Godslayer's sword from the scarlet parting sword case at the last moment, he would have become the scabbard of the evil sword Cold Jade. But now, it seemed that he was also the scabbard of a sword. At this time, the Godslayer's sword directly said, "All right, kid, be content. Although I said that I would let you become the scabbard, I was just saying it. You should have seen the Cold Jade scabbard. Don't you realize that compared to him, you are much better now? After the Godslayer sword said this, Su Yan immediately thought of the ghost fork. That was the supreme genius of the limitless demon sect's ghost-killing hall, and also the second hall master. His talent was even higher than that of Sun Luo, but after he became the scabbard, it seemed that even his own thoughts were directly erased, and he completely became like a puppet. That was no longer a life, but a tragedy. In that case, this person was really good to him. At least he wasn't so miserable now. Su Yan didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "Senior, is this related to the evil sword Cold Jade?" The Godslayer sword would never mention Cold Jade for no reason. Su Yan did not believe that the Godslayer sword had some inexplicable feelings for evil sword Cold Jade. They were both swords. The Godslayer sword said, "Of course it's related, and it's very much related. The evil sword Cold Jade is one of the best swords in this world. Aside from the Great Me, no one else can suppress it. Su Yan, I already know that you're very awesome, so stop bragging." Su Yan didn't know why he liked to ridicule this person so much today. At this time, the Godslayer sword continued, "I've fought with him before, and I know that his sword is very scary. Since it's a sword, it naturally has to be forged with materials. If I'm not wrong, the material used to forge it is Cold Jade Heavenly Heart." This was the first time Su Yan had heard of this, but it seemed to be very awesome. "Actually, I just said that the will of the Shuro world can't be called the will of the heavens. It can only be called the will of the world, and only geniuses are the most supreme things. No one knows how the heavens exist, where they are, or what their trajectory is, but they know that the heavens really do exist, and the heavenly heart is related to the heavens. Kid, you're rich this time. I know you want to make your scorching sun sword a divine sword, right?" the Godslayer sword asked. Su Yan nodded. The scorching sun sword was passed down to him by Cho Bo. Cho Bo spent a lot of effort to make this sword a sacred sword, but he couldn't improve it any further. Although a sacred sword and a divine sword were only one step away, the distance between a sacred sword and a divine sword was very far. However, the distance of this step was incomparably far. It was unknown how many people were unable to take this final step. The majesty of a divine sword was so powerful that it could almost crush any opponent of the same level. With a divine sword in hand, it could even suppress fate. This was only one of the aspects. With a divine sword, one could use it to increase one's cultivation by another step. For example, Zhang Zhe, as the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. However, among the many experts, Zhang Zhe was still very young. The Hall Master of the Ghost-Killing Hall and the Master of the Limitless Demons sect were old monsters of the 1,000-year level. These people had been around for a long time. Although they were stronger than Zhang Zhe's cultivation was getting closer and closer to theirs. The reason why the Limitless Demon sect launched an attack on the Taihang sword faction was because they saw a threat. In their opinion, because of Zhang Zhe, the Taihang sword faction had become a sect that could threaten them. Therefore, they had to suppress them. The most important reason why Zhang Zhe's cultivation was able to improve so rapidly was because of the Taixing divine sword. In the world of the 9 continents, the 10 divine swords were extremely terrifying and powerful. Su Yan had seen the majesty of the divine wind sword and the Taihang divine sword. If he could also have a divine sword that he could use, then his cultivation would definitely be even more terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to refine a divine sword. One had to know how difficult it was to forge a divine sword in this world. Cho Bo had never succeeded in his entire life. Even Hai Chuan of the Taihang sword faction could not forge a divine sword. From this, one could see how difficult it was. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, "The Taihang divine sword and the divine wind sword are not true divine swords. Although there are 10 divine swords, I feel that there are less than 3 true divine swords among the 10. Do you know how terrifying and great the word divine is?" Hearing the Godslayer sword say this, Su Yan felt a little strange. However, he knew that the Godslayer sword would not joke about such things. Therefore, he said seriously, "Senior, please enlighten me. Above the sacred sword is the divine sword. Actually, this is wrong. It takes a process for a sacred sword to give birth to divinity. Obtaining divinity is only the beginning. In layman's terms, this is just a half-step divine sword, or a quasi-divine sword. Anyway, that's what it means. A true divine sword is one with a god in the sword. For example, the cold jade, or for example, me. When the God-Slayer sword said this, it was very proud. In fact, this was indeed the case. In this world, the number of divine swords that could become divine swords could be counted on one hand. This was not within the same period of time, but was calculated by adding up all of the long history of the world. Actually, you should know these things. Perhaps you have not realized it yourself, but your sword already has spirituality. This spirituality is the condition for turning into divinity. Su Yan said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." At this time, the God-Slayer sword smiled and said, 2 hours. Su Yan naturally knew what it was referring to. Therefore, he said, "Okay." The God-Slayer sword laughed, obviously very proud. This way, it had an extra 2 hours to comprehend the regal sword spirit. Your scorching sun sword walks the path of the purest yang. Unfortunately, a lone yin does not give birth to a lone yang, and a lone yang does not grow. The person who made the sword thought that as long as the purest yang was evolved to the extreme, it would become the strongest sword. This is simply laughable. Look at all living things, look at all the things in the world. Which one of them does not have a balance of yin and yang? The path of swordsmithing is naturally like this. When one's strength reaches the extreme, one will be strong, but there will also be limits. If one wants to take another step forward, it will not be so easy. Hearing the God-Slayer sword's words, Su Yan was silent. If it were not for the God-Slayer sword's guidance, he would not have known these things. After so many years, Su Yan had bitterly cultivated, but in reality, he was still walking the path of extreme strength. This was not just practicing the sword, but cultivation was also like this. Okay, you have heard these principles today. Remember them and slowly understand them in the future. Now, we should go and find the heavenly frost jade heart. If you confuse it into your sword, then your sword will naturally be able to take another step forward. At this time, even Su Yan could not help but feel a little excited. However, he knew in his heart that this place was definitely very dangerous. Otherwise, why would this dragon die? A place with such a precious treasure of heaven and earth would definitely be filled with danger. Although the treasure is right in front of you, whether or not you have the ability to obtain it will depend on your own means. Su Yan was very familiar with this frozen world. However, although the scene was similar, it was already different. Thinking back to the time when he had rescued Shuexingchuan from here and encountered the evil sword Cold Jade Heart. Fortunately, this was the world of Shura and not the Wuji world. Otherwise, the evil sword Cold Jade Heart would not have missed this place. According to the God-Slayer sword's words, the Cold Jade Heart was a true top divine sword. However, compared to the God-Slayer sword, it seemed that it was still a little lacking. If she could obtain the heavenly frost jade heart here, she might be able to take another step forward. The deeper Su Yan went, the more violent the storm became. In the end, it was already difficult for Su Yan to move forward. Su Yan could only rely on his own strength to support himself in order to move forward. At this time, Su Yan was breathing rapidly. How long had it been? He had almost forgotten this feeling. In a daze, he suddenly remembered that the Regal Sword Codex was in the Great Snow Mountain. At that time, although he had achieved success in martial arts. However, compared to Mother Nature, he was too weak at that time. He was nothing in front of the great and violent Mother Nature. He had climbed to the top of the mountain and was unfortunately buried by the university. At this time, Su Yan was moving forward step by step. Chapter 1004. Female literature. Such a change made him feel as if he was starting from scratch. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was a little flustered, but also a little nostalgic. Unknowingly, his heart began to calm down. Thinking of the past, his heart began to calm down completely. At that time, compared to now, the difference was too great. It could be said that he had almost nothing. However, at that time, he was much calmer and more indifferent than he was now. Su Yan did not miss the past because he knew very well that the reason he could be like this at that time was because he had less at that time. Now, he carried too much on his shoulders and had too much. He wanted to obtain more things. No matter what, as long as he wanted to obtain something, he had to pay the price. This was the truest principle in the world. Su Yan knew that he would never give up. At this moment, the peace in his heart allowed him to understand himself more clearly. Then, he would continue to move forward. At this moment, a powerful pressure was pressing down on him. That kind of terrifying pressure was not inferior to the power of the King of Destruction at all. This place was really terrifying. It was worthy of being a place where treasures of heaven and earth were buried. Of course, this was the only way that treasures of heaven and earth could be preserved until today. Su Yan did not know how powerful that dragon was, but he knew very well that the power of that dragon must be very terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan began to move forward bit by bit. At this point, although he had put in all his effort, he could only move forward a little. However, Su Yan did not feel afraid at all. During this process, the Godslayer sword did not seem to have any intention of helping at all. In fact, the Godslayer sword, which was very active before, actually fell into silence at this time. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Right now, he could not even take care of himself. Naturally, he would not care about the actions of the most powerful divine sword in the world. For him, the most important thing at this time was to be able to move forward more steadily. Unknowingly, he had already mobilized all the power in his body. In this state, his power became even more vigorous. He took a step forward, and with every step he took, he felt as if the path behind him had disappeared. He felt as though he was standing on the edge of a cliff at all times. At this point, he had no right to retreat. The only thing he could do was keep moving forward. Otherwise, he would die. Unknowingly, Su Yan's force bed became even more real and blazing. At this moment, even he himself did not realize that the fusion of his body's strength had unknowingly increased. With the fusion of power, Su Yan's battle prowess would definitely increase. Although his realm would not increase, his battle prowess would definitely increase. As his power continued to change, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the extremely cold power was beginning to enter his body. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. It was the fusion of yin and yang. It turned out that this was what the Godslayer sword had said. Su Yan's power was the most masculine power, whether it was the power of thunder, the power of the sword qi he cultivated, or the scarlet spirit fire. These were all masculine and domineering powers, but at this moment, the cold qi entered his body. Not only did it not affect the aura of his body, but it had also reached a point where they were fused together. This allowed Su Yan's strength to increase even more rapidly. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had become even more harmonious. So that's how it is. Cultivation and sword forging are actually the same principle. They need to complement each other. At this moment, a light of understanding flashed through Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan was actually very lucky. This was because he had encountered too many powerhouses. Whether it was Shuexingchuan or the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, their strength was far above his own. What was even more fortunate was that these seniors had all given Su Yan pointers on his cultivation, which allowed Su Yan to have a greater understanding of cultivation. However, although the pointers of these seniors were a kind of guidance for Su Yan, there was a saying that one had to experience it personally. Their cultivation was their own, not Su Yan's. Therefore, even though their breathtaking teachings were meaningful to Su Yan couldn't just copy them. All he could do was use them as a reference. However, things were different now. The truth at this moment was something that Su Yan had comprehended himself. This was something that truly belonged to him. At this moment, the aura within Su Yan's body began to change. Originally, the reason why several powerful auras within Su Yan's body could operate peacefully was almost all because of the power of the zenith. For example, the power of the zenith was like a link. If it weren't for the power of the zenith, Su Yan wouldn't have died, but he definitely wouldn't have been as carefree as he was now. However, things were different now. This cold power entered Su Yan's body and began to gradually fuse with the power within Su Yan's body. It immediately reached a point where yin and yang coexisted. Coupled with the existence of the power of the zenith, this power quickly reached a new level. Just like that, the long road slowly became short in silence. White icicles suddenly appeared in the midst of the gale. Originally, having icicles in a snowstorm wasn't something to be surprised about. This was because it was very common. However, at this moment, Su Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. At this moment, he immediately knew that the real danger had arrived. He immediately activated the invincible golden body. At the same time, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. His dragon scales were fine and dense, almost comparable to the dragon scales of a true dragon. Even the dragon scales or dragon blood of ordinary young dragons couldn't compare to his dragon scales at all. He could do this all because of the heart of the great demon dragon. Su Yan's increase in strength stimulated the power of the heart of the great demon dragon. The dragon heart beat, transforming Su Yan's qi and blood into dragon blood. At this moment, of course, Su Yan's blood couldn't be all dragon blood, but it was already terrifying enough. If a dragon stood in front of him, it was very likely that it would treat him as one of its own kind, and a high-level one at that. However, Su Yan couldn't really transform into a true dragon. The Buddha's heart and the heart of the demon god were also producing blood. This blood merged with the dragon blood, making Su Yan even more powerful and terrifying. At this moment, the appearance of the dragon scales and the complete transformation of his aura, Su Yan's strength immediately increased. He looked directly into the distance. His eyes were filled with an indescribable radiance. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see through everything. In the distance, a Bing Shan was slowly collapsing, and these flying ice fragments originated from it. The Bing Shan gave Su Yan a very heavy feeling, as if it was a god that was about to awaken. Of course, this was an illusion. If it was a real god, Su Yan would have died long ago. But this showed how powerful and terrifying this thing was. It was at this moment that the flying ice crystals suddenly began to condense, and then in an instant, they turned into small ice men one after another. These ice men were only as tall as a child, only reaching Su Yan's waist. But they were releasing an extremely dangerous and terrifying aura. They were extremely powerful, and even the green-faced Shura was no match for them. They were simply monsters. If there were only a few or even dozens of them, Su Yan naturally wouldn't care. But now, the terrible thing was that there were thousands of monsters here. Thousands of green-faced Shura. Even Su Yan was a little scared at this time. As the saying goes, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. Not to mention, these were extremely terrifying things. Before Su Yan could react, these things had already rushed towards Su Yan. They were extremely fast, even faster than the green-faced Shura. What was even more frightening was that these things seemed to be able to merge with the wind. The wind was the best thing they could rely on to hide. Su Yan's divine consciousness was suppressed and terrifying in this place, so he couldn't detect the existence of these things at all. At this time, Su Yan didn't even know how to deal with it. His strength was directly raised to the extreme. At this time, a terrifying aura erupted, and a sword slashed out. The speed of the scarlet sword light reached the extreme. But in the next moment, Su Yan found that his sword light was actually suppressed. It was that snowstorm. That snowstorm not only hindered Su Yan's advance, but also suppressed the speed of the sword light. The strength of the power was constantly decreasing. Su Yan slashed out like this, but it actually did not achieve much effect. At this time, those things were as thin as flies. What a terrifying storm. At this time, Su Yan directly turned his body and dodged the attack of a nearby iceman. After dodging, he directly turned his hand into a knife and then chopped down with his palm. Such a terrifying power fell directly on the back of the iceman's neck. However, Su Yan found that these icemen were not affected at all. Although his hand knife didn't use all of its power, it was definitely not weak. Su Yan didn't underestimate these ice men at all. The power of this hand knife, even an ordinary blue-faced Shura would be injured. As for the green-faced Shura, unless it was a unique and powerful green-faced Shura like Aina Yang, the rest would almost certainly die. However, these terrifying fellows were actually indifferent at this moment. This was simply terrifying, even shocking. And just as he was about to slap his forehead, the little ice man suddenly turned around and then directly hugged Su Yan. Su Yan immediately realized that something was wrong. Get lost. Chapter 1005. Female literature. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a kind of fear from this little thing. From this, it could be seen that this thing was definitely extremely dangerous. At this moment, he was actually being approached by this little thing. Even if he had the defense of the invincible golden body, he still didn't think that he would be safe. Therefore, at this very moment, he directly unleashed his own power. A terrifying sword chi appeared. The powerful and awe-inspiring sword chi directly unfolded at this moment, turning into a whirlwind. Under such a terrifying sword chi, the iceman was finally directly strangled to death. However, it was also at this moment that Su Yan discovered that there was an extremely powerful energy brewing in the ice crystal formed after the iceman's body was shattered. It seemed that it would immediately explode in the next moment. The power of the explosion of an ice crystal was naturally not strong. However, if thousands of ice crystals exploded at the same time, the terrifying power was enough to imagine. No matter how strong his body was, there was still a limit. At this moment, even a powerhouse like the King of Destruction would die here. However, this time, his reaction was quite fast. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really have to pay a huge price. Su Yan was really frightened and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, an extremely strong light was released from his eyes. At this moment, the eye of truth was fully unfolded at this time. At this moment, he couldn't let himself face such danger anymore. When the eye of truth was unfolded, he could clearly see the ice crystals in the storm. These ice crystals passed through the storm and also absorbed the power of the storm, then formed special icemen. These icemen were not bloated. On the contrary, they were extremely fast and their attack power was terrifying. The most important thing was that they had suicidal attacks. The source of these ice crystals was all the awakening godlike Bing Shan. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's voice sounded, "It's there, go to that mountain." Hearing the Godslayer sword's words, Su Yan only felt bitter in his heart. Originally, when he saw Bing Shan, his first thought was to stay away from it. After all, he really couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful and terrifying existence. But at this time, the Godslayer sword asked him to go there. "Kid, I know what you're thinking. That mountain is indeed very powerful for you. However, if you don't go there, I bet that you'll never be able to find the heavenly heart of the cold jade. You might even die here." The Godslayer sword said. Upon hearing the Godslayer sword's words, Su Yan immediately guessed the crux of the matter. Han Yu Tian Xian is actually on that mountain. If that was the case, then Su Yan couldn't leave because he was here to find Han Yu heavenly heart. Besides, the Godslayer sword must have calculated something. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have done this to himself. At the thought of this, Su Yan no longer had any other thoughts. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to push his strength to the maximum. Then, he charged forward. Even though Su Yan had already pushed his strength to the limit. It was just that the snowstorm here was too terrifying, and there was also the appearance of the iceman, so Su Yan couldn't increase his speed at all. This section of the road was the most dangerous of all the roads he had ever walked. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan still had some worries in his heart, and that was that dragon. How did such a powerful dragon die? Even from the majestic aura emitted from the skeleton, it could be seen that this dragon's strength was far greater than his own. But it still died. Although there was also a possibility that the dragon didn't even have time to enter this place and had already died. However, this possibility was very small, and Su Yan wouldn't put his life on this possibility. But since he was already here, there was no turning back. At this time, he had to succeed or die trying. When he first came here, he already felt that this place was abnormal. It was very likely that the distorted space corridor was a one-way path. In other words, it was impossible for Su Yan to go back the way he came. After many difficulties, Su Yan finally arrived in front of the huge and majestic Bing Shan. And after this period of time, this Bing Shan has already stood up at this time. Although it was very strange, it was the truth. Two thick and long legs had grown out from the bottom of the iceberg, supporting the entire mountain. With just a slight movement of his body, he could cause the surroundings to constantly tremble. He saw the arrival of Su Yan, then stopped moving. "Oh, it's actually a cute human boy, hello." "Su Yan, this voice is full of vitality and exaggeration, what is going on?" Su Yan suddenly felt that his brain didn't seem to work well. This standing Bing Shan, no matter how he thought about it, should be full of murderous intent. After seeing him, he should immediately suppress him, or even cut him into pieces. Why did he greet him so exaggeratedly? What does he want? Not talking? It seems that you are a silent and shy human boy, not bad, not bad, you are similar to the old me in the past. Su Yan, he didn't know how this strange Bing Shan saw his shyness, and what the hell does he mean by, similar to the old me in the past? Can this Bing Shan not be like this? However, Su Yan was also shocked. At this time, he still had the appearance of Shura. When he transformed into an Azura, it wasn't just his appearance that changed. Even the aura emitted from his body was the same. If one wanted to know his true identity, they would have to check his soul. His soul was guarded by the Godslayer sword, so the Blood River King and the King of Destruction couldn't see through it. However, this huge mountain peak was able to see through him in an instant. This mountain was 1,000 meters tall, and Su Yan couldn't even be compared to an ant in front of it. What was laughable was that this giant was greeting Su Yan with a smile on his face. At this time, Su Yan didn't know what to say. "Ha ha ha, it's fine, don't be nervous, this old man is very good at livening up the atmosphere." The huge Bing Shan let out a long laugh, but his laughter was like a terrifying whirlpool. Although it wasn't directed at Su Yan still felt that his body was about to be blown away. At the same time, Su Yan raised his hand to block the ice shards falling from the sky. At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that his skin was no longer blue. He naturally knew what this meant. This meant that he had returned to his human body. However, he didn't come into contact with it, so why did such a change happen? At this moment, the God-slaying sword's voice rang out, "Haven't you noticed? In this place, there's a power that goes against the origin. Or rather, this is a land of truth. Your disguise is meaningless here." At this time, Su Yan was really shocked. Before today, he had never heard of such a power in this world. Previously, he thought that since he had the power to transform into a Shura, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in this Shura realm, but at least he wouldn't have to worry about it. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a place in this mountain. If such a power could appear here, didn't it mean that it could exist in other places as well? If he exposed his identity in front of the powerful Shura, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this time, the Godslayer sword's voice sounded again, there are many things in this world that you don't know. If you think that you can sit back and relax just because you have some ability, you might not even know how you died one day. However, you don't have to worry too much. At least, before reaching the Emperor realm, it's impossible to use such an ability. The most important thing now is to ask about Hanyu Tianxin's whereabouts. Su Yan secretly remembered it. At this time, the laughter of the mountain finally stopped. At this time, not far from Su Yan, there was a squirming sound. Then, a head appeared. "Ha ha ha, young human, you seem to be very melancholic. Come, tell me, are you heartbroken? I'm the best at helping people solve emotional problems like this." "Su Yan, isn't this a mountain? Why did it say that it was heartbroken?" Su Yan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. At this time, he was clear that if he followed the rhythm of this Izwashan, then he was afraid that his Chinibyu would break out in the next moment. "Senior, I would like to ask, do you know where Hanyu Tianxin is?" Su Yan finally chose to ask directly. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was already prepared. If the mountains suddenly attacked, he could directly escape. After all, Hanyu Tianxin was a treasure that anyone would be tempted by. The moment Su Yan said that, the stone eyes formed by the huge face actually flashed with a ray of light. Su Yan even heard a ding sound. Ha ha ha, boy, in that case, are you also here for Hanyu Tianxin? The mountain didn't do anything else, but his aura changed in an instant. It was as if he had turned from a Chinibu into a cold and elegant man. The change in aura made Su Yan feel a little heavy. However, at this time, he could only brace himself and say, "Yes, senior, I am here for Hanyu Tianxin." Ha ha ha, good, I like honest children like you. Since you are here for that thing, let's play a game. If you win, that thing is yours. If you lose, heh heh heh, you will be thrown out by me. Chapter 1006. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan really felt powerless. He really couldn't understand why there would be such an indecent mountain in such a place. However, in the next moment, he suddenly calmed down. Was it thrown out? That dragon, was it you who threw it out? Su Yan couldn't understand why the dragon died in that place. Why would such a powerful dragon die in this mysterious space? This position was too much of a coincidence, but at this moment, he immediately understood. His death was most likely related to this mountain peak. Bing Shan, who was still so serious at this time, once again lost the cold aura that he tried so hard to pretend to be. His bold and unrestrained laughter directly sounded at this time. Ha ha ha, young man, not bad, not bad. You can tell that your Grandpa Shan is a mighty and extraordinary person. Not bad, that dragon was thrown out by your Grandpa Shan. This guy lost the game, but he wasn't serious and actually wanted to provoke me. He, so Grandpa Shan had no choice but to throw him out directly. At this moment, Su Yan saw the shining light in his magma again. At this time, the God-Slayer sword suddenly made a sound. Damn it, why is there such an ugly mountain in this world? And his laughter is so unpleasant to the ears. No, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to smash him. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this God-Slayer sword was not a decent existence. However, at this time, he cleverly avoided this topic and only asked, "Senior, then tell me the content of the game." The aura of the dragon after its death was enough to shock Su Yan. The devourer worm could become so powerful after devouring the dragon's bones. This meant that the strength of this dragon when it was alive was very likely to be stronger than he imagined. But now, this terrifying and powerful dragon had died here, so Su Yan didn't think that he could resist this powerful Grandpa Mountain. Of course, if the God-Slayer sword really found him to be an eyesore and decided to jump out, then Grandpa Mountain would definitely be reduced to a pile of slag. But the problem was, Su Yan did not think that the God-Slayer sword would suddenly go crazy and attack him. Therefore, there was only one path left for him, and that was to play a game with this Grandpa Shan. As long as this Grandpa Shan was happy, he might still have a chance. As for whether this Grandpa Shan would keep his promise, he could only take one step at a time. Alright, since that's the case, then let's play the first game, which is rock, paper, scissors. The bold and unconstrained Grandpa Shan said directly. When Su Yan heard these words, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Rock, paper, scissors. F***ck, what the hell is going on? Why does such a game exist in this world? He felt that he couldn't even breathe properly. It was at this moment that the Grandpa Shan suddenly grew out an arm. Compared to his thick and big legs, this arm was really too thin. This arm was almost as thin as Su Yan's own arm. But his length was already a few hundred meters long. It was like a long snake constantly twisting and turning. Su Yan didn't even have the mood to complain when he saw such a scene. Ha ha ha, boy, when you see your Grandpa Shan's perfect appearance, you immediately feel infatuated. Don't be discouraged, as long as you work hard, then one day, you will also have a pair of slender and beautiful arms like this Grandpa Shan. He didn't know why this Grandpa Shan was so confident in his pair of slender arms. His arms were even constantly swinging at this moment. Su Yan tried his best to calm down, then he said very seriously, "So, Senior, are you going to use this slender arm to play a game of rock, paper, scissors with this junior?" This huge Bing Shan immediately let out a rumbling laugh. "Yes, yes, you are really a smart boy. Seeing that you are so smart and witty, your Grandpa Shan will let you have your way. Then, let's begin. Remember, we have to move at the same time, absolutely not deliberately slow down by half a beat." This huge Bing Shan emphasized at this moment. Su Yan could only nod helplessly. He really didn't have anything else to say about this existence. At this moment, the slender arm was ready. And Su Yan was also ready. Should I use scissors, rock, or paper? This Bing Shan, will it have the powerful ability to read people's thoughts? Will it be able to guess what I am thinking and then win by surprise in an instant? Although this was a child's game, Su Yan found that he couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. Yes, now it seems that this simple game of rock, paper, scissors is definitely not a simple thing. In a battle between practitioners, the strength of the divine sense has already played a huge role at this time. If it directly invades me with its powerful divine sense and spies on my thoughts, then I will almost lose. At this time, the God-Slayer sword's voice sounded again. Su Yan, use paper, you must use paper. Su Yan didn't expect that the God-Slayer sword would actually come at this time, and at this time, it was still so confident. Su Yan couldn't help but believe it. But Senior, could it be that you've already seen through his inner thoughts? Has your divine sense recovered to this point? Su Yan asked. The strength of the God-Slayer sword was naturally powerful, but because it was injured, its divine sense didn't seem to be so strong. His divine mind did not seem to be that strong. After all, that mountain did not look like a weakling. His strength was probably much stronger than the Dragon King's. Hee, just believe in me. At this time, the God-Slayer sword in Su Yan's sea of consciousness flashed with an extremely confident light. At this time, the Bing Shan's corner cried out. Then young man, let's start, 1, 2, 3. In an instant, the slender arm that was hundreds of meters long and Su Yan's arm fell at the same time. Su Yan had indeed produced a piece of cloth, but this slender arm had produced a stone. So powerful, Senior actually spied on its inner thoughts. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but think. To be honest, after the God-Slayer sword said its thoughts, Su Yan also wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the mountain's thoughts. However, his thoughts dissipated when they reached the mountain's surroundings. There was an extremely powerful pressure and fluctuation around the mountain. In front of this powerful pressure, Su Yan's divine sense was nothing, let alone spying on the mountain's thoughts. At this time, the God-Slayer sword said earnestly, Su Yan, it seems that you are still a little lacking. Don't you know that you have to observe carefully? Haven't you noticed that this guy's hand can only spit out stone? The God-Slayer sword said calmly. Su Yan, at this time, Su Yan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the top of the slender arm. Sure enough, although the great Bing Shan grew a pair of slender arms, he didn't have palms. At the top of the slender arms were two huge stone balls. At this time, Su Yan felt that he was in a bad mood. It seemed that he was really too nervous just now, so he forgot to look. The God-Slayer sword didn't even waste its divine sense to observe. Hee, no matter what, we won. Then, let this mountain tell us the answer. At this time, the God-Slayer sword showed its wise side without a doubt. At this time, Su Yan really didn't have anything to say. At this time, Bing Shan suddenly laughed loudly. Waha, sure enough, the great Uncle Mountain has won the game once again. I am indeed invincible. Invincibility is so lonely, invincibility is a kind of emptiness. Inexplicably, on this ice mountain, the thick and sturdy legs began to stride cheerfully while he hummed that incomprehensible song. What made people even more speechless was that countless green leaves appeared on top of his head and surrounded him. Isn't this Bing Shan? Why are there green leaves? Su Yan, Godslayer sword, did Dashan make a mistake? At this time, Su Yan used all his strength and shouted as loudly as he could, because he was afraid that the mountain couldn't hear him. Wait a minute, senior, you can celebrate later. Did you see wrongly? You are clearly a stone, and I am a piece of paper. I should have won. Su Yan felt that at this time, he had to argue with reason. Could it be that the mountain had bad eyesight? Did he think that his piece of paper was a pair of scissors? At this time, the huge Bing Shan's eyes slowly turned and he said directly, I know that you used paper, so I won. His tone was so natural, so self-righteous. At this time, Su Yan suddenly remembered what Bing Shan said earlier, that damn dragon, he clearly lost, but he still wants to act shamelessly. He is courting death. Su Yan finally understood why the dragon wanted to flip the table. Paper wins stone. Senior, you must have made a mistake. Su Yan refused to accept it. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming chill rushed towards Su Yan, and Su Yan immediately felt that he was under great pressure. So, you want to act shamelessly? Chapter 1007. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This giant Bing Shan is so angry at this time. It's as if it wants to swallow him directly. But in the next moment, Su Yan immediately came back to his senses. Wait a minute. The person who should be angry at this time should be me. What do you mean by I'm going to go back on my word? You're obviously the one who wants to go back on your word. Senior, you're the one who wants to go back on your word. Everyone knows the rules of rock, paper, scissors. How can you be the one who won? Su Yan said seriously. At this time, he really likes this Bing Shan to be able to recognize his mistake. Because only in this way can everyone continue to chat happily. But it seems that Bing Shan is not willing to do so at this time. Wow, as expected, I thought that a human child like you should be a good thing, but now it seems that you're not a good thing at all. If that's the case, you also want to provoke my majesty like that dragon. In that case, go to hell. At this time, Bing Shan has already made his move. His slender arms directly went towards Su Yan at this time. It's clearly a rock arm, but it's unimaginably flexible. As his arms moved, a mighty ice storm immediately appeared. Su Yan is naturally afraid of this Bing Shan to the extreme. Because he won't forget that those ice people from before appeared from his body. Those ice people are already so dangerous, so he, as the main body, is naturally even more terrifying. Those slender arms flew down at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. His thoughts were directly condensed to the extreme, and then he directly used the regal sword escape technique. In the blink of an eye, his body had already disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the iceberg. However, just as Su Yan's figure stopped moving, he immediately discovered that there was actually a force directly appearing behind him, attacking him. At this moment, even he felt a trace of panic. Damn it, how could this be? At this moment, he felt as if Bing Shan's slender arm was waiting for him. Such power could be said to be extremely terrifying and valiant. Just imagine what it would feel like to be hit by a mountain. Even if it was only the slender arm of a mountain, it was definitely not something that Su Yan could withstand. At that moment, Su Yan once again activated his regal sword escape technique. His speed was raised to the extreme at this time, but Su Yan found that he still couldn't get rid of him. Moreover, his movements were becoming more and more difficult. Waves of cold air appeared on the iceberg's body. The cold air was even more terrifying than the blizzard from before, causing Su Yan's speed to slow down. This wasn't a good sign. Once Su Yan's speed was completely sealed, then Su Yan would be a fish on a chopping block. Damn it, you little human doll, you dare to not admit your loss. People like you should die. I'm going to throw you out, just like that dragon. After a while, Su Yan could no longer hold on. At this time, the huge iceberg was still talking nonsense with a serious face. At this moment, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's body suddenly scolded, damn it, I can't take it anymore. Su Yan still didn't understand what it meant. In the next moment, he immediately felt a force enter his body. Su Yan, let me do it. Although Su Yan didn't know why, it was for the best that the Godslayer sword was willing to help him at this time. Because he had to admit that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Damn it, do you know that I hate people like you who talk nonsense with a straight face the most? Go die for me. At this time, an extremely angry and arrogant voice came from Su Yan's throat. His body stopped in the air. When the slender arm came, he didn't move at all. At this time, Bing Shan shouted angrily, do you want to repent? It's too late. Even if you don't move, I'm going to throw you out. Do you know that your grandpa Shan hates people like you who don't have a gambling sense the most? The slender pair of huge rock arms directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. Shut up. I'm the one who hates it the most when people talk nonsense with a straight face. Your ugly arm, shatter it for me. In an instant, countless sword chi burst out from Su Yan's body. The sword chi was simply terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, everything was turned into nothingness. Bing Shan's slender and extremely long arms were crushed just like that. They turned into the most primitive ice fragments, leaving nothing behind. What? My arms, my perfect arms. A loud rumbling sound was heard again. Bing Shan began to howl in pain. After all, in his opinion, his arms were the most satisfactory part of his body. However, this human had actually crushed his arms directly. I told you to shut up, you bastard. Your sense of beauty is a mess, and your worldview is a mess. If you open your mouth again, I'll crush you directly. Hurry up and tell me, where is the cold jade heart? At this time, the Godslayer sword was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the damned iceberg was still muttering about his arm. He found it even more unbearable. In the blink of an eye, his body flickered as if he was teleporting. Unlike Su Yan's previous movements, Su Yan had only been moving extremely quickly. However, after the Godslayer sword took control of Su Yan's body, what he did this time was real teleportation. Shut up, I'm asking you a question. He raised his hand and a huge sword chi immediately appeared. This sword chi could truly be considered majestic. The terrifying sword chi was as long as 2,000 meters. Such a sword chi directly slashed down from the sky. Young man, you actually want to flip the table in front of me. When this sword chi appeared, Bing Shan seemed to have felt a huge sense of danger. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Then, the ice on his body protruded layer by layer. The extremely terrifying power directly collided at this time. The powerful aura at this time was displayed to the extreme. Bing Shan's power was indeed terrifying. If it was Su Yan himself, at this stage, Su Yan would not be able to win no matter what. It would even be difficult for him to escape. However, at this time, the Godslayer sword couldn't stand it anymore, so it made a righteous move. How terrifying was the Godslayer sword's full power when it unleashed all of its power. Last time, when so many Dragon Kings attacked at the same time, he was able to kill one of the Dragon Kings and then leave. After that time, the Godslayer sword fell into a deep sleep. However, Su Yan could feel that after that time, he seemed to have become stronger. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended the revered sword soul, or perhaps it was because of the Shura realm, but the Godslayer sword's combat power was stronger than before. Of course, it seemed to be more Chinibu than before. That huge Bing Shan was directly cut in half without a doubt. That huge sword chi fell straight down until it cut into the belly of the mountain, only then did it stop. What did you just say? You said flip the table? I'm not just flipping the table, I'm going to flip the mountain now. At this time, Su Yan's body flashed violently, and at this time, he had already appeared at Bing Shan's feet. At this time, Su Yan's own consciousness was hidden in his sea of consciousness. When he saw what the Godslayer sword did, he immediately said in surprise, Senior, are you really going to flip the mountain? This Bing Shan was huge, and this was not an ordinary Bing Shan. It must be filled with extremely terrifying energy. If that was the case, just how heavy was this mountain? But at this time, the God-Slayer sword actually said that it was going to flip the mountain. Su Yan, it's not a good thing to doubt my ability like this. Just watch me flip this thing up. Damn it, I'm going to flip it upside down. While talking, the God-Slayer sword had already taken control of Su Yan's body and made a move. At this time, Su Yan was actually dumbfounded. He really could not understand how the God-Slayer sword could think of something like flipping a mountain upside down. Crazy, this world must be crazy. First, Bing Shan wanted to play rock paper scissors. Now, this sword wanted to flip a mountain upside down. Was there still a normal person in this world? After Bing Shan was injured by the God-Slayer sword's powerful sword chi, he seemed to have realized how powerful it was. At this time, he naturally sensed Su Yan's movements. He immediately shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, human brat, what are you doing? Think carefully. I am the great Sky Heart Mountain. If you offend me, you will end up very miserable. Shut up, I'll let you know the consequences of speaking nonsense in front of me." The God-Slayer sword did not seem to be interested in Bing Shan. As it spoke, 5 huge sword chis appeared at the top of the sky. They directly fell from the sky and pierced Bing Shan. In the previous head-on confrontation, Bing Shan was directly crushed by the God-Slayer sword. At this time, Bing Shan could not defend against any of the 5 sword chis. My body is actually broken. You damn thing, you deserve to die, deserve to die. Bing Shan let out a miserable and angry cry. However, after that, he became even more panicked. At this time, the God-Slayer sword attacked again. After his slender arms, the pair of thick legs that he was so proud of were directly shattered. Chapter 1008. Female Literature. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword was simply too cruel. My thighs, my beautiful thighs. Bing Shan began to roar. His body suddenly became heavy. Countless pieces of ice were constantly shaking at this moment, and a terrifying force was about to fall down in an instant. Damn it, you damned human, you actually cut off my legs, then I will crush you to death. I will crush you under this iceberg, I will make you sink into oblivion forever, go die for me. At this time, his strength had already swelled to the extreme. At this moment, he had once again entered his cold mode. Although the God-Slayer sword was controlling his body, Su Yan still felt an extremely terrifying weight. At this moment, the surface of his body began to release a ray of light. That was sword chi. Su Yan never thought that sword chi could be controlled like this. At this moment, the sword chi had practically turned into an armor. Moreover, this was no ordinary armor. It had already fused with his body and bones. When this thing appeared, the huge pressure suddenly decreased by a lot. It doesn't matter how heavy you become. Now, fly for me. The God-Slayer sword roared angrily. Then, it suddenly threw its hands into the air. This huge Bing Shan actually flew directly into the sky at this moment. Su Yan, it really flew. The God-Slayer sword is so powerful. Although the God-Slayer sword had already displayed its extremely terrifying strength the last time, Su Yan really felt admiration for the God-Slayer sword this time. Its strength was really too strong. Flying sword. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword ignored Su Yan's admiration. It once again displayed its strength. An even more terrifying sword chi than before appeared. This sword chi immediately went against the heavens. It directly pierced the huge Bing Shan from below. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a trace of coldness behind him. At this moment, Bing Shan howled in pain. I heard that you want to throw me out. I heard that you like to not admit your mistakes. At this time, the God-Slayer sword did not forget to educate this Bing Shan, letting him know his mistake. However, this Bing Shan was simply the epitome of the death-seeking world that Su Yan knew. At this time, not only did he not realize his mistake, he even boasted shamelessly. You damn thing, what right do you have to talk to me like this? You want to die, you want to die. Although his body had been pierced by the long sword, he still did not feel that he was wrong. I am so stubborn, what can you do to me? This is his persistence. Good, good, very good. I like to drink and appreciate your bad temper the most. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the god-slaying sword, suddenly shouted, "Ha!" At this time, he began to bombard his fists. Su Yan's fists were too small compared to this Bing Shan. Perhaps they were not even comparable to a piece of ice on the mountain, but at this time, his fists were full of terrifying power. Every punch had an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The powerful energy fluctuation was constantly rampaging, and the terrifying power was constantly rising. The powerful aura at this moment was simply powerful to the extreme. That terrifying power continued to burn at this moment, almost drowning everything in its path. At this time, Su Yan's aura also began to rise. In fact, being possessed by the Godslayer sword and then fighting was an extremely lucky thing for Su Yan. Because at this time, under the operation of the Godslayer sword, his body's affinity with power would reach a new level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan was an invincible Su Yan. His power would reach a true unity. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the sea of consciousness, watched his body constantly erupt with power. Punch after punch, he actually bombarded such a huge mountain into the sky. What a powerful and terrifying power this was. Su Yan had already begun to feel apprehensive. Such an aura was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, his body was condensed into a godlike brilliance. At this time, Su Yan suddenly had a thought in his mind, and that was, he suddenly admired himself. Beggar, beggar, Su Yan. At this time, Bing Shan seemed to finally know what fear was. Under the impact of the punches, his huge body began to slowly collapse. This was the rhythm of the end. This script was not right at all. He was abnormally strong. Back then, how strong was the dragon? It had reached or even surpassed the level of the Emperor Shura. However, after struggling for a while, it was still easily thrown away by Bing Shan's grandfather. But now, this human boy was clearly so weak at the beginning. When talking to Su Yan, the considerate grandfather Bing Shan even slowed down his breathing. He was afraid that if he breathed too hard, he would blow away this human child who had finally arrived here. But why was it like this now? Why was he being sent flying by the punches of this young human child? Also, what was the deal with those huge sword cheese that were sticking into his body like incense sticks? It was over, it was really over this time. You clearly lost, but you're still acting shamelessly. You're still abusing me. At this time, he was really unconvinced. When God Slayer heard this, he was even more enraged. I lost? Say it again, I lost, you damn thing. His punches had become even more powerful. His terrifying and powerful punches had become even faster. Bing Shan kept shouting at this time, I won in the first place. The rock is the most powerful thing in the world. I threw the rock, so I won. You're acting shamelessly. Su Yan, Godslayer sword, the rock was the most powerful thing in the world. He threw the rock, so he won? What kind of logic was this? Bastard, how could anyone win with this kind of rule? If everyone threw the rock, then there would be no winner. At this time, the Godslayer sword couldn't be bothered to argue with this stupid Bing Shan. You stupid guy whose head is blocked by a rock. I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. Tell me where Heavenly Heart Han Yu is. At this time, the Godslayer sword's aura became a little scary. His eyes flickered with an extremely dangerous light. Even Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed the light. At this time, Bing Shan's grandfather opened his mouth again. Why are you talking nonsense? My head is made of rock, so of course it's blocked by a rock. You despicable guy, not only are you acting shamelessly, but you're also being racist. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. Su Yan was finally speechless. God knows why this Bing Shan was so weird. He would rather everyone fight fair and square. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, it would be more pleasant. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, suddenly let out a loud sound. At this time, he directly formed a seal and then shouted, "Flip!" The moment his voice fell, the huge mountain actually started to flip over. Terrifying, what a terrifying power. At this moment, Su Yan was in a state of panic. Such a terrifying power was really too shocking. He thought that the Godslayer sword only had sword energy, but now he realized that he was wrong. His understanding of the Godslayer sword was still too shallow. At this time, the Godslayer sword's eyes flashed again. It said to Su Yan earnestly, "Do you think that just because I'm a divine sword, I can only slash around like a sword? Your understanding is still too shallow. I'm a divine sword, and I'm going to transform into an invincible divine sword that surpasses the gods. I know more things than you can imagine." At this time, Su Yan was speechless. However, the other party was indeed in existence that could shake the heavens. When the Godslayer sword said to Su Yan, "You know nothing about me," Su Yan was actually speechless. Rumble, rumble, the loud sound resounded through the world at this moment, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The cracks shattered one by one, and the ground cracked open. Such a scene was simply shocking. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. At this time, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, he realized that this huge Bing Shan had really come to life. If one looked at it from a distance, they would realize that this was actually a huge triangular Bing Shan. It was just that when Su Yan arrived, this ghostly Bing Shan had grown hands and feet. But now, this Bing Shan's hands and feet had been directly cut off by the Godslayer sword. Not cut off, but completely destroyed. Only his body was left. At this time, his mountain was on the ground, and the bottom of the Bing Shan was suspended high in the air. Su Yan, who was temporarily borrowed by the Godslayer sword, stood at the flat bottom of the mountain, which was floating in the air. He patted his hands and even touched his sweat. Then, he happily said, "Okay, I look much better now." Ha ha ha. Chapter 1009. Female Literature. The Godslayer sword laughed proudly. You grave egg, I curse you, quick, put me down, I don't want to be like this, I'm a serious Bing Shan, I don't want to be like this is too shameful. At this moment, Bing Shan was finally scared. At this moment, his arms were gone, his thick thighs were also gone. If this guy didn't help him, would he always be like this? This would make him lose face. He really didn't want to be like this, even if he died, he didn't want to be like this. Okay, then, it seems like we should talk. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly said calmly. Okay, let's talk, I was wrong, I admit I was wrong, cloth is bigger than stone, next time I will definitely realize this mistake. In this situation, even the unyielding and principled Bing Shan had already realized his mistake. But this answer was not satisfactory. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly jumped up and then fiercely kicked down. As expected of the body possessed by the deity-slaying sword, such a small body actually contained such power. After this kick landed, Bing Shan's mountain peak residence pierced a few inches into the ground. The cracks on the ground nearby became even more severe. Bastard, did I ask you this? I want to know where Hanyu Tianxin came down, tell me, where is Hanyu Tianxin? Is it hidden in your body? I advise you to tell me honestly, if not, then I will directly dissect you. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, said coldly. Bing Shan. My God, why is this human boy so cruel? Wasn't he very friendly at the beginning? My impression of him was so good, I even wanted to become good friends with him, and even when he was acting shamelessly, I was actually considering whether to really throw him out. But now, this human boy was actually abusing me like this. Dissection? Wouldn't that mean that he would be cut into pieces? No, he definitely didn't want that. I really don't know. I only know that I'm from the Heavenly Heart Mountain. I really don't know what the heavenly heart cold jade is. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but send out his thoughts. You're lying. You clearly said that as long as I win, you'll tell me his whereabouts. You said the same thing to the dragon back then. At this moment, Bing Shan was startled. He finally realized that the two voices were different. This time, the voice belonged to the young man from before, but when he was turned over, his voice was different. Human young man, why can you make two voices? Although it's very crazy, it's very cool. Can you teach me? Su Yan, this was not the time to be concerned about this. What is this mountain thinking? At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, jumped up again. Rumble, accompanied by Bing Shan's grandfather's screams, the tip of his mountain pierced a few more inches into the ground. At this time, Bing Shan felt very wronged. Yeah, if I lose, I'll tell you that I don't know. Didn't I say it already? What are you trying to do? Bing Shan's grandfather said righteously. At this time, Su Yan was really speechless. What was this extremely Chinibu Bing Shan thinking? The ice shards that came out of his body could become extremely lethal ice men, but why did Bing Shan, as the source, have to be so Chinibu? After everyone met, they immediately fought to their heart's content. After the victor was decided, they would tell each other what they knew. Wasn't that better? Why did they have to be so Chinibu? At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, jumped several times in a row. At the same time, he directly shot out 5 sword chi. I can't help it, I really should dissect you. 5 sword chi appeared, and the extremely terrifying power at this time showed an extremely terrifying majesty. Such a powerful force flew out at this time, and the sharp sword chi directly pierced into the mountain. Under the effect of the sword chi, the mountain finally began to slowly split open. Ah, I'm splitting open, help, I'm being dissected, help, the mountain is being killed. Bing Shan's grandfather's cry for help was really sad. But unfortunately, Su Yan did not have any intention of softening at this time. In fact, he even felt incomparably delighted. At this time, he suddenly remembered the dragon outside this secret realm. This powerful dragon was actually killed by such a Chinibu mountain and thrown out. How sad was that? If that dragon saw this scene at this time, he would definitely feel very sad. At this time, as the cracks increased bit by bit, a light was suddenly released from Bing Shan. The light was still very weak at first, but in an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of rays of light, directly filling the sky. The moment the light appeared, dark clouds immediately gathered in the sky, and ice and snow filled the sky. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, refracted an extremely wise brilliance from the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, this thing really exists in his body. Ah, help, help, I'm Grandpa Shan, but I'm actually having a baby now, help, I don't want to have a baby. Su Yan, in this world, how could there be such a Chinibu like Bing Shan? Right now, he did not want to pay any attention to this guy at all. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly rushed into the sky. Because at this moment, within the light, the heavenly heart of the cold jade had directly rushed into the sky. Its speed was simply too fast, and Su Yan did not notice at all. Fortunately, at this time, the Godslayer sword was controlling the body. Otherwise, Su Yan would have missed this heavenly heart of the cold jade. Where do you think you're going, the will of the gods, the might of the heavens? At this time, the Godslayer sword directly threw away the Chinibu aura from before. It had truly become the incomparably cold Godslayer sword, and at this time, its aura was completely released. An indescribable terrifying aura directly appeared at this time. In an instant, it had become so powerful. The extremely terrifying power and aura caused Su Yan to be incomparably shocked. He knew that at this time, the Godslayer sword would display its true might. At this time, the will of the Godslayer sword had turned into the might of the heavens. The heavenly heart of the cold jade was one of the most powerful materials in this world. It was also because of this that he was able to forge a heaven-defying divine sword like the evil sword of the cold jade. The battle record of the Cold Jade was indeed not as strong as that of the Godslayer sword. After all, the Godslayer sword was an existence that had killed gods and was stained with the blood of gods. However, the evil sword of the Cold Jade was also incomparably terrifying. It was an existence that had killed saints, and there were definitely more than 1 or 2 saints that had died by its sword. Its extremely terrifying sword chi and strength had reached an unimaginable level. Its terrifying strength was simply indescribable. Su Yan's previous feeling was not wrong. After entering the Shura realm, the Godslayer sword's speed of recovery was far faster than before. Of course, this was due to his understanding of the revered sword soul, but Su Yan still felt that the key to this was still this world. At this time, his power was released, and immediately formed an extremely terrifying huge net in the sky. The net appeared everywhere, and it had already sealed off this space. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to discover that the Godslayer sword had become the will of this world. It was the will of this world. That was a kind of absolute majesty that no one could resist. The moment such a terrifying might was released, it was simply terrifying. Under the Godslayer Skynet, the space became extremely heavy. Apart from Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, everything else seemed to have slowed down. At this time, Su Yan finally grasped the trajectory of the Cold Jade. He finally saw the Cold Jade Heaven's heart clearly. It was a shapeless thing, and Su Yan could not describe it with words. The moment he saw it, Su Yan felt an unimaginable pressure from it. The existence of this pressure made Su Yan feel as if he could not breathe. It was simply too terrifying. If not for the Godslayer sword, not to mention wanting to obtain the Cold Jade Heaven's heart, just getting close to it would probably cause him to be annihilated. At this time, the Cold Jade Heaven's heart seemed to have understood its current situation. Seeing that it could not escape at this time, it decided to stop. At this time, a terrifying power burst out from the Cold Jade Heaven's heart, and an extremely terrifying aura was released at this time. When the aura reached its peak, a power that could fight against the Godslayer Skynet burst out. As expected, you are definitely related to the evil sword. At this time, the Godslayer sword said with certainty. At this time, although Su Yan was in the sea of consciousness, he had already focused all his attention. He knew that the next battle would be far beyond his understanding. A battle of this level was probably more terrifying than any battle he had experienced and witnessed in the past few years. At this moment, the God-slaying sword also said, "Kid, watch carefully. This battle is definitely beyond your imagination. Let the regal sword spirit help me. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage." Su Yan did not hesitate. He directly called the regal sword soul into the sea of consciousness, and in an instant, the Godslayer sword and the regal sword soul merged. At this time, the Cold Jade Heaven's net began to distort under the light. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt a stabbing pain. Even though he was hiding in the sea of consciousness, he still felt a trace of pain. This feeling was so familiar. When he first stepped into the Shura realm, he seemed to have experienced this kind of pain. Chapter 10:10. Female Literature, Heaven's Will. This was Heaven's will against him. At that time, if the Grand Supreme Sword Soul had not erupted with an incredible power in time and forcefully reversed the situation, Su Yan would have died under the will of Heaven. That was the will of the world. At this time, Su Yan felt the same piercing pain again. Is Heavenly Heart Hanyu reversing Heaven's will and killing us? The Godslayer sword snorted, "You're not stupid, kid. Indeed, this is why Heavenly Heart Hanyu is so terrifying. Since it's Heavenly Heart, it can naturally communicate with Heaven's will and release its strongest power. Otherwise, where did the word, Heavenly Heart, come from? But don't worry, it's not just him who can reverse Heaven's will." At this time, the Godslayer sword showed unprecedented confidence. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, immediately pulled out the Scorching Sun sword. "Heavenly Heart Hanyu, today I will fuse you into this sword." In an instant, his body released endless brilliance, and an extremely powerful force rushed into the sky at this time. At this time, the heavenly net that had been reversed was once again forcefully reversed. This had become an extremely terrifying battle between heaven's wills. The most terrifying light continued to explode at this time. That terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. Such an intense and resplendent radiance was truly terrifying to the extreme. This power continued to expand at this time. This was indeed a completely new battle. Even the leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, could not use such a method. This was because this was a battle that had reached heaven's will. Perhaps only a saint, or even someone at that level, could use it. Of course, the battle between the Godslayer sword and Heavenly Heart Hanyu was not a complete battle between heaven's wills. The battle between the two sides was only within an extremely small area, and it was unable to affect the entire world. This was because the difference between the God-slaying sword now and when it was at its peak was just too great. Heavenly Heart Hanyu was also not complete. From the Godslayer sword's words, it could be seen that Heavenly Heart Hanyu and Evil Sword Hanyu were probably a part of it in the past. However, even if it was such a small-scale battle, it was already terrifying enough at this time. In the cultivation world, it had always been said that one's realm was the foundation of everything. This was definitely not a joke. In this battle, even if Su Yan's battle power was 100 times stronger, so what? In such a terrifying clash between heaven's wills, only death would await him. At this moment, it was impossible for Su Yan to grasp or even comprehend such a power. His realm had not reached that level, so it was impossible for him to understand it. The only thing he could do now was feel. He wanted to remember the changes in this battle between heaven's will. At this stage of his growth, this was actually not very useful, because he was too far away. However, if one day, if he could surpass this realm, then his strength would become extremely terrifying. He might even be able to comprehend heaven's will. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan could know, but the Godslayer sword could. This was why it wanted Su Yan to feel it and remember it as much as possible. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly remembering it. This was actually an extremely painful process. The changes in heavens will seem to be tearing his soul apart at every moment. However, there was the green lotus bright moon in his consciousness, as well as the aura of the revered sword soul, which allowed him to be safe. At this time, the sky had become a world of ice and fire. Such a terrifying change had a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. If this place was not in the ruins but in the Shura world outside, it would have attracted many extremely powerful existences. There would definitely be extremely terrifying existences in the Shura world. Emperor Shura was a powerful existence that could contend against human saints. Fortunately, such an aura was blocked in this small world. At this moment, the cracked mountain peak really wanted to cry. This human was actually so strong. Moreover, why didn't he know that there was such a thing in his body? This world was so terrifying, and he only wanted to be a quiet snow mountain. However, this seemed to be a bit difficult. The battle in the sky had become extremely terrifying. Every time they clashed, the rules of filling in the correct answer would be affected. This terrifying power made people feel despair. The changes in power were as terrifying as the changing of the seasons. After a series of battles, the Godslayer sword finally gained the upper hand. The heaven's will that it controlled was slowly eating away at Hanyu Heavenheart's heaven's will. When Hanyu Heavenheart's laws completely disappeared, it no longer had the power to struggle. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in Hanyu Heavenheart. With the Godslayer sword's will, Su Yan could clearly see that it was a drop of blood. The moment the blood appeared, the Godslayer sword's advantage was instantly extinguished. That terrifying blood seemed to be letting out a terrifying demonic roar. It was an extremely terrifying will. The appearance of this sound almost caused the entire small world to shatter. Destroy, destroy, destroy. At this moment, Su Yan could feel the Godslayer sword's pain. He was under immense pressure. It's actually that guy's blood. You're actually stained with that guy's blood. I understand now, I understand now. The Godslayer sword was extremely furious. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, was trembling. His body was already covered in blood. After all, it was impossible for Su Yan's physical body to reach such a level. Although he had the protection of the Deity Slayer sword's power, when the Deity Slayer sword could not withstand it, the power of the protection became extremely weak. The demonic blood's power was truly terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that his spirit was about to be completely devoured. He even felt that this world was beginning to fall. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, suddenly threw the scorching sun sword directly into the sky. You think you can beat me like this? Humph, you're just a dead man. What can you do with 1 or 2 drops of blood? The Supreme is infinite, the soul technique is boundless. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly activated its power. Kid, watch for yourself. This is the power of the supreme power of the Supreme. At this moment, the light in its eyes began to fade. Even its aura had undergone a direct change at this moment. That kind of terrifying power became extremely terrifying at this time. Rays of light began to sway like swimming dragons. The sky of this small world was originally dyed red with blood. However, at this moment, the endless bright red color began to be torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the terrifying power continued to surge. Then, one dragon's roar after another was heard. According to legend, dragons were the beginning of the world. After the world was created, the first creatures to appear were dragons. Therefore, from ancient times until now, no matter which world it was in, the dragon was a great legend. It represented the supreme power. Even now, whether it was the infinite world or the Shura world, as long as it was related to dragons, it was synonymous with power. However, the dragons of today were different from the dragons of ancient times. This difference was something that even the dragons themselves were unaware of. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, emerged from the body of the most primitive dragon aura. It was the Supreme Dragon. The dragon's might was vast and boundless. The moment the Supreme Dragon appeared, Su Yan immediately felt his body burning up. At that moment, even the blood of the great demonic dragon was suppressed. That was the ancestor of everything, Taishang, the Supreme Taishang. Humph, if it weren't for the Supreme Sword Soul, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But today, I'll get some interest first. At this moment, the Supreme Aura condensed and formed. An extremely terrifying power changed at this moment. It was at this point that the terrifying power had reached an inexhaustible level. The power of the Most High appeared, and wherever it passed, the blood energy would scatter. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword was unwilling to back down after gaining the upper hand. He took a step forward and that extremely terrifying power rushed towards Hanyu Heavenly Heart. The moment the Supreme Sword Soul's power was activated, the outcome of this battle was already decided. At this moment, Su Yan truly understood the power of the Supreme Sword Soul. He knew that the Supreme Sword Soul's power must be extremely powerful and mysterious, but he didn't know the specific concept at all. This was because his understanding of the Supreme Sword Soul was too little. Apart from the few Supreme Sword moves, he didn't understand the true meaning of the Supreme Sword scripture. Su Yan didn't give up, but it was as if there was a tall door outside of the scripture that blocked him outside. In fact, there was nothing he could do about it. Su Yan's realm was simply too high. Now that the God-Slayer sword was activated, the power of the Supreme Sword Soul was immediately activated. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why the God-Slayer sword cared so much about the Supreme Sword Soul. Invincible Supreme, suppress. Actually, it was reasonable when he thought about it. Su Yan's transmigration and his growth were all thanks to the Supreme Sword scripture. If his power wasn't strong, how could he have reached such a level? This time, the Supreme Sword Soul directly covered up the Shura realm's heaven's will, making it impossible for the Shura's will to sense Su Yan's existence. This was an incredible power. In fact, the greatest treasure had always been Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan didn't know how to truly unleash the power of this treasure. Chapter 10-11. Female Literature, Heavenly Frost Jade Heart, still struggling? The God-Slayer sword roared again. At the same time, his god-slaying sword will also burst forth. This heavenly frost jade heart and the evil sword frost jade heart were originally the same piece, but for some reason, they were split into two. The bigger piece eventually became the evil sword frost jade, while the smaller piece ended up in the Shura world. The frost jade heart existed in Bing Shan's body. Because of this, Bing Shan was gradually born, and even became an extremely Chinibu Bing Shan. Moreover, even Bing Shan himself didn't know that the heavenly frost jade heart existed in his body. Today, the heavenly frost jade heart was finally suppressed. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, began to erupt with power. His aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, that ray of light had reached an invincible state. At this moment, his power could be said to be incomparably terrifying. He suppressed the heavenly frost jade heart with the power of the Great Supreme, and then used his Godslayer sword intent to seal it. At this moment, he began to form countless seals, and the scorching sun sword soared in the air and flew towards the heavenly frost jade heart. The heavenly frost jade heart erupted with its last bit of power, as if it wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, the Godslayer sword wouldn't give it such a chance. Dragon of the Great Supreme, seal, suppress, heavenly frost jade heart, fuse. At this moment, he roared angrily. Then, that powerful force began to fuse with the heavenly frost jade heart. At this moment, his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. That extremely powerful force trembled at this moment. The scorching sun sword began to tremble violently. Scorching sun frost jade, fuse, Great Supreme, help me. The Godslayer sword roared again. At this moment, the power of the Great Supreme roared. Then, it forcefully restrained the frost jade heart and fused it with the scorching sun sword. At this moment, the drop of terrifying blood on the cold jade heavenly core immediately erupted with boundless power. Godslayer shouted, "How dare you resist? You're courting death." A moment later, Su Yan felt his body lighten as a phantom appeared in front of him. At this time, Su Yan finally regained control of his body. At that moment, his scarlet parting sword case flew out as well. The scarlet parting sword box was made from a fragment of the Godslayer sword. It was extremely powerful. The shadow in front of him was the Godslayer sword's own sword soul. At this moment, the 10,000 strands of sword chi transformed into threads. Those terrifying threads seemed to be everywhere, everywhere. The blood was actually entangled by the threads. A powerful force began to erupt. Then, it directly restrained the blood and began to move towards the sword soul. At the same time, thousands of longswords appeared from the scarlet parting sword case. At this moment, the sky had turned into a sea of swords. 10,000 swords into a sea. The Great Supreme has no limits. Su Yan, today I'll teach you a sword formation. You must remember it well. No matter what, Su Yan had learned a lot today. The moment the sword formation appeared, Su Yan felt an extremely terrifying power. He did not dare to be distracted at all because he knew that this would be a great benefit for him. As long as he learned this sword formation, his combat strength would become even more terrifying. Although he would not be able to fully unleash the power of this sword formation like the Godslayer sword in a short period of time, he would not be able to do it. However, its power would not be weak. When that time came, it would be another one of his abilities. At this moment, 10,000 swords chimed together. Between the 10,000 swords, there seemed to be a huge sea. The appearance of that terrifying sea was simply terrifying. At this moment, such a terrifying power was constantly roaring and lingering. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth seemed to have reached a certain limit. Under such sword chi, the drop of blood finally quieted down and finally merged with the sword soul. True demon blood. Very good. After obtaining this true demon blood today, my strength will recover much faster. I can even break through the past and reach an unprecedented level. Good, good, good. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was really proud of itself. Its power continued to rise to the peak. At the same time, its body began to change continuously. Rays of light were constantly trembling at this moment. Its aura was even more terrifying. Its thoughts were clear. At this moment, the heavenly heart of the frost jade was finally swallowed by the scorching sun sword. At this moment, Su Yan's body shook. The scorching sun sword had been gifted to Su Yan by the ugly uncle from the very beginning. Over the years, Su Yan had fought alongside this sword and had already established a connection with it. At this moment, he clearly felt the scorching sun sword's light chime. Yin and yang become one, ice and fire complement each other. If you don't transform now, when will you? The God-Slayer sword roared. At this moment, a yin and yang radiance immediately appeared around the scorching sun sword. The yin and yang radiance looked exactly the same as the supreme dragon. At this moment, the scorching sun sword began to transform. When the ugly uncle passed this sword to Su Yan, although he left instructions, he actually didn't have much hope in his heart. At that time, his ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to forge a divine sword. Unfortunately, the stronger his swordsmithing skills were, the more he felt that divine swords were superior. That was the domain that determined the strength of the strong. It was a place that people like him couldn't touch in their lifetime. It was because of this that he finally came to the Five Counties continent and became an ordinary swordsmith in the burial sword tomb. Then, he died in depression. He gave this sword to Su Yan and left instructions only because he was unwilling to accept it. However, back then, he didn't expect that today, it would actually become a reality. This sword had finally been successfully forged in Su Yan's hands. At this moment, this sword finally gave birth to its own divinity. Su Yan could sense a mature intent within this sword. However, this will was still very vague at this time, and it seemed that it was unwilling to get along in contact with Su Yan. However, this wasn't important. To Su Yan, this was a good start. With this divine sword, his cultivation would definitely take another step forward. At the very least, his combat strength would become even more powerful. The scorching sun sword was floating quietly. Su Yan could sense the existence of this intent within it. This intent made Su Yan feel a little unfamiliar. However, there was also a sense of familiarity within this unfamiliarity. In short, this was a feeling that he couldn't describe. However, he was certain that his scorching sun sword had completely transformed. At this moment, the God-Slayer shouted again, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to subdue this sword? Hurry up and burn your blood so that you can fuse with it." Su Yan didn't know that the divine sword had its own divinity. When a divine sword's divinity was formed, it was like a person's thoughts had already taken shape. At that time, even the person who forged the sword might not necessarily treat it as its master. It would act according to its own thoughts, just like the evil sword Cold Jade. However, the moment before the divine sword was formed was an extremely critical moment. If one could refine their own blood into it at that time, this divine sword would have its own bloodline. From then on, this divine sword would be like one's own child, connected to one's bloodline. Even if the divine sword still had its own thoughts, everything it did would be based on the premise that it would protect its master. This was also why the God-Slayer had asked Su Yan to quickly refine his own blood into the sword. Most people didn't know about this, not even the powerful swordsmiths. Back then, the expert who forged the evil sword Cold Jade was like this. After he forged the evil sword Cold Jade, the evil sword Cold Jade sensed his strength, so it didn't resist and always followed him into battle. However, after a great battle, this powerful saint was severely injured, so the evil sword Cold Jade seized the opportunity and launched a sneak attack without hesitation, killing the saint and becoming a true evil sword from then on. Of course, Su Yan naturally didn't know about this secret. However, since the God-Slayer sword asked him to do so, Su Yan would do as he was told. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword and Su Yan had an extremely special relationship. Back then, the God-Slayer sword let Su Yan become its scabbard, hoping to strip Su Yan of his power. The so-called scabbard was no different from a sword slave, so it worked hard to cultivate to make the sword stronger. However, when the God-Slayer sword entered Su Yan's body, it realized that the power of the regal sword soul was far beyond its imagination. It wasn't easy for it to enter its own consciousness. Later on, it had to give up on this idea. Later on, it had the opportunity to communicate with the regal sword soul, and at that time, it had established an extremely mysterious connection with Su Yan. It seemed to be a connection that transcended fate, and it was because of the regal sword soul's existence. However, Su Yan himself didn't know that this was also the reason why the Godslayer sword had helped Su Yan time and time again after arriving in the later Liang. If it weren't for this relationship, the Godslayer sword wouldn't have done this. Of course, although Su Yan didn't know this, his vigilance against the Godslayer sword had unknowingly weakened a lot. There were even many times when he instinctively listened to the Godslayer sword's advice. At this moment, the Godslayer sword said again, "If you want to smelt the Godslayer sword, ordinary blood won't do. You must have hot blood in your heart. You know what I mean." At this moment, even Su Yan was stunned. Whether it was a powerful cultivator or a terrifying demonic beast, the blood essence of the heart was the most important existence. Just like the time when Su Yan obtained the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger, it was because of the blood essence of their hearts that he obtained. Chapter 10-12. Female literature. Su Yan even gained something new from the heart's blood essence. It was at this moment that his strength increased. Rays of time changed at this moment. After this feeling appeared, Su Yan no longer hesitated. He directly pierced his own body. It was the location of his heart, and it was not the heart of the demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, but the Buddha's heart. At this moment, his body was completely different from that of ordinary people. There were 3 hearts in his body. However, whether it was the heart of the great demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, although they had merged with his body, they were still not his. However, they were ultimately not his. Their existence had both advantages and disadvantages to him. However, the Buddha's heart was different. It was the inheritance of Buddha, and it directly fell on his heart. Only this heart was his. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate to pierce his own heart. The moment his heart was pierced, Su Yan immediately felt a sense of powerlessness and threat. However, he still endured it. It was at this moment that a power slowly floated over. It was the power of the Godslayer sword. This was already an extremely dangerous thing. If the Godslayer sword wanted to kill Su Yan, it would only take a thought. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against the Godslayer sword. Instead, he approved of its behavior. The heart's blood essence appeared. Su Yan's blood contained an extremely large amount of energy. At this moment, the Godslayer sword slashed again. The Supreme Dragon immediately swam over, and then directly held Su Yan's blood in its mouth. At this moment, it looked like a dragon playing with a pearl. Under the powerful pressure of the Supreme Dragon, the blood finally slowly merged with the newly born divine sword. At this moment, Su Yan only felt his sea of consciousness shake violently. A sword actually appeared in his sea of consciousness. This sword twisted and changed, and in the end, it turned into a pattern. When he saw the pattern, Su Yan almost cried out involuntarily, "Taiji." 1 yin and 1 yang, forming a pair of fish. The yin-yang fish swam slowly. Wasn't this the Taiji diagram? At this time, the Godslayer sword frowned slightly because he had never heard of the 2 words Su Yan said before. However, he felt that these 2 words must have a great origin. But at this time, he didn't choose to ask. He clearly knew that this was an extremely crucial moment for Su Yan. His heart's blood essence had been injected into this power. However, his will had yet to completely fuse with this divine sword. This required a process, and it was also the most crucial process. During this process, it was a process of a person refining the sword. Conversely, it was also a process of using the sword to refine the person. If this step was not carried out properly, it would definitely not benefit Su Yan in the future. But on the contrary, if this step was taken well, it would greatly benefit Su Yan's future strength. Unknowingly, he had become Su Yan's teacher, guiding Su Yan to constantly move forward. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly increasing, and his aura was also changing. Originally, the power of Shura and his original power had become the third power, which was extremely powerful. However, it was indeed lacking in purity. While the third power existed, there was also instability. But now, it was different. The aura of the divine sword directly began to link with Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan finally realized the benefits of a divine sword. Under the guidance of the divine sword, his aura had become much stronger. Moreover, the flow of his aura had become much smoother. The divine sword seemed to have become two of his bodies. What was even more rare was that this sword was smelted by Su Yan's aura since it was a sacred sword. This sword was very compatible with Su Yan. Even the Godslayer sword was surprised when he saw this. It had to be known that the birth of a divine sword was like the birth of a brand new soul. When it was born, it was very high and very powerful, which naturally led to it being extremely powerful and arrogant. Under such circumstances, not to mention that Su Yan's combat power was weaker than it, even the extremely powerful swordsmiths would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress the divine sword. Others did not know that when the Godslayer sword was first forged, it was even more lawless. It almost wanted to kill its own master. Fortunately, the person who was able to forge a divine sword like this must have been a very powerful person in the world. That was why it was directly suppressed. He originally thought that even if Su Yan had been using this sword since it was a sacred sword, it was integrated with the heart of the cold jade. It was already considered a brand new body, and it would definitely reject Su Yan. However, he did not expect that at this time, the divine sword and Su Yan would be so compatible with each other. This kid's luck is really not bad. Taishang, you are really powerful. He sighed with emotion as the Godslayer sword won continuously. In fact, he knew that although Su Yan's luck was one thing, the more important thing was probably the power of Taishang. Because of the existence of Taishang's power, the sword was like this. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase at an even faster speed. The divine sword was the same. After an entire day, this process finally stopped. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had completely changed. The Scorching Sun sword from before was completely a red sword. It was filled with a fierce and overbearing aura. However, at this time, it was completely different. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had become extremely ordinary. It was like an ordinary iron sword. The divine sword has just been born. Let's give it a name. The Godslayer sword spirit began to return to Su Yan's body. Naturally, Su Yan knew that he had gained a lot this time. Other things aside, he had directly devoured the blood of the true demon. Su Yan naturally did not know what kind of existence the true demon was, but the power that the drop of blood had erupted with was terrifying. It was a terrifying power that could change the color of heaven and earth with a slight movement. Although this was only a small world, and the power of space was not complete, it was already terrifying enough. In this world, there was probably no other power that could compare to it. Su Yan said, this sword was originally named after the Scorching Sun. It walks the path of the purest yang. At this time, the heavenly heart of the cold jade fused with it. Yin and yang complement each other, so let's call it Taiji. Taiji? Yin and yang complement each other to form Taiji? Huh, good, that's a good name. The Godslayer sword seemed to understand something, and then it laughed loudly. At this time, the color of heaven and earth changed again. Terrifying tremors were everywhere. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this situation. This was because the secret realm had collapsed. He had experienced this kind of secret realm more than once. This small world existed for the heavenly heart of the cold jade. Now that the heavenly heart of the cold jade was gone, there was naturally no need for it to exist. Moreover, the battle between the two sides earlier was so terrifying that it had already caused everything to start collapsing. This power was no longer enough to maintain the power of this place. It's time to leave. The Godslayer sword returned to Su Yan's body. At the same time, a crack appeared in front of Su Yan. That was a spatial crack. Since Su Yan was in control of the Taiji sword and the heavenly heart of the cold jade had been refined, he could naturally open spatial cracks. At this time, there was no need to stay any longer. It was time to leave. Oi, wait a minute, young man, human young man, you can't let me stay in this embarrassing position, I beg you, take me away. At this time, the unreliable ice mountain began to yell and scream. Only now did Su Yan remember that Bing Shan was really a Chinibu. Speaking of which, this Bing Shan's life force was really tenacious. He had been split in half, but he was still alive. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be doing too badly. Judging from the series of shouts that were filled with energy, he was still a very energetic Grandpa Shan. Su Yan did not want to pay attention to such a Chinibu. After all, this was a hard-to-serve master. One had to know that if the Godslayer sword had not exploded, he would have been thrown out by this Grandpa Mountain. As for whether he was alive or dead, he did not know. The Godslayer sword could not control his body at all times. Even if the Godslayer sword could, he would not be willing to do so. As such, this thing became a huge landmine. If he lost his temper, he would play rock-paper-scissors again. Su Yan doubted whether he could hold on. However, if he did not take him away, he would be dead for sure. He was born in this space. If the space collapsed at this time, then he would be dead for sure. After all, the destruction of a space was extremely terrifying. Su Yan did not doubt this at all. At this moment, God Slayer said, "Forget it. Let's take him away. Since this mountain gave birth to the heavenly frost jade heart, he must be useful." At this moment, God Slayer said again, "I can take you away, but your body is too big. And I don't need a mountain right now. I just need a suitable scabbard." As soon as God Slayer finished speaking, the ambitious and principled Grandpa Bing Shan immediately shouted, "No problem, but you have to let me get out of this embarrassing state first." Su Yan was speechless. What happened to being a man of integrity? At that moment, God Slayer moved with a thought. The huge sword chi that had pierced into the ice mountain suddenly began to emit crackling sounds. Not long after, the huge Bing Shan was flipped upside down. At this moment, Grandpa Bing Shan did not dare to talk nonsense. Although he was upside down, he still saw this terrifying battle. This young man was really too scary.